Check 1 2 1 2. Check. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
So we're going to start here in about 5 minutes or so. I think I kind of walked around a little bit and talked to everybody individually. If you do have questions throughout the day, don't be afraid to raise your hand, even if it's somewhat not related to what we're talking about at the time. The important thing with this is really to address what you need addressed and help you with what's happening inside the dealership. Even though we have a course structure, it doesn't necessarily have to stay on that task 100%. But I think we're going to have a pretty good full day of areas I think that we can drill down into what's happening inside your dealership. And when we get into certain modules, it's actually nice to have some confirmation of what we see with data, what's happening, and marry that up with what you see in real time on the sales floor and inside your market. And it's really nice to hear what exactly is happening. I mean, we'll see some data together from other dealers here that are in the room. And I'm hoping everybody's okay with sharing data from Got Gear and Engelhart and 395 and so forth. But there's some really good information that's in there so that it will, I think, align with what's happening inside your own dealership, but more importantly, give you some commonality. It's happening over here, and it's also happening in. We're actually making some improvements in some of the other markets, even though there's a downswing. We're in the process and proving the fact that we can actually move somebody to the top of the heap and take what's left in the market, even though it's down. It's one thing to be down in the market and not get your share of impressions and leads and clicks into your site. And those are the things that we're going to kind of walk. A view of how to be a little more self-sufficient. Anyways, we'll get started here in a few minutes. If you have anything that you want addressed, write it down so you can remind yourself of the questions that you want to ask or see if we have some abilities to address them. But we will do our best to make that happen. And if for some reason we don't have, any real information to add to it, to your question, we will certainly do it after the fact. So during the week on Monday, if you had something that was burning that you really wanted to ask, we could get the answers by Monday and Tuesday, and start looking at data and work with you guys one on one to figure out what's happening. Hey, the Paulsons are here.
I'm going to try to email out the live stream.
So anyone who's gone to Supercross and knows the results, as a spoiler alert, don't tell me because we want to surprise at what's going on.
That's the live stream.
Yeah, that's our live stream. So just for everybody's knowledge, we're recording this so that after the fact, we can chop it up into segments and cut out the fat, so to speak. So if you want to share it with your staff to watch later, they can go to our website and then pull down whatever it is they want to watch as far as a session is concerned. So they don't have to sit there through the whole 8 hours or whatever. So we're going to chop it up a little bit. But we'll be recording this so that we can figure it out later. Robert, Gart, do you guys want to start, some kind of welcome and
All right, did everybody get a workbook? Round of applause for Gart for putting the workbook together. Nice job.
yeah.
It's the one area that I have to work on is get the curriculum and the workbooks put together. But anyways, welcome to Marketing 101. This is really a high level of 101. I want to introduce, most of you know David Gotti and his son. This is his son, Drew Gotti, and they're going to be doing the presentation today. I'll try to keep it on task. One of my goals is to be able to be not only the moderator, but the translator for you, because so much of this it's taken me a year to really absorb. What does it really mean to me as a dealer? And I finally feel like I've got my head around it. And I look at it as it's my fish finder to really see where the fish are. And now that I have that, I know that I have hooks in the water with worms on them, and I just got to wait for the fish to come in, which is seasonality in our store. But I feel confident now when I look at my marketing plan, I know that it's out there and it's in front of the people that I'm trying to get to. And we'll cover that today. Just a few things on the facility here. If you need to grab a call or take a call, you can go right through that door next door. We've got that room as well. Tomorrow, you'll see that in our meeting. We'll be doing some of our breakout sessions that are over there. Bathrooms are just around the corner here. Downstairs, when we break today at 4:00, they do have a happy hour downstairs in the bar. So feel free to partake in that. Yeah, I think we'll jump into it. I wanted to pass it over to Gart to see what Gart's got for us today, because his energy is definitely higher than mine.
Is that true, huh? Good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent. Welcome. I didn't do that, did I? Mr. Elon Musk. Anyway, so welcome. Thank you. This says a lot about who you are. I've had some groups, and I won't name the brand. Many of them have told me I come there because it gives me a place to ride my motorcycle. I've had others that tell me that they like the alcohol. And so this is not that group, is it? This is a group that is here early on their own, making an effort away from their family, their dealerships to be here. I'm so proud of you. I'm so thrilled of this. Disney said his one and only model was do what you do so well that people will come back and bring their friends. But we've learned in our industry, you better get them in there to do something so well that they're going to bring back their friends, right? And that's what this is all about for this day, is how to get them to come in so you can do what you do best, which is build relationships with that customer. So proud of you. We got a great 3 days ahead of us. And thanks to Robert. And I'd ask one thing, please, no phones in this room, because if these guys are coming and giving up their time and effort and building out a workbook for you and putting in the effort here, they deserve the respect that we're not on the phone or checking emails or on our, and that's all I ask as far as that's concerned. Other than that, enjoy yourself. Have a great day. And
there's going to be a pause button, Robert. We got to ask some questions because I'm not picking up on this. And I had to do that many this digital process that we were implementing. So I really want you guys to be interactive today. I'll come around with the mic. You can ask questions. This workbook has plenty of space on there taking notes. So take notes today. And then as we get through these chapters, I want to make sure that you guys really fully understand how this can apply to your dealership. So we'll jump in with that. And David, I'm turning it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity, Gart and Robert, to be here. Um, the reality is this is not a sales pitch. This is just a safe area to talk about what's going on in the marketplace. So don't be afraid to share the good, the bad, the ugly. And hopefully we'll have some insight to what's really happening and why. So I want to get started just to give you a little bit of the schedule. We're going to be doing module 1, which is digital marketing basics. If you guys feel like, hey, move along, don't be afraid to do this and say, let's get to it. Let's get to some other areas. And that should hold true with any of these. It's just like any other financial decision you make. You look at your data, you look at what's coming and going, what's on your shelf and so forth, and try to make really good decisions. And I think that's really what marketing should be at some level, not just, well, look, it's a week before the new month and we don't have programs in, so what are we going to advertise? That's the wrong way to go about it. It's what we've been trained to do, and that's what we do to go about it. We'll tie that into a session in module 3 about key digital marketing channels and what that really means. It's not like it's a TV station or a radio station or something like that. How are we reaching people? And then we're going to boil that down to the effectiveness of those channels. And if you only have so much time, where should I spend my time? And then we'll get into some emerging technologies. And after that, we'll go break for lunch, come back, and be into kind of a do-it-yourself tips kind of thing. So we have kind of some, I think, proven steps that you can integrate immediately with your own self and staff. And then we'll get into some common services that everybody's using. And I think this will be a point where it will be super helpful if you guys have input to what you're doing and whether it's working or not. I think the rest of the group likes to hear what's working and not working in other dealerships. And at that point, I'm going to show you some data from Engelhart where they're actually, even though that Wisconsin is experiencing a dip in searchers and they're just vaporized, what they're doing is setting a trend that I don't think's really ever been done before from a dealership. Elements above organic and direct Google, which is unlike anything I've seen before. And we'll go through what's happening and what they're doing, because it is a lesson learned that what they are doing on that level is actually turning a knob that hasn't been turned before, I think, when we look at the history of how dealers are presenting themselves to the market. So I think there's gonna be some real good lessons there. Then we'll get into some conclusions about the day. And we really want to tie that into giving you a perspective of what's coming. And the reason I'm really adamant about you understand what's coming in the world of marketing and reaching and touching one another from a standpoint of attracting them into a sales pitch. Knowing what's coming will position you better than anyone else. And these are the conversations that most agencies or marketing companies, most of them aren't even aware of yet. And they don't conversation because typical marketing is crumbling that nobody else has ever had before in marketing. Now you have the ability to go purchase and do things in the marketing world that typically have been done by very large agencies. And now most of this stuff is actually in your control in one way or another. So we want to boil this down to getting you a mindset of we can take control of things. And if we do take control of things, how is that going to affect our bottom line when it comes to leads coming in, impressions, and how does that wrap itself into what do I do? Because we all know that we're all stressed. We all have a limited amount of time. So how do you make a decision what to do? Is it who's screaming at me saying do this, do that? Or is it making a better decision by saying, I know where the bucket of people are, so I'm going to go do that. So Mr. Manager, Mrs. Manager, go sit down and be quiet for a minute. Let me do my job. So we'll get through some of those things in a very short order. But first, I really want to go through the overall objectives of what we're doing here. This is really about giving you the knowledge to be more self-reliant in your decision-making of what you do inside your dealership when it comes to marketing, understanding your data. And that is the key thing. It doesn't matter whether it's a major retail or whether it's food service or restaurant, we're all have a process of what do I do today? I've only got 20 minutes to do something. What can I do that's going to have the most impact? So this is really the idea of things that you can control and understanding when you're turning those knobs, what is it really? So in some cases, it is truly about the sequence in what you do as far as how you share information or the knobs that you're turning. And I want to share with you the case studies of some of the other dealerships that are on their own path, and those that have been successful in turning their knobs, and those that have changed their patterns to understand the sequence of how you're supposed to turn the knobs. So I want to show that to you so that you can make your own decisions on, does that make sense for me as a dealer and a marketing company of some sort to follow that, or should you blaze your own trail? And the other thing is, Google, is it worth the squeeze? Meaning, if I'm going to be a slave to anything, whether it's Meta, social, television, radio, print, all these other marketing things and channels that you can be in, is going to turn the knob the greatest. So we're going to go through some basic data from 5 dealerships. I'm going to show you what's coming into their sites, what's leaving their sites, and you can make your own decisions on whether it's worth the squeeze. Then we're going to go, and those I think are the most important pieces to this all. Happening to your data, it has an effect, cause and effect to your business as far as leads coming into the sales funnel. So when those red flags present themselves, you have to be able to recognize it in your data. You have to be able to look at your data and say, that's a problem, and I know why that's a problem. And that's what my job is. How to look, whether using our console or whether you're going directly to themselves or to Bing or anywhere else, what those red flags are, and change your behavior of your staff or yourself to know what those red flags mean. And at the end of the day, what that really means is how I'm attaching myself to my local market. And the red flags in data say that you either are doing a good job or a very bad job. In this market, all I can say is steal from down the street. We can't create searchers. We can't create the need for a product, but what we can do is attract those that are truly in the market and out there searching. And we're going to go through just some really quick data with the Paulsons and what's happening to their presence in Washington. And I want you to see what's happening to them, and then they can speak to whatever they want to speak to on that end. And then we're mom. And what that really is how with our data and how do we improve our relationship. And I think you've all heard me say this before, that Google is like our mom. If you called your mom every single day and said, hey, I love you, and I'm going to come over tomorrow, I'm going to send you a gift, guess what? She's going to love you even more than she does today. Google is exactly that way. It is the #1 generator of impressions in front of you have to pay for. It is Google's job to say, I know exactly what store, I know how good they are at what they do, and I know that that's the right place to send somebody 60 miles away to go get their product because the experience is going to be great. Calling your mom and understanding, we're going to go through Google, we're going to tear it apart so you actually understand what Google does, and I'm going to show you the math at how they do it. So it'll make more sense and why to focus on calling your mom. And if you did any one thing, I don't want to jump to the end, but if you take and glean anything from all of this, Google is king. They're attached themselves to billions and billions and billions of searchers. And you can spend as much money as you'd like to reach somebody directly. You'll never reach the impact that Google has or Bing has, a search engine has, on delivering your message to those searchers. So we're going to go through the fallacy of typical media and how they train you to look at marketing, although it has worked in the past, and it's a different age now. It's a different way of reaching people. There's more channels to work through, but there is one thing that has replaced it all, and it is Google. So at the end of the day, what I really want you to glean from this is we want you to have a really great relationship with Google. And that in itself, I will show you from actual data from several dealerships who have improved their relationship, how that has almost doubled the amount of impressions that Google is sharing just because you said, Google, I love you. I want to share things with you, and I want to be your best friend. And the way that you do that is handshake, so that Google says, thank you for sharing that. My job is to share that with Gart, who's searching for a product, or Robert, who's searching for a product. So Google's making the decision to share you or not. Relationship, but you have to take the effort to go, really love you, Google, and here's all my information, and I'm going to restructure it to meet your standards. And then Google says, I love this. I'm going to start sharing it, and I'll show you the data. It works. So we just have to retrain our thinking about what typical media has trained us to know about media, and understand that it has only been a revenue model for them. What I'm showing you will be how to avoid that true Bing and all the search engines, television, radio, print, ad platforms, OTT, it goes on and on and on and on. They're all revenue models. This relationship we're talking about with Google is based on revenue. It's based on the fact that Google says, my sole job is to make sure that when Drew goes to search for something, I have the best results. Me what he's got in his inventory, how well relationship he has with his clients, and how good their service department is. And we have this commonality with push and pull information on a daily basis. Google says, I love this because you're telling me more than I need to know, and you're telling me so I can pay attention. And I'm going, wait a minute, Gart's got this. Hey, Drew, look at it. That's the non-paid relationship we want. That's the GUI sender. So we're gonna show you how that really works, and then we're gonna show you the importance of its largest consumption of time. And what this really boils down to, as you move through your marketing day, what's consuming, and we're going to show you in all likelihood, not for sure, but in all likelihood, how much time and money it's wasting, and that it's not improving any one media that's going to share your information without a dollar attached to it. So that's the key point. And the reality is that when you understand that when you leave home with three things. Number one, your wallet, your keys, and your phone. So those three things are the most important things in your day for the most part. You're always wondering, where are they? So if we understand that that's the case, then we have to focus on that third object that's in their hand. And we have to understand, how are we going to leverage that media that's sitting in their hand, and understand how that's going to work for sharing information from Google directly to them. Because in all likelihood, Apple products on it, it's got its own map, its own search engine. I mean, it has all of its own products. But the reality is, most of you are not doing anything on that platform. You're not sharing with Apple in the right way. You're certainly not devoted any real time to making sure that that Apple product that is carrying the maps that you are either displaying properly. Number one, there's several dealerships in here that didn't even have Apple accounts. So when you look at somebody sitting there searching and trying to find you, and you don't even show up on Apple Maps, then that's the majority of the phones that are in people's hands. So we're going to go through a little bit of that piece that connects you to that specific problem, which is getting that device that's in their hand and understanding things that you can do for free to leverage when somebody's using that Apple product. Now, one of the things I really want to go through is I want to set the tone for what really happens with Google. And this is the key piece, because most people hate Google, and I hate Google too. I don't like the fact that they're in every piece of my business. But once we understand that that's the case, most dealerships are are in this model where they think, okay, let's run an ad. Let's push some things directly to somebody. Okay. This has done a very good job over time. Just because media's told us that, you can run an ad, I'll reach them directly. You can run an ad, it'll come to the top of the search engine. Or I can go and run an ad on TV or sports or whatever and reach them. That's about to change. This relationship is going to be gone. And there's two reasons why. The main one is very sure this person here is going to have an AI sitting in front of them. So I will not be able to reach you, Mark. I'll be able to talk to your nascent agent. I brought this up at the last meeting. It has just happened. What did you just discover yesterday from Google?
Well, it's actually ChatGPT.
ChatGPT? Yeah. Yeah. What this means is that this agent is listening to everything and watching everything. I can negotiate a deal on a car. I can go out and find some things for your wife to do on the weekend. Blah, 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 blah. But that is an agent, an AI agent talking to one another. So understanding that this is a sunset relationship, we have to be very good at communicating to Google. So in the past, if we had a one-to-one relationship with somebody in an ad relationship, that costs an awful lot of money to constantly be trying to reach that person. The typical average is reaching them 7 times in 3 days before they actually really even notice who you are when they see the ad. So you've just wasted 7 ads on one person, but they had to happen within a certain amount of days.
Raise of hands. How many of you spent more than 50% of your ad budget last year on the traditional advertising of billboards, radio, newspaper? Any raise of hand? Anybody spend more than 50% of their budget on traditional? Yeah. Okay. Power Lodge. Okay. All right. How many of you spend 100% on digital and no traditional? Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, that's we hear this every day. So part of it is understanding how to split this up so that you're actually utilizing things that have a better one-to-one relationship, or have a better relationship where it's Google's job to share with him. Because Google's going to be able to reach him short term, next 2 years. After that, it's going to be agent to agent. If you're not prepared to communicate to an agent to tell them and train them, you have your little Moto buddy who's an AI agent that you're training, that they know your inventory, they know your pricing, they know your salespeople, they know the process, they know where the finance things are, they know your cuddle program, they know everything about you. Google can't share with that person or that AI that you're the right places to go shop and buy that product. And it may be that shopping won't be something that AI initially will be controlling. It'll be the presence of who are they, where are they, do they have something in inventory. So what we're trying to impress on people is that Google's job is to take your website information, digest it, and say, you know what, anytime this guy goes out to search, this website is the one I should share. That's the problem we have in front of us today. That's the problem that we have with Dealer Spike. That's the problem with PSM. That's the problem with all the lead venture products. That's the problem with DX1, is that you cannot improve this site to communicate well to Google to say, I'm the right place to send people to shop, to look for that Cowie product, to look for the UTV, to look for the jet ski, whatever. So the point is that we have to take all of our external things that we do to improve this relationship with Google, so Google understands everything that you know, then communicate to everybody that you're the right place to shop. So this path is going to be the one for the future. It's the one for today. Meaning, if Google gets, on an average, let's take Wisconsin, there's a little over 300,000 searches in a month for power sports products. Google's in front of probably 90% of those searches. So if Google knows, hey, Robert's a good guy, I know where he's located, short drive from anywhere in Wisconsin, and they have a lot of great reviews. They're just a really good place to do business with. Google's going to go, hey, Drew, meet this guy here. That's Google's job. But Google does it for free. But the problem is it's upon you to improve this relationship between you and Google. You didn't spend anything other than the time to get your site ready to share, SEO'd, as well as all the other Google products that should know who you are and share it directly with Google and let them do it.
David, as dealers, we all want to know, how do we improve that relationship?
The one free product is called Google My Business. I will show you today, after reorganizing the categories, the products, your information that you share, sharing it regularly. This is the love mom piece. Google's mom. So I go to Google My Business on a weekly basis. Frank uploads 3 photos of his salespeople with people. He uploads one of the building. Google says, thank you. I see smiling faces. And believe me, they read photos. They understand what pixels mean. They understand the arrangement of pixels. They understand what a product looks like. You've seen this all on the search engine where you can drag a photo over to the little, looks like a little lens, and then all of a sudden it matches the photos with whatever you drag into it. It understands what pixels, arrangements of pixels and pictures are. So the point is, as Frank is uploading these photos, Google's saying, thank you. I know more about you.
What he's talking about is not when he, because this was a term he was using with me, 8 months ago, uploading. Well, we upload to our Facebook, we upload to different event sites. No, he's talking about uploading these photos to your Google Council. That's why, and I sent that email out. Do you have your login and password to Google Council? When's the last time you looked at Google Council? Do you upload your events to that? Do you upload images to that? That is almost like the hyper hub that you have to send to first, and then everything else gets backlinked. But that's what he's talking about, why Google then all of a sudden starts to see you as something higher in this relationship because you're talking to it directly before you start running all your other advertising. Am I correct?
Yep, it's 100% correct. So the way the algorithms work, remember, this is all a math relationship. If 1 + 1 = 2, it will always be 1 + 1 = 2. So in the process of algorithms, it's saying, okay, when you upload a photo once, it sends a signal to Google, something happened. When you upload them another time, but in a very mathematical way, meaning we always do it on Thursday at 2 o'clock. Google says, I love this relationship. It's like having lunch every Tuesday, right? Mom loves you when you do that. So set a pattern. Algorithms like patterns. You will find out what that pattern is for your market and for your business. It may be that you start and always upload Tuesday morning your specials of the week. You upload it into Google My Business. There's a place to upload there. It's free. What happens is when you upload that image and text directly to Google, Google says, thank you. I know exactly what you are right now. I know what that special is. I know that I can share it right now. It doesn't typically, the way the world has worked up until now is that Google comes into your site, crawls around and says, oh, I see information. Okay, I'm going to go back to my Google land and say, okay, I know what that information is. Now we have a very active way where you can literally upload directly to your Google My Business and tell them exactly what's going on. You can tell them what pricing you have. You can tell them what you have in stock. You can tell them how good you are, how much people like you. This Google Console is free to use. It goes directly into their database and says, I know what's happening. You don't have to pay for that relationship, so use it. Yeah, we can.
Are we on module 1 on page 6? Is this importance of digital marketing? Are we in bullet point 2, best practices?
We are in, let's see.
I just want to keep us on track.
Importance of digital. This is still module 1 really quickly.
Okay.
And then we'll get to know your numbers. I spent an awful lot of time on this, but I honestly, if there's any one thing that you take away from here, it is that relationship right there is going to get you through the next 2 years until AI no longer exists. You have to communicate AI to AI, and that's coming.
I think everybody gets that. I mean, as you know, your phones are listening, your TV is listening. I heard that your Peloton now is listening to you, and everything in your house has ears, and that is what's being fed then to your any of your platforms that you like to stream at night. That's how they're getting advertising to you. It's amazing how Sherry and I could be talking about some woodworking tool, and all of a sudden, what do you think's in my next feed through Facebook? It's this DeWalt planer. And I'm like, how did they know that? Well, they know exactly what we're talking about. And I think where we're going here is that we want to tell Google that, hey, I'm a really good partner, and we're the ones we want you to feed to that next person's, content, or if they want to go into a search, that they're feeding us first. So,
Right. The other part of this matrix of Google listening is understanding the pattern that most users have. So like Robert's saying, he starts talking about woodworking and all of a sudden a planer shows up in his email or on his Facebook wall or an ad, blah, blah, blah. What they're really doing, as much as they are listening, they're crowdsourcing. So as you move through your day and you go and watch some videos and reels and blah, 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 and then stop for a second and they know that you're stopping and watching something, they're looking at every one of your friends and what they're doing as well. So they're assuming that when you're out there doing something and all your friends are doing something, guess what? You need a snowmobile too, because somebody else watched some of those really cool videos. So understanding crowdsourcing is really how this really works. And understanding that when you do your marketing, be ready to embrace the idea, the ads that you're doing feed crowdsourcing. So if you're not doing reels and video and you're not doing things that match up specifically with a segment of product and that crowd, you're not. The minute you produce a video that's funny about snow, it gets shared. And I will show you the data that when they did a silly video about waiting for snow, and you see 500,000 hits on a video on both Instagram and Facebook. Why? Crowdsourcing. So you have to know what's being crowdsourced, meaning what's being searched, what's being shared, that kind of level of expectation and knowledge of what's happening to those videos and why they're being digested. You can use the crowdsourcing as a free way to increase the amount of exposure for a product.
How does a dealer know where to find the top 10 crowdsourcing? I'm a little off on this. Does anybody else understand what crowdsourcing is?
Crowdsourcing comes from data. I mean, it is like I said, this wasn't a sales pitch. It is part of the visibility console we have. It's really hard to understand crowdsourcing unless, like Cassidy, I know, is very good at taking Instagram data and looking at it and saying, okay, I see why this thing's being shared, and meeting that need and understand and watching what else is happening on that platform. So there's analytics inside of those meta products that will show you what's relevant. And that's really what we're saying, is this really relevant today in Madison, Wisconsin? My bet is if you don't get snow in the next 3 weeks, you should already be on to Slingshot. You should already be on to On-Road. You should already be on to Indian, because snow is not going to happen. So no, it's them, because you're not going to get any crowdsourcing. So it's definitely a metric that's harder to attach to, but it's actually there inside of your metrics that you're using in Meta.
Scott, you got a question?
You hit it. You hit it. No, I was going to show that later. I was actually going to hold to that, but yeah, that's really the trending line.
Google Trends, is that what you said, Scott?
Yeah.
Where did you find that?
Yeah.
Oh, your marketing guy sending that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's got it.
All right. Let's keep rolling. When you have stuff that you have later in your presentation, or you actually have areas where we can see to find that, just say, I'll catch that here coming up.
And most of this stuff is all we'll catch up.
Okay.
The actual buyers really care more about lifestyle. And this one right here is something that most companies, especially when you get into like CF Moto, understands that they have this. They may not like the CF Moto brand, They like the price point. They like the fit and finish of the ATVs. But when they get into their on-road, they still have that embarrassment factor. I'd rather be on a ZX. I'd rather be on a CBR. This, watch it, because people will move because of price. So those are just some of the metrics on what a typical buyer is really considering, something that really they're concerned about. And let me show you where that goes to the sales funnel. If you can get them to this point, they're at the bottom of the sales funnel. At the top is crowdsourcing. They're just going, oh, yeah, this is relevant. This is what's trending. Okay, wonderful. Now I'm going to go back and educate myself about it. Then I'm going to go to my wife and try to justify it. I'm going to get shot down. Then I'm going to go find a better price and go back to her, and she goes, that sounds a little better. And then that gives me the latitude to go, do you have it in stock? That's the process that we're going through right now. So when you decide what you're going to do with the time that you have available, are you really going to spend a ton of time on crowdsourcing, or is that going to be that one Tuesday morning, 10 minutes, done, on to the next thing? That's probably where you're going to be. Later on in the week is where you're going to get into the other pieces of the puzzle that drive them into the sales funnel. Here's some simple suggestions for keeping yourself on task. Post it on a wall, write it down, do whatever you need to do to keep yourself on task with time and effort for results. Time management is unbelievably important. And that doesn't mean that you get everything done. What that means is whatever you decide to do, whatever metric you say you're chasing, you complete that task. Because I am here in front of you, as sure as this is a real situation. I can tell you, no matter how much pressure you put on somebody, they're not going to get everything done. And what they're going to do is everything. Would you rather have the top funnel or the bottom of the sales funnel? Would you rather have Google share your stuff, or would you rather run an ad? Those are the decisions you're making up here. My suggestion is improve your relationship with Google. Let them do the work. So what do I do to my day? I share it Google first, then share it to social. Yeah, social is branding. Social, in some cases, if you do it right, can actually turn a deal. But that's the exception to the rule, and I'm going to show you the data. Know your low-hanging fruit. My bet is, you've heard of Max Modern? Anybody? Nobody? He made a presentation to the MIC a couple months ago. He has figured out an algorithm to look at your POS data, your sales data, and tell you exactly who's ready to pop and when they're ready to pop. Yeah. How'd it go? Yeah. Yeah. It's an application that you pay for to basically analyze your data and tell you who's ready to buy and what they're ready to buy. I think in the process of understanding where you're spending your money, maybe it's not the right thing to do for most dealerships, but understanding the process that you can go through your own data and have your managers look back and take a look at a history and say, okay, well, hey, this guy's purchased, 20 grand last year in February. Maybe we should reach out to him directly with some offers. That's low-hanging fruit. That's better marketing. Defining your campaign and messaging. How many people here are really clear what they're doing next month? Guess what? Google doesn't know what they're doing next month, and the customers they're reaching doesn't know what you're doing next month. So guess what's going to fail? Next month. Work 60 days in advance. Give Google a chance to work for you. Google will. Now, you don't have to have all the solutions in your marketing plan as far as pricing, offers, but if you know you're going to hit it hard in April with jet skis, build the pages now. Build the justifications why you're the right place to sell the jet skis. Do it now so that your SEO can start working for you 24/7 and saying, guess what, Google? We have a sale coming up January or April 1. Google said, great, got it. I'll start sharing it.
So you're talking about going into Google Council, into the events calendar, posting your event, and then as much data as you have on that event, you would put that in there. So you're going to say on April 16th, we're going to do spring kickstart event. So you'd create an event in Google Council, and you're going to put on there, you're going to do demo rides. You're going to have you're going to have a food cart there. You're going to have manufacturers reps. You're going to have a webinar on, or a seminar on helmet communications. That later, but what he is saying is get those events out there, meet with your department heads and say, all right, what do we want to do in March? Because this is what we should be thinking about right now, is what are we going to do in March, and load that in there, because now Google starts to digest that. Maybe you had some photos from last year's spring event, put some of those in there. I never even thought about this until this last year when we started doing this, is that you got to send this all to Google. And this is all like how we're building this digital foundation on, and he'll get there, but that's how all this SEO starts to really work, is by you building those events. And not only are you doing it for Google, but it really helps your team to start thinking about, hey, we got to start thinking about March, because this is the way I used to do it. March 1st would hit and I'd get my team together and I'd say, okay, what are we doing this month? We're going to do that Kickstart event, or what are we going to do? Anything? How much busier could have we been? So you're planning ahead and you're loading it, and that's what the 60 days in advance is.
Yep.
Yes, Tom.
Always update. Yeah, absolutely. And part of this is not only just directly on Google, which is a very good point, but also creating it on your website, because the two things work together. Google's constantly waiting for information from your website. It's crawling it, which is really the bad way to send information. But for most of you who don't have SEO or good SEO, that's how it works for you. In a good SEO situation, once you build that page, you build a blog describing what's going to happen, your SEO takes that information and starts sending it directly to Google all day long, saying it's pestering them. It's like somebody ringing the doorbell going, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. And that's what's happening with AI. It doesn't sleep. It works 24/7, and it's constantly doing what it's told. So if you tell me this page needs, including creating other pages, including changing the code so that Google understands what it is, including sharing it with Google saying, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. That's what good SEO does. So the sooner you do this, the sooner your SEO or Google, as it crawls your site, will be able to understand what you're trying to communicate. Load them in. Load them in.
Do you ever have to take them down, or does it know that it's already past tense?
It knows the date.
Okay, so you
I mean,
change it up.
it's impossible to take an update down.
Okay.
The calendar you can expunge, but updates just stay there. Yeah. Edit whenever you can. Do it regular. Remember, this is math. This is like we have a date every Tuesday at 2.
The website blog. How many of you actually have had a best practice of going in and creating that prior to this year?
You didn't even have an active one.
No. Does anybody do it right now?
Nor did Got Gear. They didn't have an active one either. And they were paying somebody to actually manage it.
So my perception is that, of a blog, like, oh, we're going to go in there, we're going to type about how we had a great ride this last weekend, and it's only for people who come to my page. And I'm going, anybody coming to my page isn't going to spend time to read this blog. They're going to go right to my inventory. What's the price? What do they have in stock? What color is it? Oh, they got some great pictures. They're going to fill out the what's my trade worth. And I always said, the blog, that's just fluff. I didn't get it that the blog isn't for my customers. The blog is for SEO and for Google. So what he's saying is that when you go in and you create these blogs, you're blogging about a place to ride. You're putting up pictures. You got an event coming up. These are the pictures. all you're doing that for is that relationship with Google. And I had no understanding of that. I just thought it was something that was making me feel good about having it on my site.
Yeah.
Did I hit that right?
Yeah, you hit right on the nail. We created a page, where to ride in Wisconsin for ATVs. Even though there's not a bunch of great places close, Google took that page. It took it to number 2 in the market for anyone that was going through and typing in those key search words. That page would come up and say, here's a page to read on your website.
Yeah. And if they're interested in riding an ATV, oh, Englehart's got some ATVs for sale. I didn't understand that relationship about how those blogs work. So, and then to take it to another level, David says they embed it with SEO, and it's got backlinks, and there's other things that like puts a turbocharger on it that really gets it out there. But I didn't understand the blog. So that's what it says here is the create the content and the blog. And I think our mindset's always been take the pictures of the inventory, get the descriptions up. That's been our mindset, which is still, top level, but there's other levels to this about the blogging.
Yeah. That's set from a campaign structure, meaning what's the most important thing to your sales at the moment? If it is you're at a point where you're trying to move the needle on ATVs or a specific product, if you blog that and create a bunch of backlinks, get rid of. And you said, well, how am I going to do that? Well, let's start creating a couple of blog pages about racing, about where to ride in your area, what product works for that particular track, what tires, suspension, sag, setup, those kinds of things. Embed that into a page, push it out, put backlinks into all the tracks. So if somebody's searching for that track, boom, it comes up. You come up as the information on that 450 Yamaha that's good for that track. So as far as importance, I'd say that's probably number 3 or 4. There's other things that we're going to go through, and I'll show you the order. But it is important because you'll get to a point. Let's say if I can look down the road at Robert's site, there will be a point where we're going to stall when it comes to SEO because the AI has taken 3 or 4 years of structure and done it within 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. And it's all you can do without new information. That would be a point where blogging would probably go to number 2, short of your communicating directly with Google. Because what's going to happen is the AI is going to go out, grab what you just put, and start sharing that like mad because it's new and it needs to get out. You need to have more information than anybody else, meaning where to park, photos of the track, links to their website, how long it takes to get from certain places, those kinds of pieces of information, because Google's always trying to geolocate everything, especially when you're holding a handheld device. So the search results for a mobile device is going to be different than a laptop. Laptops is probably going to look more for serving you information about availability of product and sales. Geolocation is going to say, all right, well, if you're interested in that track, well, let's go find the track and anything about the track. How do I park? Where do I park? What days is it open? Those kinds of things. So if you have that on that blog page and AI's got it, it is definitely going to move very quickly. I never thought we'd get to number 2 because there's a lot of other state-run organizations that have the same information that we link to. But once AI got it.
So when we reach that top and that search impression starts to max out, does that mean our invoice amount comes down too?
Well, we can talk about that later, but no.
What he's saying is he beat flat rate, so he still gets paid for the full time.
I'm telling you the truth of what happens. SEO is like that. You get to a point where you've taken all the code structure you can and improved it. And this has never happened before, because the typical SEO is that Mark sits there behind a computer and just all day long is maybe trying to create pages, some links. He might be able to do 3 or 4 pages a day if he's really good and fast. AI did 3 or 4 pages in minutes. It on your site alone, and Pulse's site, it has 1.4 million instructions happening. And I'll show you the data as we get further down the road into that section. 1.4.8 or 8 million instructions happening every week. How long is it going to take AI to burn through your site? So what's coming, which I didn't really want to address a little bit later on, is AI, what we're working with now, will be able to look at you, your competitor, and your competitor, and say what's going on their websites. What are people searching? I'm going to go out and auto build pages, populating it into your SEO and page structure so we don't burn to the end of the candle. Otherwise, you have to have a room full of people doing this, going, oh, let me create a page. Let me create some content. Because that's what AI and SEO survives on, is content. So what is coming in March is our auto page generation based on your competition and searches.
Let's save that. Drew, how are we doing on time? We've got a lot of chapters to get through.
Yep.
Where are we at? We got 8 minutes left in this chapter. Okay.
Yep. So long story short, very important. Call your mom. Once you get that stuff created, share it to Google. This one to me is super important. Ignore marketing ads. The minute you start doing this stuff, you're going to see every ad pop on. You're going to get this many impressions because you're going to use my new app and you're going to do this and you're going to do that. None of that stuff. Most of it is just 99.9% of it is garbage. It is just marketing. It is just somebody trying to drag revenue from your pocket. You already have the ability to do what these things are doing because you're communicating to Google.
But what if it's your marketing advertising this
Ignore
AI
it.
bot?
I'm not going to be there.
You're not.
I'm not going to be online. I'm not going to share that kind of stuff because it's taken 2 years to gain the trust of this group. If I go online and start sharing this crap and then all of a sudden we're whoring it out to everybody across town, it doesn't benefit anyone in this room to be on our program.
Okay.
Because it's just this, it's like having a football game. If it's raining on the field for him and it's raining on from the other. So you may as well stay with the crappy stuff you have now and just live like that. $100%. This is all content and data driven. At this point, I can call out to Paulson's, and I don't mean to belittle the situation that your website is in or was in, but it was like when we put in the AI to fix his ranking, meaning he was down here below 100 in his own market, in his own name, in his own market. There were other companies from Tacoma and Seattle and down further north that ranked higher in his own name for ranking. The minute we put AI in, he moved from 99th, 100 place to number 1 and number 2.
Thank you.
What happened?
We got customers. Way more leads, way more phone.
What did you tell me the other day? Not to pry too much out of you, but
It was maybe 24 hours, 48 hours. We had a little bit of nice weather too, but the phones started ringing. Like we couldn't answer all the calls. So it was an immediate improvement. And I had another guy, my office sits kind of in front of one of my new sales guys, and I was listening to him, and he asked where the customer heard about us. So I've never been before. We're here. So all I Google quad places near me. And
which, by the way, he ranks number 4 in, not number 1.
6 months ago, he would have found it.
Yeah, they were in the high hundreds as far as ranking position in that key search term. He'll move into number 1 position by the end of February. But I'll show you the data. I'll show you what's coming into his site the moment we put that SEO in. You make your own decision from there.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Okay. Ignore their ads. If you do, source it. If it does sound attractive, it's probably too attractive. If there's a big promise in there, it's probably a big promise it's not going to hold water. So my point is that when you do see these things, trust your numbers. go to your visibility console, go to wherever you get your data, and try to source what they're saying, and see if it really matches up with where you want to be. Go ahead and change it.
So that just last statement, go to your source to look at your number. I didn't have a source. I never had a source. I just had to go by gut. I had to look at the traffic log. I had to look at the campaigns that we just started and said, you know, what are the leads coming in right now? Is that working? Does anybody else have a source? When he said, go to your source and trust your numbers, what do you have for a source that you use to know whether your campaign is working? What do you guys use? Anybody have anything?
Door swings, anyone? Door swings?
So, okay. So Candy says Facebook. What are you looking at on Facebook? Impressions, clicks, the analytics. Okay, good. All right. Anybody else have analytics they're using to see whether a campaign worked or not? Yeah, Tom. Scott. Okay. Google Analytics. Okay. Constant contact. Okay.
I look at the checking account.
Checking account.
That's the ultimate one.
Because you finish a month and it's a disaster. And then what's even worse is you jump on the BOC composite and you look at everybody else and you go, they kicked ass. They had a great month. Oh, what are we doing wrong? Right away, you meet with your general manager and you say, what's going on? Did you look at the traffic log? How are we screwing up? What did we miss? Are we not? Then all of a sudden, who's talking to that guy coming through the door? You just become a freak in the showroom. But when you have all the you guys know this because you can feel it. So when you have the data, and now I'm getting to the point where I have all the data from David on all my ads that I know that I'm in front of the customers, I can sleep a little bit better knowing that this is our contact through the CRM. This is how long it took to touch that customer. This is where we're out there with in front of customers with SEO. It's another piece that helps you check all the boxes at the end of the month and say, you know what, we did everything we could. The fish are just not biting this month. And sometimes it always rebounds the next month. And then all of a sudden I can see that Clinton County had a horrible month. And then I feel better because we got it back.
So when it comes to checking your data, part of it is on obviously understanding your competition. So when we're working with inside of Englehart's sphere of influence, we're looking at Cedar Creek as a baseline for, are they doing well online? Or are they not doing well online? But what I will tell you is, even though Robert said these guys are kicking our ass, when you run the numbers, when you look at their visibility, yeah, they're getting a lot of people to their website. They're getting a lot of people to their website. But when you look at the actual clicks into their site and sales, Jeff is kicking their ass. Last month, they were what, number 1 in Polaris leads?
Yeah, they had the most Polaris leads. Yeah.
Who? You?
No, they were ahead of us in leads. We had more impressions.
More
But we
impressions.
sold more.
Right,
Yeah, we sold.
right,
Our closing ratio was much higher.
right. Which is a testament to what Jeff's doing.
Yeah.
So even though they may not be winning the lead generation and the impressions yet with Cedar Creek, who's much larger area, more dense population, he's doing a better job of closing deals, and he's getting higher quality leads probably than Cedar Creek. So when we understand what key search words they're using, we are now starting to create campaigns to reach people in Milwaukee. And if you have areas that are kicking your rear end and selling into you, that's exactly what we'll do. And that's kind of the next step for you guys, is now that we have all of your brands surrounded as number 1, the next step is to start looking at the number 2, number 3, number 4 areas and reaching out beyond just your sphere of influence of 60 miles and go to the whole state.
It comes from Polaris Analytics. So our Polaris rep will share with us, what they're seeing on their side as far as number of Polaris leads that are coming in, and then what the closing ratio is, because they have our sold count. And then they look at number of web visits we had. They have some analytics on their side that they're sharing now. And the other piece in their analytics suite that I can look at that just came live is that I can look at all the leads we got, and actually if they bought from another dealer, and then how many dealers. person by person, and then I can see how many dealers they contacted also. So when I get a lead on a snowmobile, it'll show that they've contacted 6 other Polaris dealers in there, and it'll say if we won or if they haven't bought yet. So I can start to look at that before I'd have to wait to look at pump in, pump out report. Who's eating my? Yeah, that's available on Dex. Yep, and I can show that when we get time, but. Polaris so far is the most advanced on digital. Been able to show that. I'm pushing BRP to get us some data on that as well. But what I did with David is when we first started looking at some of this, I said, here's who I know that I look up to, because I know these are some of the bigger dealers in the state that are reaching into my Madison market, and it's Cedar Creek was one of them. And so we started to look at what they were doing, and they were on a dealer Spike website as well as we are. And at that time, we were just trying to get our site running, and yet he could see that their site was running at top notch. So, but now we benchmark against them, and it's so fun to see us climbing ahead of them in search results and clicks on it. So that's another piece. Without the eData suite, which is a tool he has, I didn't have any of this to look at to even be able to benchmark against.
Yeah, an aggregator is definitely worth its weight in gold. It's very much like what you do already with TrueTrack. This is not looking at your gross sales numbers and things, but it's looking at where people are, how they're getting into your sales funnel, and at the end of the day, what channels are turning the knob. And that's the key piece, because when you start to optimize your day and you're saying, okay, I've only got an hour, then I've got to go do these other things. What am I going to fill that hour with, and what's going to make the most sense for me at this particular point? And the one thing that dealer groups do is they like to unload a lot of the responsibilities that they have when it comes to their marketing on things like Thumbstopper. They're going to go ahead and post things for you. Hey, if you've got no other option, do it. But guess what? There's no uniqueness between what you do, they do for you, and what they do for somebody across town. So when you look at data, again, it's just about matching up data points. So if that post from Polaris came out and it's the same ad copy and it's the exact same picture and same text, to Google, it's going, well, I don't know the difference between the two, other than one's in Madison and another one's in Milwaukee, or another one's down the street somewhere else. So if you have the ability to get rid of those functions, do it. Do it yourself. Even if you're not the best at creating content, and if you want to see an example, go look at Got Gear. Rob over there has taken it on as his own chore too. At first, he was pretty rugged at it. He's starting to get better, but you start to see his metrics move up the ladder because it's genuine, authentic posts that are photos he's putting together, text he's putting together. It's differentiated from the dealership across town. So unless you get to that point, all you're doing is paying somebody a couple $100 a month to just cook something. And honestly, I don't know that it's really doing you any real good. It may be doing you more damage.
David, are we on module 2 right now, knowing your numbers? Is that where we're at?
That's where we're at.
Okay. Who needs a bathroom break? Should we take 5-10 minutes? Let's take 10 minutes, and at 10:15 we'll jump back in. All right, let's get going. We got a lot to cover.
So I think we're going to back up to execute this, just so we have. Yeah. So I think we're going to back up just a little bit to page 2 in the digital marketing, where there's actually a survey, a little questionnaire. It's got
It's page 4.
page 4. It's got 7 questions on there. And what I really want you to do is just take a moment to answer those questions without looking at the obverse side. And what we're trying to do is gauge your understanding of some of the key terms that we've said already. And by my own admission, I probably should have set this first, because it does set the precedence for what some of these terms actually mean. So what we want to really do is just educate our vocabulary to where we're going to be going here just shortly when we start looking at metrics, but we're going to do it from a very high level. So go ahead and complete that very quickly.
Did you bring candy bars for the top scores? Don't let Chris show you up.
No, but there is a Ferris wheel just down the next plaza over. Maybe we can get you a ride on a Ferris wheel. So Mark, my bet is you're going to get 100% on this quiz.
One of them, it might be a trick question, so I don't know.
Just so you know, these questions on this quiz came from AI. Gart put in this AI bot, create this quiz and the data, and it kicked it out.
I even described you. Put your names in too.
You wouldn't believe what we got from Candy Paulson. It came back with your photo and the whole 9 yards. I think you were on a stand-up jet ski from the mid-90s.
Are you serious?
No.
What?
We can generate that if you want, but I don't.
Never been on a stand-up jet ski in our life.
The old 440s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just on my knees.
You probably sold a few of those in your day. Okay. Let's look at question 1. Page 4. Backside is where the answers really are. But let's look at what does SEO stand for? Search optimization. Of course, that's true by far. Which of the following is the primary goal of content marketing? Anybody have a? Pardon? Building brand awareness. I would say, even though that might be something that is debatable in today's market because of how SEO is working, it is traditionally, brand awareness, but it's actually moving faster forward to moving into bringing people into the sales funnel at the mid-level. So actually that kind of content is actually it's in that precipice of changing because of the way that it's being SEO'd.
As dealers, we want number A, right? A on question 2, immediate sales.
Yeah. Which social media platform is particularly effective for visual marketing in the power sports industry? Anyone?
Instagram. See.
Instagram. How many people got Instagram? Okay. Be aware there's an age limitation, all of these things. So in the process of planning which one you're going to go to, if you're doing Instagram and you're trying to reach me, you missed the mark. And it's really just because of my age more than anything.
So what would you do if you want?
That we'll go through that in campaign setup. But to answer that question really quickly, understand the age that I am and pair me up with the right product. Age brings a cage.
What about one of these answers here? Is that your trick question?
Pardon, is that a trick question? Which one?
Yeah. Question 3 is the trick question.
No, it's not a trick question. It's just unfortunately AI didn't really understand the evaluation of age in that model.
So what would you rate Instagram as for age target market?
What do you think?
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Primarily, you're going to have your millennial, which is my range, so you're 30 to 45 or whatever, and then you'll have Gen Z a little bit, but once you go a little bit lower than that, they're going on TikTok and other ventures, so that's a whole other social. And then there's YouTube Shorts, which that's also, YouTube's been around forever, but YouTube now is where it's capturing a very vast range of ages, but it's now the new hip thing again.
Yeah. Well, to her point, it is definitely age based. When you look at volume of people by age, Instagram is definitely not the male 40 plus. There's still users there, but the majority of them are going to be on the Meta Facebook platform or YouTube. And YouTube is a very big turner for the 35, 40 plus.
I think the point of question 3, though, when you look at those, I mean, LinkedIn and Twitter are more digital. It's more stuff you read. And I don't even know what's on Reddit, but Instagram is going to be your.
Everything's on Reddit.
Is it?
It is.
Wow.
It is a garbage land of information. It's just, you want something weird, go to Reddit.
All right.
Email marketing is no longer effective to reaching potential customers. Anyone have an experience with that? Email marketing. False. Yeah, absolutely. It is a much lower return than other things, but they're further down the sales funnel. If they're going to respond to, which most of you do, PSM model of some sort where you're just sharing a blowout pricing on something, make sure that it is blowout pricing. Otherwise, they're going to ignore it. They'll just say, well, unless it's a new model that nobody else has. But the reality is when they get it in their email box, and we'll go through that part of it a little bit, make sure that it has readable text and that it is priced really, really well. Affiliate marketing. Anybody have an opinion on what's the key benefit of using video marketing in power sports business? I mean, I think we all have a perception, I think, that's similar, but yeah. Using video, do you think that's going to turn the knob? What's it going to do? Have you ever experienced the death scroll? Do you know what that is? The death scroll is when you go onto a platform that has video and there's just short videos and you just sit there and go, oh, give me the next one. Oh, give me the next one. Give me the next one. And a half hour has gone by. That's the death scroll. Did it deliver you a client? Probably not. Was it funny? Yeah. Was it good branding? Absolutely. So is it effective from a standpoint of firing dopamine? Yeah. If you're following the model that Engelhart is doing, I'll show you their numbers later. It is working and it is definitely sending their brand through the roof. So that is a good thing. It's like running a newspaper ad. It's like anything else that's branding related. It is definitely implementing that. SEO is not important to motorsports or power sports business with physical locations. So all of you, I'm sure, at one point have dabbled with SEO. Do you think it is important for you as a brick and mortar? Yeah. Your website is like a showroom that somebody walks into. And the minute you flip your thinking, you engage people that are on your website. And then after this, I are going to talk a little bit about live chat and the ability to actually reach people while they're on your site, not waiting for them to reach you. That is now a new way of engaging somebody that's in your showroom, because that website, that SEO that drove somebody to your website, is how we are now looking at a sales floor. So if you just sit there actively and wait for somebody to do a form fill, that's old school. We're now engaging people while they're on the site.
10 years ago in this room, we'd always talked about moving our dealership location to the dream location, which would have been high traffic on an interstate and on, on some bypass where they could get on and off really easy. And, we were all talking about how much would we spend to get into that position? How would it affect our overall traffic to our dealership? This is kind of what SEO is now in my mind. I'm confident that we could take our dealership and plant it in the middle of a farm field 20 miles from Madison, and we could do just as much business, if not more, than having to have somebody drive through the craziness of downtown Madison to get to our dealership. So my opinion is SEO now is more important than your visibility near the interstate.
Yep. Influencer marketing. Anybody have an opinion on that one?
Great. I just rolled out a local rider program. We've got 3 of the top local pros. We have different tiers that we offer. We're not giving them any money. It's just a different way of having a market. I have them. They can only stay in the program as long as they're communicating back their results. And anytime they're coming to the shop, they're posting a story, they're tagging us, they're getting that engagement from their accounts. Organic, so to speak, way of getting people to show their friends, hey, I go there, this is where I shop for my
That is crowdsourcing at its finest. You're leveraging those that are already in the community. You're leveraging their brand. You're leveraging their likeness, and you're doing it without paying them anything. That is something to be written up on a wall somewhere. That is amazing. That is definitely. Most people think of influencers like, oh, I'm going to hire Jay-Z to sing a song at my dealership. That doesn't do anything. That has community presence. That's amazing. Online PR, public marketing. Wow, if somebody approaches you with that one, unless you're attaching yourself to major events and you're really willing to work it from a sales standpoint, I'd say that that's at the bottom of the list of important things that we need to pay attention to at this point. We have so many other things to cover. I just think that's just AI needs to take a back seat on that one. Which of the following marketing channels is best for engaging directly with customers in real time? Television commercials, print advertising, live chat, social media platforms, or billboards? Cut to the chase. Television, that's straight up branding, but you're going to do it in relevant programming like Supercross. That might not be a bad thing for your market. But then again, if it's not the right time of the year for dirt bike sales, then consider that just a duty to support racing. But that's not a great way to spend money. Print advertising, if it's so outdated and it's really expensive, it always has been. So I think I'd put that on a to-do list whenever, maybe never. Live chat and social media platforms, an absolute must. If you're not engaging the community, you're being forgotten. And it is really one way to attach yourself to the community with the idea that you're there to support the community. And it has to be authentic. If it's not authentic, they'll see right through it. If you create an ad saying we're a proud sponsor of this or Boys and Girls Club, but the back chatter is that you're there just to sell a product, don't go. Don't do it. Because they see right through it and it just gets back to the community. Be the giver when it makes sense, but don't do it when you're expecting something from it, because the community is going to see that, and It's just a wrong way to go about it. Any question from any of these particular 7 questions? And then I just really wanted to go back and touch 2 other things. When I said POS, and we were talking about data, where you're checking your POS or POS data, that is data about your customers. So one of the things that you can do today on your own is you can run reports from your data, from your customers, from your POS system to heat map it. And what that's going to heat map that data, it's going to show you graphically where your customers are. So you can, when I did that for Paulson's, we started looking at, gosh, there's so many communities out there that you're not even serving. And there's others that you're so dense because you can see that 20 people on that street have all purchased from Paulson's. But then there's 10 other streets around there that nobody owns a Paulson's product. So that's a problem. Those identify areas that you need to step up and go, okay, that's where money comes from. We talked about SEO, search engine optimization. That is structural data, how we take web pages, images, text, and we share it directly with Google and say, here's what that is. That's optimizing that communication back and forth from the website to Google. So clearly, if we want to move Google to share us and our information and your information about your dealership, we have to have great structure. And I'll relate this to, very quickly, this is Google knocking on the door of your house, opening the door, saying, I know where the kitchen is. Here's the kitchen. Opening another door to the refrigerator and saying, I know where the refrigerator is. And looking at the milk shelf, the cheese shelf, the meat shelf. And it knows where everything is inside of your home. When you get to the point when your structure is the same on all pages and it meets Google's structure for sharing information, Google now knows how to come into your house, open up the door, go into the kitchen, open up the refrigerator, and understand what's on the meat shelf. That's the level of SEO and structure that is a great relationship where Google says, there's no effort for me to have to go run around inside your house to find out where the kitchen is. That's what a poor website does for you. Poor structure means a poor relationship with Google. So SEO, in many senses, fixes that relationship if it's done where you can change the structure of the website pages and the code. So that's a scary piece, but we've solved that issue, and we'll go through that later.
Okay, I got a question. So POS is point of sale. That's your dealer management system, whether it's Z or it's Evo, Lightspeed, whatever you're using. I know in Lightspeed at the end of the month, I like to pull up the parts analytics or the invoice statistics, and I look at that, and it'll list your top 100 parts customers by zip code. And that's something that I would be interested in you guys sharing, that if you have reports in your system that you look at monthly on your customers, where they came from, even if you're using a CRM tool that you have analytics or data that you're looking at, write a quick little paragraph on it with a link or a snapshot of what that report is and send it to the group so we kind of know what you're using for that point of sale statistics. And if we're not, and this is something that's on your to-do list next month or when you get back, please start to share with us so we can look at that'll help remind you, hey, this data is what we have. When I think about it, our parts sales have been slipping. They're on this consistent decline. And what goes through my mind is, are we losing all this business to e-com, that my customers? But another part hit me and go, I've been doing so much digital marketing on all these platforms like Cycle Trader and Marketplace. Well, what does that do? It drives business to us for whole goods, our units. But what have I been doing to get top of mind awareness for parts and service? Scott.
working on trying to get other stores to do it, but like, she's doing a phenomenal job of it.
Is it mainly high dollar?
No, she'll go put a helmet out there. She made a helmet special. We bought some helmets at Parsons for $150 or something for $100, and she's going to put those on there. Old stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are actually doing the same thing. So I've actually seen it live traffic in our store in Foxborough. So I was in the showroom the other day. We had a stack of HVAC helmets that were listed on Marketplace. I asked the guy, I said, "Oh, how did you hear about these?" "Oh, Facebook Marketplace." Another guy from Facebook Marketplace. So it's funny.
Yeah.
Is it true that you can only use Facebook Marketplace? You can't list it through your business, you have to use this.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's about to change, just so you know. There will be a paid relationship coming.
Okay, want to check your notes for module 1, and you have a page that if it's empty, hopefully you can take some notes, because my key takeaways that I want you to leave here with on this module 1 is we talked about the Google Council. It is so important that you review yours and you start to, if you haven't looked at it in a couple years, you're going to see all these blank spots in there that you didn't know that they've got now segmented categories about our products specifically, that you're a scooter servicing dealer or that you're a motorcycle. At one time, we had to, when we first signed up for it, it was auto dealers, and we never changed it. So we were listed under auto dealers. So review your council, number 1. Number 2, yeah, Google My Business. And then number 2, make sure you're getting your photos up there and your events, and you're plugging as much in there as you can about your dealership. The other one in there is about the markets you service. When we first did it, we just put Madison, Wisconsin. Well, wait a minute. So we started loading all these other cities that we service. So we were putting in Milwaukee, Rockford. We just started tagging all those. So we kind of built all that out as well. So make sure you put some effort into that when you get back. Then number 2, what we talked about was the blogs on your website. It's not you bragging about what you did. It's about you feeding this content to SEO and to Google so that they start to serve you up. That first screenshot he showed was how Google now is the new relationship that we have to focus on versus this customer and trying to get our information in front of the customer. We get it in front of Google, and then Google will get it out to in front of the customer. Who else had notes on that first chapter that I didn't hit on? Yeah.
Yeah, I will send you from this. We're going to send this full transcript to AI to translate into text. Like I send you, it'll be summarized for that. So it gives you all the bullet points, and it will give you the to-do list action items for each section. So even if you didn't glean all the notes that I was responsible to get you, it will come to you in an email, in a PDF with all of those things outlined for you so that you can use those as action items and remember what happened in the conference itself. So even though we may have blazed through things, you will get a complete summary and then total text that you can use and chop up for your own use. I did want to go back through what an aggregator is. By mistake. Most people may not understand what an aggregator is. It's like taking information from Google, from Facebook, from Instagram, from your email programs, all of that data coming into one place so we can look at it to see what's actually turning the knob. So the important piece is when you look over here and it shows you what exactly is turning the knob. How many people are coming from social? How many people are coming from paid social? How many people are coming from organic searches or paid searches? Now, this particular one from Engelhart is a summary of all the things that are out there. In this particular one, this showed a 7% lift. There are certain pieces here like paid search or referrals or display, which those metrics are actually down. But when you look at organic, it's up. When you're looking at the things we can control as a team, they're up. Well, this is our eData suite. It's the aggregator. It pulls all of that information into one place so that you can see it day by day. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there really aren't other aggregators that are as complete as this. We've set this up as a way to anyone on your team can go in at any time and look at campaign results. They can see, what is my Facebook doing? What's this doing? What's that doing? So they can make decisions on whether to use that campaign again or that channel again. Now, I was telling you that Engelhart is very different from most. Typically speaking, organic is your number one lead generator by far, and it's usually 2 to 3 times more than anything else. Their team is so good at social, paid social, that they're actually driving more people into the site through paid social. That is not the norm. That is typically not the norm. There is another metric on here that I didn't show you. I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but there's a way to look at this and say, of those 6,000 people, how many of them bounced out? Typically, that means that somebody went to social, they saw the ad or the video, and then they came to the site, and then 3 seconds later, they're gone. Well, it counted they came to the site, but did they do anything meaningful? Most of the time with paid social, it's usually a 50 to 60% bounce rate. So that real number really is somewhere around 3,000. With the console, you're able to see the real terms of what's really happening and the backstory to really understand whether or not that social is doing something for you. I would say in their team, it is definitely doing something for them. They're definitely using it as good branding.
Annette's question was, where do you get this? And this is one of the products we get from David's team, and we pay a monthly fee for him to be our marketing coach, honestly. And we have access to this data, but it's hard for me to translate. I'm getting better at it, but we use it in our monthly meetings with our managers. He helps us review what we did last month. He's taken over all of our email blasts to our customers too. So we look at the data on that, on the open rates, and he does a lot of comparisons for us. But it is a tool, and without that tool, I wouldn't have this knowledge to know, or if he just said, here, I'll turn it on for you, it's $200 a month. I couldn't read all this either. So all of the different tools he helps us in a monthly marketing meeting to help us push and turn the knobs and get us to where we're at, and gives us clear guidance for each manager on what we need to do. So that's it in a nutshell.
I'm sure, Chris?
Who is David? Can I help you guys with that just a little bit?
Yeah.
That'll take 2 seconds, 2 minutes.
Mike?
I think most of you know my core business is a McDonald's franchisee. 7 years ago, I saw a billboard on Wanted. I called the number, and it was David's number. David has been a full-service marketing agency for 3 decades or more. He's run television stations. There's nothing in the digital marketing world that David hasn't done. That day when I called him on the billboard, I found out that he was a lifetime motorcycle enthusiast, and I had just making one of the biggest mistakes of my life by purchasing a motorsports dealership. And I told him I didn't know what I was doing, and would he come up and spend some time with me? So for the next year, we got pretty cozy, and I realized that the motorsports business is far more complicated than the food business. And David wrote eData Suites, I don't know, many years ago. And it was obvious to me immediately that his ability agencies have been talking about digital in McDonald's for 15 years, but no one really knew how to apply it. So when I met David, and he was able to use his agency tools and show me how ineffective my lead venture, am I saying it right? My lead venture products that I was paying subscriptions for were actually in the way of me, my business, and the customer. So I think I've shared a story in Dallas that I pulled out the lead venture guys, and it went downhill from there. They put David on the phone. They couldn't answer his questions. And It started a long journey. So I just want you all to understand that David is a full service agency marketing guy with a passion for motorsports, and the only agency guy I've ever met that knows digital as a savant, a digital savant. So I hope that helps kind of understand why he's sitting up here today. And he's been digging in deep with Robert and the Paulsons, I think Raymond and others. And I know that if you want a full service experienced marketing agency that has experience with motorsports, good luck. Good luck with that search.
Thanks, Chris.
You know, the other piece to that too is the more he works with us in this room, especially if you jump on board with the email campaigns, you're not dealing with some marketing company that doesn't understand power sports. He's already going to have a lot of the digital assets from our stuff, from BRP, Polaris, CF Moto. So a lot of the formats that we use, we could share because we're not in the same markets. And so the more time we work together on like doing email campaigns, the more we can share it, the more turnkey it'll be. So there's actually some efficiency in it.
Part of creating the campaigns is creating something to look at and something that is engaging, along with the idea that people can get a quick snapshot of what's on sale, where it is, creating things that are eye-catching enough that when you put it into an email campaign, people are clicking on it, trying to figure out whether or not that's the right thing for them. We do know that creative, especially in email campaigns, is the defining line on whether somebody will actually engage with you.
The email that we were using prior to that was through Power Sports Marketing. We were using their turnkey, and it was so cookie cutter and so generic looking. And of course, my competition, Cedar Creek, will bring them up again. Their email campaigns were just kick ass. And I was just like, these things suck, are the ones we have. And then one of the things that David noticed, he goes, your page looks kind of stale. Your branding, your logo looks old. So he even helped us update our logo. He did all the creative on that was our Christmas sale. And now my competition is sending me notes. Hey, I see you guys updated your logo. That looks great. And I've never put in our email a note from the owner, and that's what David says. Well, let's do a note from the owner in there. And I even had customers call me, and longtime customers that know me, like, hey, I see you were in the newsletter, and it's so he's pushed me out of a comfort level. And our team has really stepped up, and they like the content that's in these emails.
Yeah.
We're on the exact same path. Yeah. We have competitors in our market that are their email marketing is they have a dedicated marketing team that clearly spends 40 hours a week cooking these things up. So I think you're working on one for us right now.
And we're getting all the templates built.
Yep. So we're moving the same direction.
Yeah.
It's the same story.
So to roll back to Google, how many of you have been into Google to make changes to your Google My Business profile? How was last time? What did you do? Right. Okay. Okay. We'll run some numbers on your stuff to see what it looks like. What'd you do? Yeah, a picture. Okay. This is the results of what you should expect. Got Gear in July restructured their Google My Business profile. It's almost doubled the amount of impressions over time. But you can see graphically there the difference in just restructuring your data. Up 192%. Is that going to have an effect? My bet is it's gonna, because what that says, I'm Google, you're searching. I go, I know these guys got gear. Here's their information. Do you like it? You click on the link and it goes, that's a vote for Got Gear. That's what happens when you restructure right there. And that's adding categories, products, updated information on your market, updating your photos, and updating the Google console as much as you can with new information. They still have a lot more work to do internally with their staff to get them to do this regularly. But just those simple changes have made a dramatic impression on Google. That's what it all boils down to right there. Until you see that kind of shift, you're not doing it right. And we're not really doing everything right. We're doing 60% of it right. If they had somebody on staff that would take 10 minutes a day to upload a photo every Tuesday at 2, guess what? Google's going, I like that. That's our lunch date, Tuesday at 2. I'm going to get a new photo every week of something sitting on the floor. So I just wanted to back up and show you why that is so important and why I hammer it home when it comes to Google.
Does it hurt to do it at random days and times?
Okay, you're an analytical guy, right? You have spreadsheets. You understand setting up equations. This is all math. This is not a human sitting there going, well, I feel I have a moment, I'm going to go view something. If you're going to do it, try to set up a routine as close as much as you can, because it is something that learns your pattern. It understands when the information is going to be delivered, and then it decides what to do with that. So, no, unfortunately not. But the idea is this is a free tool. So if you just said the first 10 minutes of my day on Tuesday was to post something, Google's going to love that. Then we can work on, I can send you some to-dos on how to restructure the console so that Google likes what you're doing, and you'll see the same kind of results as what Got Gear is doing. Okay.
So on this module 2, David, you got one of your top bullet points is knowing your numbers, and then number 2, setting goals and objectives. Could you, for the people in the room that are not using your product, can you give them a benchmark of where they're at currently as of like January of 2025, so that as they start to tweak things even on their own, they can get a better look at that? And then if they decide that they want to dig in and dig deeper with you, that at least they've got benchmarks that they can compare to?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I can send everybody full reports, an audit on their site, which we all know there's issues, so that's going to be nothing surprising there. But I can send you where you are with visibility and how you stack up to your competition. So be happy to do that for you. So at least gives you a benchmark of where you are, and then as you move forward, we can run it again, at the next meeting, and then you can kind of see if things have moved, one way or another.
How long does that tool take to do that? Is there any chance you could
I
have
could do it
that?
this week.
Could you have it to us by Tuesday afternoon so everybody could see how they benchmark against their competition?
Yep.
Is everybody ready to see that? Made me sick when I first
So
saw it.
this is what I show. This is what I showed Robert. See that red line? That's Robert's heartbeat. That's his heartbeat in the market.
See that green line? That's Cedar Creek kicking my ass.
This is Cedar Creek going, I've eaten your lunch.
In a nutshell, they hired a person like a David Gotti 2 years ago, and that's how much further ahead they were than us on figuring things out. They figured out how to correct their Dealer Spike website, and somebody on Dealer Spike, they had a different team helping them on the back end than what we had, and somebody helped them figure out some of their broken parts. And number 2, they figured out all of the blogging and how to optimize their pages, and then all the backlinks. There's a lot of stuff in SEO that he hasn't covered yet, but they figured all this out 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's taken them almost 5 years to reach that point. And it was a stair step because it's all been done manually, SEO and blogs, SEO and blogs, SEO and blogs, and backlinks.
I even get UTV videos from Cedar Creek popping up on my stuff where no talking, no editing, no nothing. It's just a walk around video with the same sound, it's not even really music playing on it, but you get a full walk around, open up doors on buggies, and you get to see that.
So they're reaching you hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's on stuff I'm searching. Stuff gets
Yeah. I will tell you that your website is bombing his. And how far away are you guys from each other? Meaning when we do searching and we look at problems in SEO for him, his website is a problem right now. Meaning his website is starting to come up in the search engine rankings alongside of him from 600 miles away. So he started on the SEO in November. His is on a rocket ship right now as far as ranking and starting to come up in the order of moving 80 positions to number 2 or number 1. And he's on the same path and journey that those guys are on. The reason I showed this is that even though this is how many searchers are coming to his website, and it was just falling and falling and falling. Once we hit the mark where we're looking at 6,000 individuals coming in, the updated data, we're starting to see this dip here from Cedar Creek. Guess where those searchers are going? To Robert. That's what we want to see. Now, the good news is that Jeff is a lot better at selling than Cedar Creek. So the 6,000 individuals he's got coming through organic, he's doing a better job than they are with 20,000 people going in. If Jeff had 20,000 people going in, he'd be really killing it because he's much better at his business than they are.
Wouldn't it be awesome if you had this data and you could tell players, you need to set profiles based off of how many impressions we're getting, and you guys need to drive. And if you can't drive the impressions, then don't expect us to take the inventory. Wouldn't that be a fun conversation?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. The plan for every dealer, or the turnkey marketing that BRP makes you take, or you don't get certified. Same thing with Polaris. You don't get the 75-25 co-op unless you're signing up for them. But the problem is they're applying a turnkey solution to all dealers, and they're not making you stand out amongst your competition. When I asked Polaris, well, show me where your SEM, your paid advertising for Google is going. Is it only in my PMA, or is it surrounding my dealership that's outside of my PMA? I can never really get a straight answer on that. So I don't even know really where that paid is going. And so you start to look at it and say, well, would I rather put that into, with David's team, where I know I can go and target other Polaris dealers who are eating my lunch, and versus giving it to PFED.
Is it okay if I talk about the relationship a little bit about with Polaris on SEO?
Sure.
Yeah. They've been watching what we've been doing. And part of, I think, the reason why they're watching the SEO for Robert's site is that they have a team of people that we've submitted over the last year information about the condition of websites, SEO marketing for motorsports. We're very hesitant to agree that it's an issue. Eventually it did come through, is that they acknowledged that, yes, there's problems. And we'll take our size 12 foot and try to fix the issue. But literally, I don't really think much has been done. But to the point, his website and his presence is starting to elevate beyond their own from Polaris. So when we got a phone call from their head of the SEO at Polaris, he was very quiet on the phone, but his comment was, "What are you doing?" Because this is not typically possible, because remember, your websites now are Dealer Spike, ARI, Lead Venture, DX1. They will not let teams like me in to manage the SEO, the structure of the site, the speed of the site, all the things that Chris went through for the last 3 years. They won't let you do that. When Drew and I teamed up in his world of engineering and automation, we sat down and brainstormed and said, how can we fix this issue? Part of it is they won't let us in. So how do we get in? Well, do we send them a virus through an email and say we're going to open up their servers and walk in? Or do we politely say, place this piece of code that you don't know what it is onto the site? That piece of code goes, I'm in. Hey, Drew, come affect me. Come see this portal. Come see what you can do. So guess what we can do now? We can do it on your site. We're doing it on your site. We're doing it on your site. We are in adjusting code level information from DealerSpike, from ARI, from DX1 without them knowing it. Do not share this with Can-Am. Do not share this with Polaris. Do not share this with DX1. The minute they find out that's what we're doing, that we're beating the game, they turn it off. I don't think they're going to turn it off because the last thing we want to do is lose you as a customer or use you as a customer. But as we all know, the Paulsons are sitting here going, I can't get support. Dusty, you guys are sitting there going, we can't get support. So what's our option? So we have the fix at this point to go in, do what needs to be done to the site, create the right SEO, create the right structure, fix the speed. In Chris's site, we had a little over close to 30,000 errors and warnings. He's down to 1,100.
The team at DealerSpike, we were on a conference call with them every month, and my rep Marco, I said, Marco, does your team start to roll their eyes when they're getting more emails from David? And he says, honestly, no. He goes, they're all excited to see what he's figured out. So what it came back to us was that the people that are working on your sites behind the scenes to make your SEO work and make your sites work, they're like C technicians. They're hiring all these people, but they don't have the knowledge, and they're just doing what they're told to do. And they're actually learning more from what David was telling them was broken in code and what to fix than they even knew what to fix. So now they're probably really blowing their minds because he's no longer telling them to fix this or fix that. Yes, he's got some things that we need to update, but now that you've embedded the turbo and all of a sudden these numbers are going through the roof, now Polaris is seeing it and they're like, what is going on with their, because I've been beating them over the head saying, your preferred vendor, who is Lead Venture, who provides DealerSpike, DX1, they suck. And you talk about driving customers to the Polaris brand, get your partners to perform. And once they put their eyes on it, they could see how bad it was. And so they started putting pressure on them. Well, I don't think they can rebuild the ship overnight and fix a whole platform, but we figured out how to do it. And now they're really curious on what we did. And that's what we're saying is I don't want to share that. I want it to be something that our group can have as an advantage over our competition. And the more we work together, the more we're going to beat up our dealers in our state that we're competing against.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the reality is if everybody has this, you may as well stay where you are now. You may as well keep doing what you're doing. What we need to do is separate ourselves from the herd. And to the point of Got Gear, when we ran the numbers and we ran search rankings on what key search words are affecting their market, in history, you've never shown up. Now you're crawling all over his back door, 600 miles away. So what has happened is that when we initially went in, the program is we look at your site, we look at your brand name and go, we need to make your brand name number one in every combination of your product and your brand name. Once those are number one, we can move out a little bit further and start saying, okay, now let's address your brand name with Honda, your brand name with Yamaha 450, your product level. This AI, the difference between traditional SEO and AI, and I know I'm jumping way ahead of myself here on the scale, but for you, I think what really makes the difference is that we can search out a KTM 450 SX. Typically speaking, that's how people search. You know what you're looking for. You know what you're looking for. You sit down and go, I'm Miller. They carry that brand. Here's the information. Here's the link. Go to it. AI goes, I go further. I know it's available. I know what warehouse is in. I know what the price is. I know what the MSRP is. I know the description, and I know who has it. I'm going to serve you a link to that page, to that product. That's product level SEO. Not just page level. Big difference. Sorry.
This might be a little bit off topic, but kind of going along some of the stuff is I'm thinking about doing some competitive conquest with my dealers or my competitive dealers. So Rob's
Mies?
not,
Yeah.
Mies
Mies,
might be
yeah,
one of them.
that's
I don't want Mies to know what might happen, but I'm
Mies
trying to
is your Cedar Creek for me.
yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to just like, and they own us in our backyard, especially in Elk River. You guys know where Elk River is, and what I'm trying to figure out is like, so I've talked with this other company where if a customer doesn't do a Google search, they go to Mises website and they search an inventory. Next time they go to any other site, it tracks them and shows them my ad with my inventory. And I don't know if that's value or not, but like, I'm trying to think of like, I spent money. And is that worth it or not? Or
What I think David's
And I
trying to
don't
say
know.
is let's get you in front of Mies before they
Well,
get Mies.
that's what I'm wondering exactly.
Yeah.
And-
It's a short-term fix. Ads have always
yeah.
Let's talk about root problem. Root problem is they went directly to users.
Correct. Yes.
They know their brand.
Yes. That's been there much longer than us, and there's other problems, but yeah.
My Google business and making the mention of Google better is gonna it's gonna take time to change the perception of people.
Yeah.
But fixing it in Google first is really gonna change that for the long term. But that's really your root problem. So paying for those clicks
Is a
might
waste of
give you a
money.
little bit here, but you gotta address the root, which is that perception of.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so
You're right. It's actually what the problem is.
so to unpack there, so that there's a root problem. There's a fix for getting into your website, and that's paying for someone for a link if they left their website. But and that may turn the dial a little bit here for right now. But your root problem is brand perception. So there's a reason why that customer went directly to that website. They don't have that brand understanding that you're there. Changing the knobs with Google directly to get in front of the customers first when someone doesn't have that brand loyalty yet to another power sports dealer is really what's important for the long term.
That's a
if you fix Google and you still have this issue, then it's time to look at more aggressive things like doing true SEO campaigns to knock on somebody's back door and say that they're a better place to go.
I know.
And if it's Mies, you can create SEO campaigns around Mies all day long. So, and that's probably the better way to go and a more effective way to cover that issue. If it's a short-term fix, maybe try it. But again, it's an ad spend. I hate ad spends.
I had the same thought process. You convinced me, let's fix the Google first, and you can see it start coming up, and then show it, and our sell in, sell out will have layers that are big.
Yeah. He's so far ahead in SEO for his brand and the brands he carries for Jackson in his area that we now have to widen the net to all of Mississippi. And that's why we're starting to stomp on your territory, is that there's a blurred line for Google as far as how far am I going to go out with these searches. So to his point, when he was talking about how do I solve this issue of being number one in those key search terms, it was really all about restructuring Google at the start. So Google says, I have a better place for you to go. They're closer, they're geolocated, I know who they are, I know their information. That was step one. Now that the SEO is in place, it now goes even further and we're able to target specific communities and districts and areas, kind of like an ad. But I'm not a fan of the one thing about ad spend, it's not permanent.
No.
The minute you do SEO and you say, this is my territory and I'm number one, as long as you maintain that content, you now are going to be number one in that area without having to restructure your time to do that. Whereas with ad, it's come and gone. No permanence to it. So inefficiency of dollars, I would have a hard time having a conversation with anyone who said that was the right thing to do in a long-term situation, for sure.
All right, we got to stay on track here. You know, kind of to wrap, module tool is setting your goals and objectives and knowing your numbers. And I think we kind of touch base on that. You got to kind of know where your benchmark is right now. So as you start to develop your marketing plan for this year, how do you benchmark against that? I want to jump in module 3, which is creating a marketing plan, because SEO is just one part of it. And what Scott brought up is, when should we pay for something to go after another part of the business? Where should we be at on Cycle Trader? Where should we be at on Marketplace? Where should we be on email blasts, having an event at our store? Because it's a full blend of all of this. We don't walk away from all of it. And so let's get this conversation going about how do we blend digital into, if we look at page 9, we got social media marketing, we got content marketing, we have email marketing, SEO, SEM, AI SEO, and then optimizing your website. Can we dive into that?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and turn this back on. I'm going to go right back to the aggregator, the place where it pulls all that information in. When you look at this and say, am I doing a good job with email marketing, and the numbers just aren't there, or the paid shopping or organic and those numbers are not great, then you need to focus on that area. It sounds great to say that I'm just going to run campaigns because I think that's what I need to do. But until you see the data, you might be in a really good place. What surprised me about this is when we start planning campaigns, when we're working with Robert's team, they're doing a lot of things independently. They've got it. They're starting to move in their own way. It surprised me to see paid social at such a large number. And I would have never advised them to do that, because typically speaking, it's a very low return. 50, 60% of the people bounce out. It's not something I would do. How does that relate to campaigns? You start with knowing your numbers first. What am I weak in? Go look at your competition, see what they're strong in, and either follow their lead or find your own path based on what you know about yourself as far as visibility numbers and what your competition is doing in your market share. So if your market share is Cedar Creek, and we start to follow all of their key search words, we start to see the volume of people going to their website, we say, oh my gosh, they're just kicking our rear end when it comes to, let's say it's Polaris Mavericks, and it's just something you just don't really have an effort in selling, but you have them on the floor. Nobody wants the sports side-by-sides, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I look at that as an opportunity. You look at that, and Jeff looks at that as like nobody's going to buy it. I look at your Honda sales, and I think that is low-hanging fruit. I look at your Yamaha dirt bike sales. I look at that as low-hanging fruit. Two ways. When I start looking at what's coming into the site, what brands are being sold, or which ones are being searched, be what you guys specifically emphasize in sales. But as Chris knows, and I know, that if they've got a dirt bike in the garage, in all likelihood, they have a quad, they have a street bike, they've got something with a cage on it. So if you're looking at marketing as what should I do, and you know your numbers, and you know that you're really soft on Honda numbers or Yamaha numbers, crush the market with some blowouts with the things that you say aren't going to sell, but you're getting a new customer. You're introducing them to the brands inside your store. You've now gained something that was Milwaukee or 2 towns over in Kwame. So why not use that as an opportunity to introduce the brand you say that's not moving on the floor, because you're not making an effort to engage the market with that, to bring them in.
So you need the data to build the marketing plan.
Yeah, that's really the whole point, is that when you start looking at what's turning the knob, if social's not turning the knob, and we start looking at what your competitors are putting out there, and we know that they're kicking your rear end in sales and they're selling in, based on those numbers, to say that venture, whatever it is that somebody's kicking your rear end on, we can get it out there on the website. We can do some campaigns through Google to let people know that that's here. It's at a better price. We've got a better experience all the way around. That defining factor for 2025 will be service. It will be who is looking for service and where are they going to go. Because let's face it, department, anything. As a customer, not being an owner of a store, I don't trust any of them. I've taken them to several different places when I had Honda products, and they either came back with scratches, they came back dirty. I drive by the dealership and I see it sitting out back in the rain and it's dirty. That's not a perception I want for how my product is going to be handled. You change that perception of your internal business and service to be it's a white glove experience. Hey, I'm in. You just told me you're going to take care of my baby. And that's what it is to me. To you, it's just a product and a number and a something on a balance sheet. But to me, that's my pride and joy.
How does
That's why
that
I buy
tie
it.
into the marketing plan?
How this ties in is when you're sitting there creating a marketing plan, you look at your numbers, you know what you're deficient in, you know what your competition's good in, and you go after your competition and you go after what you're not good in. And how that ties into just really understanding the process of creating the marketing plan is as you do know your numbers, it's going to tell you exactly where to go. And once you've decided that, once you've decided your relevant data goals, meaning I'm soft on ATVs on Honda, I look at the market, my competition, who they are, I create a campaign to go after their customer. Because 2025 is going to be about stealing from your next door neighbor. We're going to run into their backyard, we're going to take their swing set. That's what this is all going to be about. So until you understand what you need to steal and who they are and where they are, you can't create a campaign. You're just telling your marketing person, hey, I need a door swing. I'm like, okay, what should I put up there? We've got some Hondas to sell. That's not as effective as it would be if you knew competition was doing it and at what volume and at what price point and who's buying it. So the data really reveals your goal. So you're picking a product, you're looking at the relevant searches in your market. So who has a question about their market as far as data? Does anyone actually know what the top product and model is in their market that's being searched? Does anybody know from their book of business, from their store, what products are most searched in their market? Exactly. Where did you get that? That is a key search term that had more high volume than anything else in the Mississippi market.
And you look
Something
at that,
about your
and
area.
the
that
numbers
they love
of those that are sold is so small. Why is there such a large search on it?
So there's a market for it because where my mind is at, if the volume of searches tells me that there's 20, 30,000 searches a month for a key search term, guess what? I'm dropping what I'm doing over here and I'm going to go chase those 20,000 searches. Yeah, they had some financing and some things like that. Yeah. Yeah. So some of that could have been generated by the corporate need to sell products. So they're pushing stuff out to create sales. But to know that also tells you what you should be putting into your blog, what you're sending to your team marketers saying, I need to push this particular product. Let's get a campaign together for it. And they're saying, where is it going to be launched to? What channels? What age group is riding that 700? I'm telling you, it's not a 15-year-old. That 700 is a beast. If there's a 15-year-old on it, they're probably going to hurt themselves. Google doesn't really understand data in a market. It's not going to share it through the public console that you have to say, what's my top key search word for my market? It's not going to give you an accurate presentation. You'd be better off going to either SpyFu or getting an aggregator, or maybe even going into your, if you are using Google AdWords, the one thing that Google AdWords will provide for you, there's a drop-down menu in there that shows you other key search terms that other people are using and at what volume. But you have to be actively using AdWords to get that data. Otherwise, you have to use other type financial relationships, meaning data sets that we purchase and then throw into the aggregator so you can actually run metrics on that to find out what it is.
Does everybody have the data or know where to search for that? Like, so at very high level on marketing, on creating this marketing plan, You know, I looked at areas of opportunity in our dealership when I was writing our budget for 2025. Not only our budget at the store, but our marketing budget, where I thought we could grow business at, where I thought our business would be flat, but we could increase margins, where I thought was going to shrink. And I used a lot of different analytics to get there. If you don't know where to look for that, let's take that offline and send me an email saying, hey, Robert, where should I be looking at? Because we talked about this in the last meeting. And I know when I met with your sales managers in Madison, I showed them the fish finder and where they should be searching at on the pump in, pump out reports with your manufacturers. Because some of it you may say, I don't want to chase the Yamaha dirt bike business. There may be some business, but we have one of the national sponsors, Rock River Power Sports, is right next door to us, and they sell, you know, a couple hundred dirt bikes every month, but it's on their race program. I'm not going to chase that, even though he may see that it's in there, showing up. But the point of writing the marketing plan is knowing what exactly do you want to target for product. What dealership do you want to target? Because we know the pie probably won't grow this year. So we're going to steal other people's pie. And then you start targeting it right into what he's showing here is the age, the demographic. How are you going to reach that customer? And that's how you start building it.
Yeah. And that's it. Like, we look at it from two different data sets. He looks at it sales and who's in his backyard. I look at it as opportunity. Because even if he had to drop his pants on that Yamaha, he still has it sitting on his floor, and he's probably not aggressive in selling it. Needs to get off his flooring. But would I rather have a send into parts and service? Yeah. But he's not at the point yet. But that's just how we look at the data differently. I look at it as opportunity. He looks at it from a real financial structure, which overrides anything that I do, of course, because, you know, it's a business decision. Anyways, we're back to, you know, picking your product based on what's actually out there being searched. That's going to make your structure for whatever planning you're doing in marketing a lot more effective, because you know exactly what you're chasing and where it's at. All this stuff will be provided. All these slides will all be in the packet you're going to get at the very end. So you'll have this in a digital copy, and you'll have all the summaries for each one of these conversations so that you can go back to it. The important piece here, though, is before you do anything, paid, AdWords, SEO, anything, exhaust all the Google options you have. Mandate it. Have a checklist. Did I post an update? Did I put a calendar event in? Did I add photos? Did I do an update every week? And if you tell me you did that, Mr. Marketing or Mrs. Marketing person, now I'm willing to listen on doing something different other than Google. Piggyback whatever you do in Google, whether it's copying a link and pasting it into Facebook or taking the imagery and moving it across, but go to Google first. Wouldn't your mom be really, really, really disappointed if you called her sister every day and said, oh, hi, Auntie, I love you? And she's like, did you call your mom? No. Well, your mom's mad at you.
All right, David, we got that. So let's layer in what else do we do? You got content marketing, email marketing, search engine, optimizing your website. There's a lot of other areas in marketing that we got to tie into that comes in below Google.
Right. So ultimately knowing your data tells you what things to use. So at the end of the day, it's about organizing your time, what's going to be most effective. And let's see here, where are we? We can cover each one of the marketing channels. I think everybody has a little bit of perspective on what they are. It's about how you use them. So whether it's social media or whether it's email or whatever, until you've really clearly defined what you're shooting at, you can't really choose, you know, what bullet and gun you're going to use. You really have to get down to that granular piece. Social media marketing, I look at it as the majority of it's going to be branding, depending on how you approach it with sale price and the expectation of a sale. You can turn the knob when it comes to using it as a lead generator, But you have to be dedicated to communicating to that person. You can't just post it and then ignore the social media. You have to be on it. When somebody answers back and says, hey, saw that you had that price, is that still available? You don't get back to them for 4 days, guess what? Gone. So if you're gonna invest the time in social media of any sort, you have to be Johnny on the spot all the time. Otherwise, they just go away.
I had another social media expert tell me there's 3 things that you need to do. 1, you teach them something. Number 2, you sell them something. And number 3, you make them laugh. And if you can mix those 3, that creates a very strong social media campaign. What do you believe in that? Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to do. I think it's amazingly hard to do. You have to have somebody who really thinks outside the box to be able to combine all 3 of those things. But it is the perfect storm to do that. Absolutely. There's no moving around that. If you really are creative and can combine all 3 messaging, you've got the perfect message.
How does a dealer know when they should pay to boost something? Do they boost a reel? Do they boost a post? Do they boost what do they call it? Carousel ad? When should you pay to boost something?
Well, the first thing really would be when you have your creative and you have an actual call to action, that's something you would boost. If you notice you've all posted and then you go back and look at the metrics and you're like, nobody engaged with it, nobody liked it, nobody did this, nobody did that. That's just a post. That's branding. It's a wall. People are not going there. They're ingesting video. And if you're not doing video, then you're not gonna see the kind of numbers you're thinking that people are going to, number one, digest your message, and they're certainly not going to share it. They're not going to do anything with it. They're going to wait till they get to a video post unless they are truly a follower. And most of the time in motorsports, it's not the easiest thing to create a follower, unless there's some incentive saying that, if you are following us, you're going to see, on a regular basis, really true sales, numbers, things that are for sale that you're not going to get anywhere else. Otherwise, it's just not going to work.
So on paid social, if you're doing a video, and this is something that I didn't grasp until recently, my team would create a funny video with a voiceover that apparently is trending on all the kid stuff. And I was like, what does that have to do with us selling anything at Englehart, And then Dave was like, dude, it's really driving your audience. And I said, but I don't know if I need a 16-year-old looking at these videos. And he says, no, it's tied to SEO. Can you explain how that ties and gives me a better handshake with Google? Because as a dealer principal, I'm not on TikTok. I'm not watching all these kiddie videos. And I'm aging myself. Sorry. But anyways, but David's like, no, he goes, Dylan has got it at your store. He is driving your numbers through the roof.
Prior to doing video, they were somewhere in the overall views, whether it's their wall or their reels, or less than 5,000 or 6,000 individuals a month. The minute they started doing reels, 82,000. Pardon? That's Facebook. Yeah. It's not broken down in that particular way, but maybe 2 to 3. Well, the same thing. Yeah, they just call it reels. That's the area that they post them. But then you look at posts; they'll be doing tons of posts for trying to push a priced unit that's priced really well, and they have absolutely no views.
Most people clicked off after 12 seconds. We're doing brand, when the peak time was, so we were doing a 35-second reel. We started looking, everybody was clicking off after 10, 12.
Too long.
We started going down to 10, 12 seconds.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. No, the ideal time is 7 seconds.
So content matters. So if you were to do a video of changing oil on a bike, at the end of it,
special at changing oil. Like, content matters to the person that's watching.
Yeah, but it's definitely true, and I think most people who've done video have experienced that it's really about sharing something that is entertaining enough to watch for 7 seconds. And if it is truly instructional, or I'm going to go walk around this new ZX. I'm going to look at the foot pegs. I'm going to look at the exhaust. I'm going to look at the tire. It's a 180, blah, 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 and that kind of thing. That's what I'm going to ingest. I'm going to go, that just educated me. Now I need to go to justify it to my wife. But you've done it through that video.
When you're thinking about your marketing plan for this year and your budgeting, we budget about 15% of our total budget is in Meta boosted ads. And before, I never really had a budget. We would throw $50 at something that would, maybe it was a demo bike event, but I've gotten to the point where we're consistent every month. My marketing manager has a budget for every brand. And that was another thing I missed too. I wasn't doing a boosted Meta ads on Honda because they're a low producer in our store, but maybe that's why they are a low producer, because I wasn't putting any focus on them. So now every brand under my roof has a dollar amount of a budget each month that is a boosted post. And he's trying to blend them between video reels or a carousel ad that has either a low payment or a price point. And that stuff we've just started doing in the last probably 4 months. And that's when we're starting to see this huge increase. So when you think about it, try to give your Meta or your paid boosted ads a budget this year, because I think that is going to help at least get your awareness out there. Now, we can look at our numbers on the composite, and we're having a rough, go in Q4 and in January slow, but we also have some snow problems and a few other things. But at least it makes me feel like, hey, when the market does start to turn, I know that I'm getting out there in front of the customers.
How much are you spending per brand per month?
Well, my total spend goes anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000 a month on total, and then I break it out based off of in Meta ads. Yeah, so I'll break it out depending on how big that brand is in my store. They get, so like Honda gets usually $200. Royal Enfield will get 100. Yeah, Royal Enfield get $100, and it's $25 a week. So I break it out, and then I'm asking Dylan to give me. He's my marketing manager. I'm like, Dylan, give me some stats on what worked, what didn't work, and then I run it to David. I'm like, David, can you dig into some of this and see where I'm getting some of the volume at, what's working. So it's, everything has a budget, but snow had more of a larger percentage. So I was putting more towards Skidoo and Polaris sleds when we did get a little bit of snow. So you have to tweak it kind of based off of what maybe is going on in your market. If you have a big MX race coming up to your market and you got a lot of that tied in, you may want to do some boosted to that.
So Robert, if you would ask, does the social media impact SEO? Are those two like firewall where you can do all this stuff on social media and it never bleeds into SEO? Or is it relationship?
Here's the transition. If your Meta social of any sort that you're doing ultimately backlinks or links that ad back into your website, it absolutely affects SEO. So the suggestion is on anything, whether it's a post in, no matter where it is, go in and backlink or link to your web page that's created. And here's what I mean. If you've got an ad for a Honda Rancher, blah, 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 with financing, and we've got a plow on it, blah, 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 create a page on your website. Put all the parameters for the deal in there, including pricing, options, whatever. Take that link, embed it into the post that you're doing on Google and the post you're doing onto Meta, and embed it into a hot link into your videos as well. That way, when they click on it, it's now creating urgency for Google to say, look, okay, this was a really great relationship. They just moved from social over the website. That is one of the hardest transitions to make, is to get them from social to your website.
I think I just understood what he said. Let me try to repeat it and you tell me. So if I'm a dealer spike dealer. Okay. So when you build your unit in major unit inventory, and say you build a hero unit that's got a roof and a cab, in your description on your comments, you're putting what's all on it, and your pricing is on that, and your banner on it is, says, hero unit on sale. When you have that page up on your website, the URL that's on the very top, that is very specific to that unit and that page. That's what you copy and you put in your posting. So that's a hyperlink to bring them to that inventory. Did I get that right?
You got that right.
Okay. All right.
Right. You can even take it a step further. Even though that inventory is in your website and it actually has a dedicated page that Dealer Spike generates when you put that unit in from your DMS, when it sees that Honda and the unique VIN number, it creates a stage saying this is that page and URL for that unit. You can name information, put it into a blog post. Now all of a sudden you've got two channels information that's being pushed from your SEO saying, here's my static page, here's my promotional page or my hot deals page or wherever, that you now have 3 different or 4 different channels of information going to Google on the same product, not just one page.
What about your email marketing then? In your email marketing, you've got those hyperlinks as well, right?
Everything's hyperlinked.
So how does the email blast that you're doing to the customer, how do you link that to your Google?
Okay. The same thing's true with Google. If you're going to use Google as a format to host sale information, you can literally take that hashtag that you put in there, and I'll go through hashtags in a minute, and you can take that same hashtag and then move it into your web page or over to a post on social.
What's a hashtag?
Okay, so how many people are Polaris dealers? Can-Am? Okay, so you've seen it on your social. Well, they'll go in and they'll post a corporate post, and then at the bottom it'll say hashtag Polaris Great Outdoors. That is a hashtag that literally takes you to another page and lets Polaris count the fact that somebody was on your site, clicked on it. But it does more good for Polaris than it does for you, because it's literally linking it back to Polaris. So my suggestion would be is that anytime that you have a post that comes from corporate, go in and edit that post, put your own hashtag to take to your website in the hopes that you can gain the traffic for SEO to your website. So a hashtag is like, you can go to, right, because guess where the traffic's going?
Goes right back to OE, right?
Right.
So
And then it can get lost to another dealer.
where do you put this hashtag in your website? On the Hero unit listing, do you put that hashtag in the comments section?
Yeah, you can put it anywhere.
So you would create one so you're building a Polaris Ranger cab and you would call it hashtag Polaris Ranger cab Englehart?
Take that, go over to ChatGPT and say, use this as a model. Please give me some hashtags that work for Madison, blah, 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 Polaris dealership. And it'll generate 20 hashtags for you. Copy those and throw them into your post. Don't do it alone, because you don't really know what's hashtagged out there, what other links there are that you can leverage. Let ChatGPT do it for you. So what I'm saying is, when you build a campaign or you have a page that is specific to a model like a Honda whatever, when you post it, the hashtags in social take you to a place that has maybe more information. It's kind of like a link, so to speak. So when corporate posts something for you on their behalf, they put their link in. So they're going on your social, driving traffic to their site, and they're gaining the SEO results from that and the traffic gain from that. And they're teaching Google that your site doesn't matter anymore. So my point is, if you have and you are doing posting, hashtag the hell out of it with your brand so that it will link back to you. You will garner the results of those links and hashtags back onto your platform, onto your data. So that's how you move up in the rankings, is that when you do this linking back and forth or hashtagging, it is a way to generate good information and links back to your properties so that your console is enjoying the data and it's telling Google that you're more important than Polaris hashtags or anything of that nature. So it's definitely something to explore. It's really hard to explain just talking about it, but showing you how to do that is so much easier.
So if Robert goes to post a hero email, you said, he wants to figure out what chat, what hashtag he wants to use. You type Madison or type in Polaris Steel or Madison, Wisconsin to get, like, what are you typing in the chat GPT to get the right?
Yeah, you use.
I just did it. They gave me 30, and I asked, why did you pick these 30? And it broke it down to brand specific, the vehicle specific, the lifestyle and adventure. It talks about the product, the community. Like, my mind's kind of blown right now.
Anybody in the room using hashtags?
I know Cassidy is.
Okay.
I see her do it every day.
Did you guys know that, like when they always tell us, oh, hashtag it with Polaris Great Outdoor Sale? I never even thought that by putting that hashtag in my advertising, I'm driving it to Polaris corporate site. And then what else do you think is in Polaris corporate site? Find a dealer, get a quote. I mean, we're driving customers away from our site by using these corporate hashtags. I mean, it just kind of blows my mind when I think about that. So, Jeff, one of our to-dos is we got to start creating more Englehart specific hashtags and get those in the ads. Anybody else using hashtags really creative that way? Cassidy?
Cassie,
Real quick,
why don't you give her the mic there?
while I agree with not following the OE's hashtags, be mindful of, at least for us, CF Moto, when they're running a promo, if you're not putting that hashtag on there, you're not going to get your rebates. So be very mindful about your marketing. If
Good
you're running,
point.
yeah, not even MAP policy. Co-op and rebates. If you're not doing that hashtag, they're making sure you're doing your set posts. They will not give you your rebates. So be very careful when you're doing that. If there is a promotion, make sure you're following that. Otherwise, I agree. Make your own hashtags. Try to stick out what's local centric to you and that brand. Honestly, a lot of my free time of just looking locally what's trending and things like that, and then screenshotting what's trending and what's going on, and pulling keywords from there. So if it's going to be a local race, just lifestyle, like the chat GPT said, lifestyle is a huge thing. In our area, we have a very large Latin presence for side-by-sides. And so I've tried to go in and find those different groups and what they're shopping for and what they're looking for specifically. But you do just finding those little hubs of your customer base is huge because, we all sell very different items. And finding those unique customers, it's not that that bike's not going to sell, it's finding who the home for it. And it's out there, but you just have to dive deep in social and finding where they're at.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So I guess to her expertise on that, make sure that, if you do delete it, know that you did delete theirs or just add yours to the bottom of it so that it's at least is going to be still there.
David, I have a quick question on the email marketing. Does any of this tie into the fact that, like, when I reach out to dealers and do a thing, a lot of times when I get an email marketing campaign from them, it goes straight to one of my spam boxes. Is there anything that we're talking about that helps alleviate that pain?
Well, we did a comparison, and that's I didn't get to that slide, but we did a comparison between who has DP360. Do you use the email marketing portions of it? MailChimp.
So we actually go back and forth with Delegate and MailChimp.
Yeah.
So it worked. So we had the stronger data, but it turns out DP360 doesn't. They have limits on how many emails you can do, and we send out 20 or 30,000 emails a month.
Yeah.
And you can't handle that, or you get it on like 5,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we did. Who's using it also for DP360 for email marketing? PSM. Yeah. We did a little test between DP360 for deliverability, and we ran some tool sets on it just to see who delivered better, meaning not falling into spam, and bypassing a lot of those traps that end up moving it into spam. And what we found was that DP360 consistently fell into that category where it was generating URLs that weren't processed properly for spam notations saying I've got an SPF record and I'm okay, I'm not spam, I'm not a virus, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. And what we found was that MailChimp did a much better job with deliverability. And the one thing that was nice about the difference between the two is that the click-through rate was much higher with MailChimp than DP360. Even though DP360 is easy, or you can send bulk emails, but the power with DP360 is it's connected to your database of inventory. So let's say a lead comes in through DP360 for Mr. John Smith, and he's looking at a Honda. It's easy enough for a salesperson, a sales manager to go in and create a one-off email to them on that product saying, hey, here's also some other things you might be interested in as far as discounts, whatever, blah, blah. And it sends it out very quickly because it can pull right from your database images, text, all that kind of stuff, and then send it. But the deliverability issue is still a problem, I think, with DP360. They've had a lot of issues with email. So we did this test with you where we said opposite days. We did the exact same content. And we ended up finding that the click-through rate was much higher, was almost 5% higher on MailChimp than it was on DP360.
What David's talking about is, so we're talking about email marketing, and I think we realize email marketing still works. It was one of our quiz questions that hopefully you answered yes to, is that we may be thinking that it's our email content that sucks and we're not getting any results. But what you may find out is that whatever platform you're using to send these emails out is broken, and it's not even leaving. And I think Raymond, you had something that they found on your email platform that was broken as well as ours. When David looked at it, he could see there were some problems. So that's like the first thing, is make sure that the platform you're using to send email out is actually working correctly and it's not getting spammed at the other end.
Yeah. And that's kind of the first thing with what we're doing with consulting. Is like we found it on Paulson's immediately, is that every time they'd send me an email, it would fall into my spam. They were using the same URL, the same security tags to work through their emails that are being sent out to broadcast, and they're all falling into that spam. So we ended up fixing that problem so that they've got the correct records so that it doesn't do that anymore.
So we get about 10 minutes, and I'd like to have you hit on what makes an email campaign great. Does everybody still do email campaigns to your customers? Is that still one of the formats? Because it's still just as relevant as all of our other platforms. And we were doing it we were being reactive and not proactive. It would be like last minute, okay, let's just send something out. And we would throw some of our units that are discounted, but we really didn't put a lot of thought into what makes your email something that somebody wants to read. So maybe you can hit on that.
There's a couple things to be quickly cognizant of. We tried a couple different approaches to it. One where there were a lot of images that had text in it that was embedded that couldn't be read. It didn't have any, it was no longer a text file that could be read. So we started experimenting with having, smiles, links, text to be read, things of that nature. Those tended to be a really good combination in that it's easy for a browser to see what's here. And it also has a link back to the website and generate that text on the other end. And it also has a link if the image that you're sending, and a lot of these things, a lot of platforms, let's see here, would have images like this that may have some embedded links here and there, but there's very little readable text on there. So when we started looking at MailChimp, it does a really good job of this. You can actually go in there. It will show you what people are touching, what they're clicking, and where they're scrolling. So what we found is when we took images like this, as attractive as it was, and they would look at it, they would spend less time here and they'd scroll down to where there was text that they could read. So what we found out is that actually encourage them to engage with what or beside it.
Was that because that they're say they're looking at it on their smartphone, they couldn't read it, it was too small, or was it just
There wasn't an explanation, but that could be a logical assumption of that. Is that what we were saying is that there was like a 2% return on clicking on images. Go back to the one where the two service guys. The number one clicked thing on the site was that 27% of the people that came through that email clicked on that link.
So when he told us that, I was like, really? Out of all the other cool stuff for them to look at, they were clicking on this?
Yeah.
So then we said, well, when they click on that, where does it go? It just went to a landing page on our website where it says, if you want to make a service appointment, enter them. We're like, well, that isn't great. We better tell more of our story about this. So now we're building a landing page that's got pictures of our technicians, pictures of our specialty tools. We want to tell more of a story, but I would have never known that that's where people were going to, is learn more about service. And we're working on a branding campaign right now for service to beef it up. But that was the data that Dave was able to give us to say, hey, they're clicking there. They're not clicking on that blowout Polaris snowmobile you had on the first page.
This was 3/4 of the way down the email. They scrolled all the way down that. And my bet is they saw his smiling face and said, I trust that guy. I like that guy. If it's possible, it is a big chore to do. You create emails to the list of people that have like models they've already purchased. So in typical situations like this, you might have 30,000 people. So we sent 30,000 people the exact same email. To be more effective, it would be if we could parse it out and say, these were my Honda dirt bike guys. These were my Polaris enclosed, UTVs. These were this, and this. That way, the email may only go to 1,000 people, but it's content they're probably going to want to see. So that would be the better way to do it, which shortens, of course, your email blast. So the reality is, if you are on MailChimp, all this data is here. It tells you how far people search, and you can start experimenting and do a little A/B testing going, all right, I'm finding the magic place. And I think we're kind of at that point with your email campaigns, is we have enough time. We've got 2 months into it where we know that they want to see some text. They want to be able to read. They don't want to see full embedded images that are just so complete there's really nothing to read and discover or share other than just a solid image. So I think we've kind of figured that out now.
How many of you subscribe to your biggest competitor's email so that you get what's going on in their store? I mean, well, you've heard the term Cedar Creek. That's my competitor. And every time I get their email blast, I'm looking at it and I feed it to David. I'm like, David, look at that. Get your game going. Their email looks way better than ours. So I'm using it to drive David on some of it, but I don't, again, without the data to know, is it really working for them? What are they clicking on? It's just good that my sales managers see it. They know what they're advertising. So when we think about email marketing, I mean, how much effort should be put into email marketing right now in today's world?
I think it should be a staple. It's underneath Google.
Okay.
It's at number 2, number 3. Pardon? You ever text me, I'm going to block you. I'd really like to see the results on it. And I think for some it might resonate, but my age group, I'd throw the phone out the window. I really don't like being bothered. I don't mind an email because I can choose when to look at that. But when I get a text from anyone that's not inside of my sphere of, friends and so forth, it really irritates me. And I think it does more brand damage, but maybe there's some data they can share with us that might be a little different. I think the younger generation might. That might be a better question for Drew. But I don't like being disturbed at my personal device. I did not pay $300 a month and $1,200 for a phone for you to text me and go, hey, guess what I have in stock?
Okay, don't confuse that with reaching out to your digital leads on your CRM.
Right.
That is
right.
different. I mean, that customer wants to be texted because they're excited about the snowmobile or the Ranger that you have for sale. He's talking about a broad texting campaign I got from friends that said, do not blow me up on text messaging about some sale that you're having. It was a demo event that we were doing. And and the other one was a phone campaign too. They did a recorded message that went out on phone call.
Have an experience with that?
Yeah.
That anyone have down on their own experience at their store with that?
We've done a number of text campaigns that we've written on our own and sent out to the service specialists, whatever. The response rate is incredibly low, but I'd say 70% of what we get.
Yeah. So I would brand before I would go down that road.
Is the mold of the email marketing is that it should be as focused as all your other digital marketing and not just
I would say if you have the ability to do that, that would be the best way to go. You're spot on. Because I don't necessarily want to see e-bikes. I don't really want to see, three-wheel things like a.
I subscribe just to watch what happens, right? With different dealers I reach out to, and I can tell you your featured inventory is straight to spam every time.
That's great.
But the other thing is like, I've already got a unit. Like I don't care anymore what's for sale. Like I want to know what else is happening in your store. So like think about that segmentation of service, parts, sales, like as a routine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Each.
Yeah, that's how this is built on his platform. Is it goes through the initial sale item stuff, then it goes right to accessories, what's new and what's for sale and discounted. Then it goes right into service, and then it goes into the units that are being blown out.
Okay, we're up against our lunch break. Gart's gonna take us into that a little bit, but what I'm asking from you is that we have 3 hours this afternoon, right? We're up till 4.
So how's it going this morning? Good. Okay. It's as good as you want to make it because your interaction, in my opinion, is critical. When you start to hear different things and success stories, that is such a big takeaway here. Now, in the agenda for tomorrow, there are suggested places to go to lunch. Who has some favorite ones from our last year? I know you like Ruby's at the end of the pier. You like the burgers down there. I'm a big fan of Great Mex because it's all fresh food and a little hole in the wall. They're all within walking distance. Anybody else have a favorite you go to?
There's a new sports bar that's on the corner. What was that called, Jeff?
That's very good.
That's very good, yeah.
Little sports bar. So if you're in question, there's 8 different suggestions in tomorrow's agenda for lunch. You're on your own, take an hour, come back. And 4 o'clock doesn't have to be a hard close. What I would love to see, even though he might close it, that you hang around, you talk to each other, you go downstairs because it's half price for the happy hour in the bar, or go up there to Newport Landing for a happy hour. It's what could happen after this session and getting with key people. And if we get more interaction this afternoon, they're going to know who they need to go and buy a cocktail with tonight. That's what's going to happen. If you guys just sit there and you're not saying anything, then you don't know who the go-to person is to make this evening absolutely invaluable. And there are some very smart people in this room who could help all of us to learn more. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Robert, for what you're doing, and David, all the time you're putting into this.
Does the room get locked, or should we stick our laptops on our chairs? What do you?
If the room is locked, I still put my things on it. They will refresh this room, but I wouldn't leave things out. Just put it on your seat, slide your seat in, but they're going to refresh the room, and I will ask them to lock it. However, you still don't trust it. Guys, I'm going to head out, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Let you take care of I didn't get your name.
I'm sorry, this is our lead development group. And there's also some-
What is EIN?
Ken says, I'm so confused that the product.
You know what's funny is every once in a while when I go to my spam folder, there's always something you're looking for, like, yeah, and then I'm like, oh god.
I put mine over there.
Subject line every time. There's always a subject line that says featured inventory with a whole bunch of exclamation marks. And then that is probably the greatest reason to grow. Because it's in my Gmail too, which Gmail is usually there. Gmail is 10 seconds.
Are you guys? What's your message rate? Mississippi time, so it's like 12:45 here.
I kind of feel for you.
Did you slide in? I didn't even see you.
My flight was a little late getting here, got in a little before 10, so. Steph picked up, we got a rental car, so she'll pick Scott and Shannon up later. We left the house at 4:40.
Oh, wow.
It's funny how sometimes you do that and the crowd blows away. He just said that you clean house. I was curious.
How do we value whether Max is they don't feel like they don't my understanding is it's just pretty straightforward.
Leaving you, Mark. Yeah, sure.
So, and then I got a new department. And they like build their markets.
We're going to lunch, boss. I think the,
I'm not for anything. Where was these guys want to go lunch?
I'm a follower.
Well, you guys are Mexican last night.
Beer's either Mexican and burgers, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully we can raise it. Very well. How we been?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How's race?
It was good.
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 You look like you're a pilot.
Why?
Your vest has this like logo on it.
It's like all fit and stuff. That's our logo.
It's our holding company.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, try to find.
All right,
Is that where you headed?
Someone
Where we
wants
headed?
to speak to that. Ruby's or Mexican?
Cruiser Sports Bar? Where's that?
Just one block up. Like halfway. You guys had Mexican last time.
Well, we got a sports bar on the left. I don't know.
ass down there. We ended up getting a stack.
Okay, it's after 1 o'clock. We got to get rolling. Couple questions came up that I want to address before we get rolling. In the last meeting, we were talking about our store was going to be probably by this meeting on David's platform, meaning as a website. We're not. Our website is still with Dealer Spike, and we, when I asked David that question specifically, I'm like, should we convert to your website now? And really at that point is that the tool that they created, which they'll spend time talking about, this AI technology actually fixed our site to a point where it's performing probably as well as possibly their site could be. And that we weren't quite ready to launch our site. My intentions is that we'll flip to their site when it's ready and they feel confident that they want to go that way. But I'll let him address that. So no, we're not on their site. We're still with Dealer Spike, but our Dealer Spike page is now running turbocharged compared to where it was. What else? Yes, Raymond. 395, right?
395, and then Paulson's will be on it in February. So we did the build out. Yes, you can. So the reality is I sat down and thought to myself, what's the best for the group as a whole? So when Drew and I and a few others were advising us, we're like, well, if we could fix the problem for the group of how we could make their sites perform better, fix some things, get the SEO working properly, as a group, it would benefit the whole group, not just one or two individuals. So we kind of put our heads together and we got some other developers involved, and we figured out a way to place some code onto your current site that opens up a portal for us to come in and do what these groups should be doing for you. But we're able to do it currently with your own site. There is some limitation, but to give you an idea of the scale, when we dropped into Paulson's, there's 1.4 million instructions happening. What that means is it's going down to the code. It's changing and reorganizing the website on the back end from a code level to share the information to Google properly. And we've fixed this. So in a very general sense, when we showed you the data a long time ago, how poor performing, where you get like an F on your website, we're now able to take the sites, we can optimize them for speed to get ourselves at least into a C or B range. We can go through and optimize the code to share it better with Google. We can actually add the correct SEO to the site itself. And now we're in March, we will be able to auto-generate code, which means content. So let's say, for instance, it knows your inventory, it knows what your competitors are doing. It can go back in and build out pages to compete with your competitors without a staff member building it or paying a whole nother group just to do SEO to build pages at a scale that's impossible for humans to do it. So when you look at SEO, that in very real terms, it's how it's sharing your information to Google and then Google sharing it to others. But to do the SEO, to build enough pages to make that happen very quickly so that you start going up in your rankings, meaning your key search words are number one for your brand, the brands you carry, the products you carry. It could take years for humans to do that. Whereas in 2 weeks' time, we captured all of Paulson's brand names and they're number one in that. Now we're moving into their brand name plus Kawasaki, plus KO, plus Can-Am, plus whatever it is that they're carrying. So another couple of weeks, we'll have probably captured anywhere from 300 to 400 key search words that they never ranked for, which means when somebody's going to the browser to search them out, they don't find them. They find the guy across town. And in case of God Gear, we're now optimizing for towns 60 miles away. And his key search words are now bumping into his website 600 miles away. So this is all AI generated. And it takes a human to steer it, but at the end of the day, you could bring in every SEO company in LA and say, can you do this for me? And they'll say, well, how many years do I have to do this? And by comparison, how we tripped on this was a conversation with Robert about parts, accessories, and trying to get that back into the dealer's hands. And that's really our long-term focus. We started looking at Revzilla. How did they get so big? It is not the best website. They're not spending a ton of money on other types of ad forms. When you look at their back end, it's all SEO and backlinks. So those are the things that we're focusing on for this group with this AI product we have is SEO and backlinks. So that's the thrust of what we're trying to do. So adding a website might help Robert today. And I'm sorry, I'm being a little selfish for the group, but for us to be able to do this for every dealer here, as far as fix what you have momentarily and do it well, to me, that elevates everybody in the room, not just one group. But Paulson specifically, their site was so broken, and honestly, it's not just the site too. It's how it takes his brand, meaning Paulson's, and shares that equity of who they are to the rest of Washington. That's been so destroyed as far as reputation because it's not serving information correctly, that something had to come in like SEO to improve that position. And that's exactly what we've done with it. And it's happened within a couple of weeks for him.
Okay, so I think we were on module 3 in your workbook, which was page 10, and it was key digital marketing channels. It was social media, the content marketing, the email marketing, the search engine optimization, and then optimizing your website. Does any one of you have any questions regarding module 3 or any content that we had this morning that you want to hit on before we flip the page and go to number 4, which takes us right into what we were talking about, this emerging technology? Yes, go ahead.
So going back to making sure we have everything on our Google Council page correct. Robert, I don't know if you were asking Dave about Tuesday night or something like that. If there's something that we can do before we even go back home. Hey, we need to have this, and this done yesterday. That takes not uploading inventory, pictures and stuff, but hey, this is what you should do. Are we going to go look for that, or is that maybe Tuesday?
I asked him just to try to give you a benchmark as far as a score, because I think his suite of data, that can pull together at least, I think, some action points for you, or it can give your site a score. So I'll let him figure out what he has time for over the next day or two to give you at least something. But I don't think he'll have the time to go into everyone's, to give you. But
yeah.
If you're on your Google Council, because I'm very new to Google Council, what are the 5 things that I should look at?
Yeah. I have a cheat sheet that I can share with you. So on Tuesday, I'll have that ready for you guys. So no matter what condition you're in and what your expertise is, it's a cheat sheet of things that you should do. And you'll see the results like very quickly within days.
Were there any other, Dave?
That's a quick one, and I apologize. I couldn't be here this morning. But
Okay.
quick question: can you guys do Google AdWords as far as like a service? Is that a service that you guys provide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about it. There's other things you can do that are much more powerful that are free. But yeah, we get trapped into that where it's like, oh, let me run an ad. It's like, I think we probably spent an ordinary amount of time on that earlier.
Yeah,
but I'll be able to share that stuff with you.
I think the point this morning was, Dave, is that there's a way for you to get organic leads through SEO that are free by just making sure your SEO works. And those are going to be higher in the sales funnel and be better quality leads than paying for an SEM click. So I think the goal is make sure that you have your SEO stuff dialed in first before you spend money on other things, because those are farther down on the quality of leads. And we were talking about earlier, and we, you know, it's making sure that you're still doing a direct email campaign to your customers, touching them. And then another question was, well, how important is Cycle Trader then if you've got SEO working? Well, it's still another layer, but I think you could pull money out of that budget because we were driving so much traffic to us before because our SEO was broken. We had to buy all of it. We were buying it through Trader, having their premium and platinum, platforms. Focusing on marketplace, Craigslist, everything we had to do was so much manual labor to do it, where once your SEO is fixed, it's Google's working for you behind the scenes all the time, generating these better leads for you that are organic versus all the paid stuff. Tammy asked that question, you know, just before break here. She goes, well, do I still need to do Cycle Trader if I have SEO working? Well, I think there's platforms that work good for trader. There's product, you know, if it's a unique unit, a used unit, there's a lot of good traffic that comes from that. And they have a good Google handshake as well. And so when you have an inventory on Trader, it comes up higher in search as well.
We paused our premium Cycle Trader ads with some of the results coming where we were spending $3,200 a month for Trader. We dropped it down back to about $1,500 to $1,600 with more focus on doing some videos of used units and reels, and it seems to be working. I think Trader still, if you're in a used business, I think Trader still have to be there, but with a better website, better search to your site, your participation dollar-wise doesn't need to be great.
Yeah, good SEO, good structure fixes the issues you have of visibility and being in front of people, and it can reduce your spend because I wouldn't suggest doing an ad spend unless you've corrected all these other things first and those really weren't working, which I don't know that that's the case. That, you know, we've had that opportunity to coach you through making those changes so that you see the result of that good relationship, the free relationship that's there.
When you're on Trader, you know, we talked about building your marketing plan and making sure you're looking at your data and your analytics on what you should move. If you're just on Trader and you're not using their analytics in there on what people are searching for in your market and how your ads are performing, then you're kind of missing the boat. It is a turnkey program, but really if you're paying for premium and featured ads, you want to make sure you're maximizing those, and you want to look at your marketing insights on what your customers in your market are looking for. I can see the trends flip from week to week, from snowmobile to motorcycle or ATV. When we get snow, you can see the number of searches on snow start to come right up. And when we don't have snow, I may still have snowmobiles in premium and featured spots, but there's nobody searching for them. And if you don't look at the data, you're wasting your money on it. And it's kind of what we were saying here. You gotta have the data to drive your action. So you want to be looking at that as well. All right, before we jump into this module 4, which is emerging technology, were there any other last questions on kind of what we covered this morning? Email marketing, social media, really what SEO is, why it's important to partner with Google as your number one. You guys all ready to move on? You guys want to see what this AI bot is all about? Yeah? Dave, you ready for that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good.
This is our solution to what we've learned over the last several years about the industry. Your industry as a whole is siloed, meaning when you work with ARI or you work with any of the other providers that give you websites, they're closed. You can't go in and bring your own team in to do SEO. They're starting to open up a little bit of that with their new versions, but it's nowhere near the level of what it needs to really happen. So we've spent the last 6 months trying to figure out a way to open up their websites, almost like hacking in, if you will. That's not what we're doing, but it's kind of like that. We set some code that's into the header of the pages, and it opens up a portal. It allows us to come in and manage the back end of the website. So it's like us being an employee of the web provider, and we're actually in there changing code level and managing the site to make it perform better, to make its handshake better, to bring SEO to AI. So what this is this is a product that we've been kind of working on very quickly and it understands how to look at code, look at Google wants, look at what your competitors are doing, and understand how to move a web page, its tags, its descriptions, its naming conventions, its structural code to say Google passed and is paid for SEO. Can you ever say you've had them sit down and give you a full description of what they've done for you? What the? I mean, from the front side, I can tell you exactly where you rank and who's your competitors and where they are and what they're ranking for. What this is doing is this SEO goes in, it sees all of your products you have in inventory. It understands your photos, descriptions. It understands the manufacturer. It understands the relevance to your market. And it restructures those packets of information and goes and shares it out with Google like that. The point is that typical SEO, a team will sit down and say, what do you want me to push? Is this not a conversation, Robert, you've had with your SEO people saying, well, what do you want to work on? What happened with Dealer Spike when we asked them to have a meeting with us, which took, 2 months to get? What was the conversation with them? And they said, how can I help you, Robert? What did they say to you?
So, when I told them we had an SEO problem, they're like, well, you need to sign up for the gold plan on SEO, and it's $900 a month. And I'm like, well, when you sold me on Dealer Spike, you said you had one of the best SEOs. So why isn't that product even working? Well, it takes another level of our team to work on it for $900 a month. So I said, okay, let's do the $900 a month and then we'll watch it. Well, what I was getting is about 4 changes on my site per month when it needed like tens of thousands of changes. And so when we would have the meeting, David would just overload them with, first of all, how can you even enhance the SEO when the thing is so broken that their pages, that the Google bots can't even crawl because they put roadblocks on those pages because they don't want their errors to show up. This was something that came up after we kept telling them, you got to fix all these critical errors. So then what we found was that all the critical errors were starting to decline. We're like, oh, they're fixing them. And no, what they found out through the code is they put a roadblock on those pages so his bot couldn't crawl it to see what the problem was. So they're band-aiding the problem. So when we would have these meetings, we would ask, well, what did you do last month? Well, we optimized Honda scooters. And I'm like, why would you do that? I don't even have any Honda scooters in my inventory. I'm like, I need to drive the conversation. So long story short, I spent $900 a month to get really nowhere. But what it did get me is it got us to get David into our page. And after him asking for control of the page, don't remember what the exact terms were, they made me sign a consent that says, if you screw up the motor on this engine, it's on you, baby. And I like, David, are you good with this? He goes, yeah, do it. So I signed off on it. So I gave full power to him to go in and start fixing things. And they gave you access to it, probably because Polaris was putting pressure on them to get our site going. So they did something maybe that they wouldn't normally do.
Yeah.
But they did. And that's where you were able to start fixing things. And then you embedded the code.
Right. So what we figured out is that if we didn't tell them what we were doing and we just gave them this set of code, this JS code that looks like a random 300 or 400 characters that don't make sense, that aren't named anything, it doesn't say AI, bot, SEO, whatever. And we gave it to them and just said, hey, it's just a tracking code. Can you put it in for us? Their support team goes, sure. They threw it in. He logged in. Boom, the lights go on. And they're like, what would you like to do? And it's like, well, we want to take control of the pages. Okay. So I mean, it's just like opening the garage door. And now we have access to everything in the garage. And that's exactly what happened. And that we installed it on Paulson's. We installed it on Chris's site. We installed it on Got Gear. We installed it just recently on theirs. The effect is that we're able to move the needle very quickly Because you look over here, these are recommended changes by AI. Within 2 to 3 days, it goes through every line of code. It compares it to good structure, bad structure. What's your competition doing? What should it say? And it comes back with all of the errors that are on the page, and it'll give us a recommendation to change things. Look at Paulson's. They have 1.34 million changes to their site. Tell me that's not broken.
What does the number below it, the 1.7 mean?
That's where it started initially.
How much
This-
money I used to make?
So these are screenshots of just the initial console that tells you what things it can change to make it better. Then it shows you the amount of lift that the site is actually doing. So the lifetime lift, how many key search words are in the top 25, how many are in the top 10. When you go in to see this number today, we're able to see that there's hundreds of key search words that are in the number 1 position in the market. What are you doing? I said, I don't know. Go ask Robert. So the point is that we're able to, within weeks, move hundreds of key search words into number 1, number 2 position. And that's done by AI working 24/7, pestering Google, saying, what do you think of this? I don't like it. What do you think of this? I like that. What do you think of this? So it's just this constant communication back and forth. So all of this really boils down to that the more key search words you have in the top number 1, 2, 3, and 4 position, Google's going to say you're the most important thing to that key search word. So when somebody types in Honda Marietta, guess who they're going to deliver? When they type in Honda Ohio, we're working on that. He's number 4 in that right now. At some point, he may be number 2 to number 1. So when somebody in Ohio types in Honda products, things like that, his website will be served first by Google. So that's the relation we're talking about. It's not paying for an ad to say, I need to get to the top of the search engine. What we're saying is, Google, here's all my information. So all and search for a product, I'm the right choice. Please serve it to them.
In that search, I hate sponsored ads. I don't like clicking on sponsored ads when I'm searching. Is there some data we can track to see sponsored ad get 4 clicks than an organic ad or organic search?
Absolutely. Part of the visibility console, I hate going back to that, but it has a function in there that will take a key search word. It'll show you the history of that key search word and how important it is to you and your website. It will also show you the competitors that are competing for that key search word. And then it will also show you the paid ads that are competing with that key search word. Because remember, the way Google makes money is selling you the idea that if I'm the first on the page with a paid ad, you're going to click on that. Okay, day 1, that worked really great. Year 1, that worked super. Year 2, it worked super. But as people that are trained to understand what those ads are now, people just ignore it. They just braze right by it. They're gone. And here's why. This kind of SEO that typically happens with Dealer Spike, PSM, and so forth is page level. Meaning, I understand that you sell Honda, okay? And I'm going to share the fact with Google that you sell Honda. But that's not how people search anymore. Who was the last time when you searched for something and you searched the brand name and not the model, make, model, or actually the description of the unit you're looking for? Most people search for that. The difference between the AI model that we're using, we're telling it to go and look at the products. It knows exactly how many Polarises you have that are the 4-seaters. It knows exactly how many are in color black. So when somebody's sitting down, I'm looking for a Polaris 4-seater, the stealth model with the blah, 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 unlimited, whatever. It's looking at all of its data that it has, and it says, oh, Those guys have one in stock, and it has a description. It has a price. It's got a link to where it is. It's got all the descriptions. I'm going to share that directly with Drew, the searcher, because Google knew it was there. Typical SEO is not that granular. It's, hey, we have Polaris products. People aren't really searching that way anymore. They're searching, I know what I'm looking for. So I know that I'm looking for a KX450. I'm looking for these options. If your AI or your SEO doesn't understand that you have that in stock, it's not going to serve it to Google.
So what you're saying is that standard SEO from past years are all real basic search terms. And when people are searching today on Google, they're using more than that, because I found myself in my own searches 2024 F250 Super Duty King Ranch near me. And all of a sudden it's populating way better results. And so what you're saying is that the AI bot can create so much more data in our site than a manual person could do. It would take years to build all that. So we
Right.
can serve better information to Google based off of what the bot's building.
Right.
So how does the bot know what it should be searching for? Did you tell the bot what to do, or does the bot automatically have artificial intelligence to know what customers are searching for?
It's doing two things. It's looking at the past history of what's coming into the site, and it's also looking at what's currently searching in your market. So if in your market things like the Kawasaki side-by-side, a specific model was being searched more than anything else, or the Yamaha 400 or 700. The point is that the AI is going out saying, oh, there were a lot of searches for that. And there were 20,000 searches this last month for it. So you know what? I better take a note, say that that's important, generate more information about that particular product that's in your website, and share that with Google as a priority.
Maybe you should be stocking?
Yeah.
Really?
But I give you a complete report on all the things that are being optimized. All that data is there. It's just you're probably not sure what you're really looking at. So one of the things that really bugs me is when people say, I don't know what they did. One of the things that this thing does is those 1.348 million things that it's instructions. Your report includes every single one of those things that it did. So there's never a guess on transparency on what this thing's doing. But the point is to what Robert's saying is that if he had a report of what AI is seeing, saying, hey, this is actually going on in your market, he could make a decision, I'm guessing, saying, maybe I run a campaign around that. Maybe I run a social campaign around that. Maybe I optimize a page on my website with more information for that Yamaha 700. Now, if you did that, then AI is going and Google's going to say, I love this relationship. People are searching. Now you're giving me an option to search, to give them those search results.
Clayton, question.
You can. Most of the time I'll go in, the consoles open up every single minute of the day. Every time I see something change, I'll go in and inspect to see what those changes are. If they fall out of tolerance with what I think is good, I'll ask it to go back and give me more recommendations. And sometimes I'll ask it for an explanation. So it'll come back and tell me code level stuff saying, look, if you move this from an H4 to an H3 and then do this, and reorganize that line of code, Google's going to understand more about that unit that you're trying to serve them. And it'll actually make that recommendation and make the change for me. Let's put it this way. There's no code on the site that they can see. They'd have to be able to hack into our servers. Because what actually happens is this 400 characters that are random have no naming convention, have nothing in it to track it. It literally says, I'm forwarding over to this other server, and that server is communicating with the website. It can't track what we're doing. It can see the changes to the site, but honestly, how many hundreds of sites do they have? And who's going to tip them off that they need to look at your site and start going, what are they doing? Uh-oh. Check. Oh, battery might. Here.
So I know what you guys are thinking. You're going, okay. So we sign up with David, we get the AI bot, and we start to see these numbers change. So the recommendation number typically, probably when you sign up, is going to be really big. So now as the bot starts to do its, and then your top 10, your top results on SEO search results should be going up, right? So the number on the right should come down, the number on the left should keep going up. What happens when the recommendation number gets down to 5? Then what?
Well, we haven't seen that yet. But ultimately, what this is doing is it's fixing the things that are broken on the site, meaning how it's displaying images, how it's coding and creating meta tags for images. As you upload new units, it has a new problem to solve. So there's always going to be errors. There's always going to be code things it's going to need to do. But those numbers, those dramatic numbers, will come down over time because it will have corrected like page level strings or description strings that are not attached to new units. Because every time you put a new unit in, you've just created a page. You've created SEO content. You've created schema. You've created all these things that communicate directly with the website and Google. So if we ever get to a point where your SEO stalls, because there might be a point, Jeff, when you're saying to me, look, I'm really looking forward to getting into the market that is Milwaukee. What is it we can do? And all of our key search terms are stuck at 4. We can't get to number 1. We can't get to number 2. That's when we have to turn on the content side of things and tell our relationship with Google the reason that we are going with that we want to draw people into Milwaukee is that there's a really good reason to make that 70, 90 minute drive, however long that is. So once we create that content on the site, then AI can go back in and start pestering Google saying, here's some really good reasons of why to make that drive from Milwaukee. So at some point it will be content driven and then shared with SEO. That relationship will always exist. In March, we will have an auto generation function that will start looking at the content that's stalling those number 1 to get to number 1, and it'll start creating those pages for us automatically. I think that they're doing some of this, but they're doing it one app at a time, meaning they'll have one over here that generates some content. Then they got to move it from content over to their SEO program, and then some way move it into page level and give it authority to do that. Then they move over to another area that generates tags and so forth and fixes those errors, and then moves it into the website. This is the world's only, and I'm making that statement because with the developers we're working with, we know that this is what everybody wants and hasn't been able to achieve yet, because nobody's married up the ability to open up the code to a website. Nobody's opened up the idea of making it totally anonymous, that they can't see what's happening. So their security systems aren't saying, ooh, there's something happening here I don't know about. Right. And they are not capable of allowing it to go in and do code level instructions for SEO and work autonomously all day long, all night long. Nobody's done that. They've done little pieces, but they've never connected the dots. Somebody will. But here's the key. You're now 2 years into SEO, and you're 2 months into it.
You get a jump
We're
start.
way ahead of it.
You can't be, if you're always thinking about what your competition is going to do, you just got to keep leading. You keep being the innovator, because you're always going to be a couple years ahead of everybody else. You know, we could sit there and go, well, somebody's going to figure this out. Yeah, but right now we can fix what Q1 and Q2 looks like immediately. And if I summarize this, really what you're doing is, instead of paying Dealer Spike $900 a month to maybe get 4 changes a month, You shift that money to David's team. Not only are you going to see immediate results, because that thing can do that in about 3 days, if not maybe 3 hours. It's going to get you to #1 position in these SEO searches so much quicker. He'll give you a list every month that shows where you've moved in rankings. And I had stuff like Polaris dealer near me. I was not even in the top 20. Yeah. And I'm like the biggest Polaris dealer in Southern Wisconsin. What is going on here? That's what really ticked me off. And then now he's moved it to #1 position. So what the ultimate result is that when the fish start to bite in our market, I'm going to be in #1 position on all these searches, and it should result in leads. Then it's up to my team and our process to close those leads, and it's then off of his back and it's on us. So I want the leads when the market starts to turn. This makes me feel confident that that's going to get done. So now the next question everyone wants to know is, how much does this cost per month to get this thing rolling like tomorrow? Are you prepared to share that?
It's actually in that brochure right there. There's the basic levels, and there's some that go down to multi-regional campaigns. And that's where you get to the point where once you've done the basics with the basic $500 a month, and you've got all of your key search terms in your brand and your brands you carry, and your time to start widening that net to other key search, other dealers. So what this really is based on is server time. How much time does it take the bot to be constantly going out to get you into that number? And it's all about server time at this point. When it's done correctly, you're moving from page level to product level to regional level. So if you feel like you really want Milwaukee, we're going to deliver Milwaukee, but it's going to take more server time to get that, because it has to do more instructions. It's got to do more content creation, and it's got to share it more often to get you, which you're, how many far away are you? 90 minutes?
60 miles.
60 miles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe 50 minutes, 60 minutes.
Yeah.
So the point is that as you start moving into different regions, it just takes more server time to do that. It'd be like if you were paying for somebody to sit down and do this. Let me do the math for you. If a human were able to do 1.3 million instructions, it takes 20 seconds per instruction per human to do that. Scale that out to 20 seconds per, even a million. I don't know. I'm not that great at math. Yeah, that's a really long time, but it does that in a week's time. So the scale of its efficiency is just off the rails when it comes to batteries probably dying in it.
So you're saying that the pricing is based on whether we want to focus on, let's say you're confident that there's enough customers in your backyard that you want to focus on. That would be one level of pricing.
Yeah.
But if you say, you know what, I really want to conquer this big market that's south of me, or like for us, east of us, about an hour, then you can pay to go that next level on how much you want to hit their market with SEO. And our next goal is we want to be #1 in the state of Wisconsin, because we know that we have customers that will drive to do business with us because of our other digital process of doing that online credit app, online appraisal, doing the DocuSign. We can make it so easy that's why I justify saying I want to go after all of that market. Now, if you don't have that process and you say I want to own my backyard and I'm comfortable with that, that's how you would decide what level of pricing you would want to go on this.
Right.
Now, if they're super excited, and they should be thinking this way, because this is how I think, our market is about to explode here in the next 60 days with spring. So this is the time to turn this thing on, because how quick could you take the group? Do you have the ability to take the group? If you get 10 of them that sign up, how soon could you have them up to speed by April with getting them #1 search terms?
We'd have the code in by Friday. If it's anything like your experience, 2 weeks to start getting all of your key search words that are brand related into #1 position. Same thing happened with Got Gear. We're in the process of optimizing 395. So By the end of February, they will be in almost every key search term that is either 395 or Carson related in a number one position. Each market's a little different depending on how much competition there is. But the reality is it happens really quick. And here's a really good example. This blue arrow is December. This is when we put the bot in. That gray line was last year. That black line is is current. They're up. Let's see here. It's hard to read even for me. They're up 50% over last year. And that happened just within a week to 2 weeks. So when you look at the scale of how it grows that quickly, that's exactly what we've experienced.
Can the AI SEO bot go to my website and say my stock number? What stock numbers have been on my website the longest, and push those out to focus on my oldest?
We could focus by date, sure. But the reality is what it's doing, and this is the thinking that needs to be considered. No matter what you have in stock, if there isn't a searcher for that at this point, it's hard to create the need. But if we told you that there was, 4,000 searches just yesterday for a specific model, and it was something you had, if we optimize for that, we know that that unit's going to vaporize from your inventory. So doing stressed inventory sometimes becomes difficult unless you can identify where the need is. So let's say, for instance, you had a Husqvarna 701, not selling. Nobody's even considering it. You just need to get rid of them. We could search the Bay Area. We could search Northern California. We could search areas to find out where those search terms are active. And we could focus the AI on that region. So if we knew that that particular model was really hot in Oakland, we could create a campaign specifically for Oakland in the SEO and tell, go get it. That's how you
Physically have to do, or the AI bot?
you have to set up the campaign inside of AI. It will go out and do what you tell it to do. It's very good at that. So it's just a matter of identifying the product, identifying the area that product's being searched, and then telling not Google, but the AI to go get that.
I think I know where Dave is coming from. You're thinking of this like a premium and featured add-on trader where you want more visibility on that KX250 for people who might be looking at a Honda, and yet you got to think about that. This is a tool that's creating a good handshake with Google. And so if you start feeding results to somebody who's not looking for that, I don't know, will Google give that a poor score because it's not what that customer is searching for?
Well,
Yeah.
it depends on how you build the SEO content. If the page said you've got a Honda killer and you put on that page that KX and you get all the things that are about it that are better than Honda or as good as Honda or cheaper than Honda or the service records or longevity of whatever, you embed that all on the page and tell AI, look, here's the Honda killer. Go serve it to anything that's Honda related to that particular product. It could do that. You would have to intentionally create the campaign that told the AI, this is a Honda killer. Then it communicates to Google saying, I've got something that's better than the Honda. And it's going to use that kind of language to pull Google along and say, you know what, you probably should share this with anyone who's searching for a Honda because we've got a better solution. It's cheaper, it's faster, more dependable. Love the color.
The goal is that it's getting your inventory when it's fresh in front of customers searching for that inventory before it turns into the dog that you're trying to unload, And if it's truly, if you got your SEO is optimized and you're number one on all these search pages and something is a dog, it's typically because there's nobody in the market looking for the dog. So that's what he's saying is you got to figure out what market wants the dog. And then you target that AI to that market to get those buyers to see your ad.
It's a little bit like buying an ad, like a Google ad. You'll tell it, okay, I've got this product on the shelf. Please serve it to anyone that is Honda related or whatever, or Husqvarna related, even though they're not similar. They're similar products, but not the brand they're looking for. You're just trying to entice them in some way to look at that Cowie as opposed to a Honda. The same thing can happen with SEO. And the only way it can happen is you ask a traditional SEO guy to do that, they'd tell you you're smoking crack, because it takes them 3 months before they see the results of that page in the right way. And who's got 3 months to wait for that kind of traditional SEO? Right. Right. They're already behind the curve. You know, we ask their representative from PSM, let's do some SEO. What would you recommend? There'd be a very good case for that.
But I can see for myself, like, can I say, hey, of the budget, 20% spend on anything I've had over 365 days, and 80% spend.
Yes. If you gave it, if you exported a CSV file or an Excel file of those units, we can tell the AI, attack these only. We can create a campaign for that and attribute its server time. You can't, it doesn't look at it like budget. It'll say, spend 40% of the time on this, spend 60% of the time on that. So in effect, it's doing what you want it to do. You're just giving AI that list of units you want to push. So it's going to ignore the other things, but it's going to go after the ones that you asked it to go after.
How do the dealers in the room, how would you justify the expense of this? If David told you it's going to cost you $1,500 a month, but we're going to get you in the top 100 best search terms in your market, can you justify that in your budget? And what goes through your mind to justify it? Who can justify it?
Me, I mean, if I sell with our gross right now, 0.75 of an extra unit per month, I've paid for it with our front and back gross. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get me one more unit sold a month.
One unit, right?
Yeah.
Right. And if you think about it, if you go from being 75th on Polaris Ranger near me to #1, you think you're going to get at least 1 or 2 more Rangers a month minimum on top of all the other things that's optimizing. Annette, did you have?
That was the same thing. It depends on what we're selling, the Navi versus a Pioneer, but if I sell one more Pioneer, it's paid for itself, and then we're gonna dump the local, it's called This Man Online.
Yeah.
Which 20 years ago was the hot shoot, but now we're not getting any leads.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the industry's changed so fast that the old guard that's out there, that's been reliable, been there for years, haven't kept pace with where we're all going. Give you an example of what happened to Mark's site. We put the code in here, January numbers from last year. About, let's see, this is acquisition direct. There was about 400 users. In 1 month, it went up to 1,500. Did that have an effect on the phones or the website? Yeah, it's going to have some effect.
We noticed it was legitimately beat.
Yep.
Within days.
We noticed parts are starting to get more phone calls through the parts department, service department, starting to get more calls, more organic traffic, along with the sales calls. So we're excited about what it's going to do in the spring when the market starts to turn. Justin.
Just a curious question for the rest. I was talking to Jeff a second ago, but the rest of y'all have already signed up. Have any of y'all reached out to reps to see if this is co-opable?
I don't want my reps to know about it.
You just signed your death warrant. It's not me trying to kill you. All the others in the room they're gonna silence you. Because ultimately what this is something that is offered to the BOC. This is not something that is public to anyone else. And the reason being is that the only value to any of these products is if there's some separate exclusion to you as a dealer in your market. It would be unfair if I went across the street and sold the same thing to your competitor. But that's exactly what Dealer Spike does, PSM does.
I'm a member of this group for about 5 years. Those of you that have been 5 or longer, have you ever heard a vendor tell you the product would be exclusive? You have?
Well, in our market.
No, not yours, in this group.
Oh, no, in here.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all entrepreneurs in the room, and we look at this and go, we're all in it to make money. So, Dave, you develop this, you've got a big investment in developing this product, and the product can be life changing to a lot of other companies out there. How do you keep it exclusive to us, but yet make the money that your company needs to make?
Because I'm biding time to release the real product.
So when you release the real product, is it going to power sports or going to auto, or what are you
No.
going to do?
It'll go right here to this group first. What we're ultimately developing, and Clayton has been privy to a little bit of the conversations of where we're going. But the idea is that this isn't the only thing that's broken. The DMSs don't work the way they say they are. I mean, how many people are on Z and just love it? How many people love Lightspeed and the way it looks and operates? It's what we use. That's what we know. Is there a better option out there? I think there is. I think there's a group of brain trust here that have the answers to those solutions. So me being part of this group in a voluntary way, even in that aspect, I'm hearing the secrets that need to be uncovered. I'm hearing the stresses that they've got. I'm hearing all the things that need to be corrected. So all I need to do is listen really well and develop something that's going to solve those needs. And that's why we dropped a little bit of the ball on finishing up his website to move directly to him, but in the same time, making sure that this can get out right away. I mean, we're all in a down market. Searches are down almost 40% in Wisconsin alone. They're down 60% in Carson, Reno area. Actually, oddly enough for you, where you're positioned in Lacey, it doesn't matter where your searches were because nobody found you. So all you have is upgrowth potential. These guys over here are on a rocket ship right now. When you look at their data, they're outpacing. We've checked pretty much most of the high performing dealerships. They're outpacing almost everybody to the point of 20 to 30% growth in impressions and clicks into their site month over month. So the reality is that this group has an opportunity, and we have an opportunity to bring something to market that's all inclusive, that is a better handshake with managing data, managing the DMS, reducing the cost, because at this point you've got to go 3 different providers just to get a DMS, to get a CRM, to get SEO, to get SCM, which I hate SCM. I can't wait till that goes away, because there's no reason we need it if we're doing really good with SEO. And the proof in the pudding is what RevZilla is doing. They're doing nothing but backlinks and SEO, and they are giants.
Okay, we got to keep rolling. Any other questions about the AI bot? Raise your hand if you think you're on board. Okay, good for you. How much money we spend just in trying to hire salespeople and some of the stupid things we spend money on. To me, this one is really a no-brainer. Yeah, Mike.
With Polaris now focusing, the new data goals is on the sales and your market share, really drilling down and on your market. 1 or 2 Polaris sales for guys like me and Rob to get us over market share, another quarter point on 50 Ranger sales a quarter. It's a no freaking brainer.
Yeah. My goal is that those that are Polaris or Can-Am, that as a group, it represents the majority and the lion's share of the sales in Polaris and US. And with what's happening now with the SEO and overlapping markets, there is no reason why the BOC group can't take over the majority of the markets.
Okay, what other emerging technology do we have for module 4?
Yeah, I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but I did mention this thing about nascent agents. We will have in 25, 26 a Moto Buddy, which will stand in front of your website, will stand in front of your brand, and will be responsible to communicate to his agent, to his Google agent, to your Meta agent, so that as you move along the path of integrating AI in your life, and you're driving down on the road and you're heading to a party and your wife calls you and says, her husband calls you and says, oh, I need a loaf of bread. I need you to pick up the dry cleaning. I need you to do this. Your nascent agent that stands in front of you is listening going, hey, Robert, can I handle that for you? And guess what? It goes out of app. It connects to the web. It automatically orders the groceries. It has them delivered. It told the guys for the delivery for the clothing to go ahead and deliver it to your house. It handled all that for you. They're projecting that you will get anywhere from 3 to 4 hours a day back to your personal schedule because AI is doing what you don't want to do.
Could the nascent agent actually take over our BDCs where it could handle all the first touches?
It could. It very well could. And what this really is to be clear what AI is, it's not just this some computer that's so smart and cognitive that it can think like a human, but it can, even though they say that it doesn't. It's a language model. It has to be trained. So when they call up your company and say, hey, I need to talk to somebody about parts and accessories and see if you have this FMF exhaust. That nascent agent over time, if it's integrated into your sales force, it's going to learn exactly how you operate and you want it to operate. So eventually it's going to learn how to communicate to me and say, hey, no problem, Dave. Let me get you on the phone with somebody really quick. Let me pass some information to them. The agent goes and sends a text message to your guys and then either communicates directly to handle the sale top to bottom. I can see which is in inventory. You want me to put it at the desk for you? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do that. I'll be by to pick it up. Done. You didn't even have to have somebody at the counter. No, less than that. It is
a nascent agent.
A nascent agent is a language model. It's already having these conversations. It's already learning. There's a set of glasses now. They're Wayfarers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well,
First-
I'll tell you what, there's some really cool technology coming, but it's not going to solve Q1 and Q2's problems. So
Right.
I want to stay focused on what we can do to really impact this year. And we'll have plenty of time to talk about what's coming next year and the year after. But I really want to make sure we leave here today with a action-packed list of what we're going to do immediately. And I think the bot is the one we all agreed on. So let's go into module 5, which is do-it-yourself tips.
Right. So what I'm going to deliver to you on Tuesday will be the complete transcripts from this, and it will be the notes and action items that are developed by AI from the conversation. So it will have for you a complete layout of all the things that you should be doing. But to be clear, number one, repair that relationship with your mom and Google. Spend as much time as you need to make that perfect. When you see our list of recommendations, you'll see that when that little circle at the top says you're perfect, you're good to go. If it's still orange or red, you need to repair that relationship. It actually tells you when it's happy. And it'll also tell you when it's happy is when you have the analytics console and you can see that it's starting to serve you more than somebody else. So number one, pay attention to Google. Number two, decide the audience and the product that you want to push based on what's in your inventory. Don't just do a generic blast of product out there, no matter what channel you try to pick to use, whether it's Meta, whether it's Instagram, whether it's just posting it into a blog. Do it with intent. Charge your salespeople, your marketing people to work with sales and your sales managers and your GMs to figure out what products do they need to push. Make the decision on who it needs to be pushed to. Where do they live? What age are they? What social platforms are they using? Do it with intent. Do two things, execute them well. The rest of them will follow. But the point is, the low-hanging fruit truly is Google, that relationship. We've seen it. We've proved it. It was simple to do. It was just a matter of taking the time and go, oh my God, I got to write some copy about products in my service department and all that stuff. That is the most important thing you can do for yourself today. Those two things. Then when you start getting closer, start looking at email campaigns. Clean your lists. Make sure they're current lists. Make sure that your emails go out as segmented as by product as possible. There are some individuals who want to see everything, but by and large, there are cases to be made to serve dirt bike people, dirt bike stuff, gear, service, people who have UTVs, UTV, ATV gear, that kind of stuff in an email, and not necessarily make it this jumbo long list that gets served out. Do it with intent and do it less than you would normally think you'd do it. We did in December, we did over 100,000 emails. I think we kind of, when you start looking at the amount of people that opted out, it was still under 2%. Once it starts getting over that point, you know that you're burning them out. You're sending too much. So do it with intent. Make sure it's priced well. Make sure everything's linked well. Use text as much as you can with images side by side or on top. Don't use just images and then a link. Have real text in there that can be displayed. And here's why. If a spam filter catches an email and somebody goes back in to pull it out, many times with JPEGs and PNGs, which are file types for images, get trapped in there and get stripped off and deleted. So all you have left is the text. So if it was a really important email about a sale and there wasn't really good text in there to read, it's gone. So you've wasted that opportunity to actually talk to somebody about it.
How do you go about it? You got some tips? We're just starting. So as an example, I'm driving it with my team, and I'm saying, hey, go by prior boat leads. We just did that for boat show. I'm scroll 10 and see if we're going back to our course customers, right? But it's me driving it. It's a lot of work. And you're doing it in Lightspeed? No. CRM? I use CRM.
We'll use owner lists. So we'll target Indian customers, for example, and we'll try to spend, a targeted email just to that group or Slingshot or to service. Yeah. To me, the content that's in the email and how it looks is, it is critical, and what David did for us with our email content, I'd like to try to leverage the group and see how we could put our, collective efforts to help reduce our costs. If people in the room were in agreement that we could use like the same concept, like he had our December Christmas one up, which I thought was really, it was very attractive. But if we could use a format like that where we just, exactly, you put your logo on the top, you plug in maybe some of your photos for the content and then run, because he'll know which one of your OEs you have. And then you just got to send him, what units do you want to focus on? But then instead of him, designing a new email blast for every dealer here, which he probably wouldn't have the time to do, he could use one format that we all love. We're not competing markets. So I think there could be
Absolutely.
It
would reduce, probably 60 to 70% of the lift to get it done, just because you're using the same format, the same structure inside of the email programs. It's just a matter of swapping photos. And
who in the room would be interested in seeing a cost if we had a shared cost on it? Okay. So maybe you could put that together because.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
It's really no different from what PSM was doing. It's exclusive to this group.
Right. You're just not going to see it on your competitor across town over in Hattiesburg. Yeah. And that's what grinds me about all this is that I don't know how they could do that and just service you and then the guy right across the street.
Does the bot have anything to do with that email blast? Does that enhance it anyway? Is it?
If we had enough time to put it, like I was talking about working 60 days in advance, if we had enough time to post it into the site first, it would definitely have a lot to do with deliverability and also Google's ability to say, I know when this is going out, and they can collide together a little bit over that time period so that as it goes out, it's not going to improve delivery to the email, but it will improve when people go to the web that they say, okay, that actually went out. And I know that there's a web page that supports it. So when somebody goes and uses key search terms or clicks on a link that's embedded inside of the email, that those things have some synergy with one another. So yes, it could definitely help it. I honestly think that as you get more sophisticated with creating campaigns, as we just make pages on the site and content that can be supported by AI driving it out, you really won't have a worry about, do I need to do anything more?
You know, we have an actual employee that does our social media posts and stuff, and it was his responsibility to create the email campaigns, and all he would use is the Power Sports marketing format, and they just got really generic. And most of us in this room are so busy working on our daily business, it's, in my opinion, worth having an agency create these email blasts for you, especially if we can get some shared, efficiencies and cost, because it will make a difference, because it is part of the content. If you're making the effort in the SEO, now how do we keep communicating with those customers once we get them, we get those leads? Because you're going to get bombed with a bunch of leads once you get into market. Then you say, how do I stay in front of those leads, as well as all the other things that you're going to do if you want to have an event and invite those customers, or some type of product you're promoting.
Yep. Are there any questions about the to-do list? I think if we go beyond 2 to 3 items, you're going to be spending an inordinate amount of more time than you would normally spend in trying to affect change when it comes to sales. So honestly, it's get right with Google, and
You don't do anything else, do that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. If you don't do anything else and do that. That's great advice. And then after that, it's all about number 3, which is structuring your emails, and make sure that you're doing that at a regular basis, because those are your customers. Incentivize them to share it. So maybe part of some of the e-blasts that you're saying, look, bring in another customer, this is what you get. Be creative.
All right, so that's module 5 of your do-it-yourself tips. You're saying to stick with the top 2 or 3.
Keep it
okay.
simple.
Otherwise, you'll leave here and you'll never get to it.
You'll be worrying about too much.
All right. Any questions on that, or are you guys ready to move to module 6? This is called common services. What do you have for us on that?
Everybody kind of knows what agencies do and what you need. There really isn't anything we don't do. The one thing that I absolutely abhor is SEM. I just think it's a waste of money. I think there's more energy to be spent in other places. If you want to do it, great. But I would advise you, unless you really feel like you're being bombarded by some other dealer that's doing a better job at it, and you really want to teach them a lesson that you can do the same thing, great, we'll do it. But I don't think it's going to turn the needle in the way that you want it to. I really don't. One thing that you would definitely want to be concerned about is trying to find some sort of creativity, like we were talking about, either sharing resources, which is a really good idea. There's no reason why not. Why reinvent the wheel? But finding some source to do that. Now, I will say that Got Gear has really stepped up their game over the last couple of months, because when I first started seeing some of the things they were doing online, it's not a fun conversation to say, call somebody's baby ugly, but honestly, it has really changed. It has really changed in the right way, which is great. If you think that you have issues with something in particular, even if we don't do it, I will be happy to spend the time to advise you a little bit of what some options are out there, so that at least you're educated enough to make the right decision. And that's really the point of all this anyway. So if there is something that's particularly unique to what's happening with you, that there's a freeway being developed right in front of all, I mean, this is the point where we can literally talk about anything. Basically, it's once Meta opens the gate, then there'll be developers like us that'll be able to do those things. I think it was a little more in depth in that. At what point can a business actually post sweep inventory as a business? Those are the things that I think, from a regulatory standpoint, Zuckerberg and some of the other mucky mucks are trying to figure out how are they going to introduce that into their platform, and control it a little better, because it will be all about how they're going to pay taxes, visual liability with AI, who owns the content. And that's where a lot of the struggles come in, is that as you are posting ads out there, they want to make sure they have a financial relationship and a disclaimer that says that that content is owned by them and not you. But if you're the one that carries the license on the photo, how do you attribute that license to Meta? You can't. So there's some struggles yet that will come up. It's headed to a nascent agent. When you log into your account, they're going to ask you to have your Meta agent be part of your life. Let me solve your problems as your agent. Let me listen to your conversations. Let me help you make decisions. Yeah, it's coming. We can't get away from it. But the thing is, this group is aware of it, and that's the first step. Imagine all the other dealers in the US when we go to the AIM show next week, and they're all walking around thinking, ooh, I'm looking at new tires. Well, you really should be looking at the back end of your business and understanding where's your business going to come from in 25 and 26 if AI really does get integrated as it is projected to. That's going to change from a very well-known media analyst, and it is all about how the traditional media is crumbling underneath us. It's no longer hang a sign out or a billboard or television or radio. It is more about AI and bots and communication of data. And he will walk you through. It is almost an hour long. I am telling you, it's like the McDonald's video I watched that you sent me a long time ago, where one of the owners back east said, if you're not in front of your data, you're already behind. And that person, I'm guessing, was a very high functioning McDonald's owner, but it resonated very well in the sense that if you're not in front of your data, you're already behind. And that's why we've been preaching some of that stuff. You've got to get in front of that data. You've got to understand what searching is going on. You've got to understand how to manipulate your inventory. This video walks you through the crumbling of the traditional media, what's coming, and all the conversations that the big seven don't want to have about media. And the big seven are those that control the media, the big groups like Meta, like Elon Musk. Those groups have so much AI involvement that when they decide to release their new AI bots, their glasses, their wear that's built into everything, hats that are listening to you and have cameras in it so that it's watching what you're doing and saying, hey, Dave, you're going sideways. You need to sit down for a minute. Those kinds of things that are literally advising you of your health, of everything that you're doing, it's already here. So it's just a matter of time before AI is taking over portions of sales, communication, ordering. If we had RF, this is why I do like the idea of Z. RFID could be automated to the point where you would never have to have an inventory. You would never have to not know where that product is, because AI is constantly out there going, I know exactly where it is. I can go sell it right now because I know where it is. I went into Karl Malone's in Utah. I told them where all their UTV doors were for Polaris, and they had no idea it was even in stock there, because I was able to go into Polaris on the back end and see their inventory. That's where it's all going. At some point, to meet Robert's demand of having a better website for selling parts and accessories, we'll be here soon. The conversation we're going to have this week with the DMSs, and this is why we want to build our own DMS. Let me be clear. We want to build our own DMS because in order for us to do it correct, coming from our developers, meaning Drew and his team, we have to have the ability to see the product, put it on the web, take it out of inventory, put it back into the website, then into your DMS to say it's sold. And then it goes into your accounting. Otherwise, it generates a report like it currently does, and it sends you an email saying, Robert, you just sold something wonderful. Then he's got to have somebody sit down and keystroke it and put it back into Lightspeed. Totally inefficient. If we only had the ability to communicate back and forth in an open and a two-way API, bidirectional, We wouldn't have that problem.
With the OEs you're talking about?
No, with the DMS, meaning
DMS
Lightspeed.
to the website.
Right. Because currently we can pull every piece of inventory that's in Paulson's. We can pull every piece of inventory that's in Chris's because our website is set up with WooCommerce. It is one set of truth for inventory. We can display everything. We can put a sales card up, but what we can't do is when somebody purchases it, let it go into Z, let it take it out of inventory, mark it as sold, create the report, send it to the accounting, and take it out and do a ship ticket. We can't do that. We can push it, but we can't push it anywhere because the DMSs are not bi-directional.
So did everybody follow that, or do you need a translation? Because I'm missing it. So so you're saying like from your website, somebody clicks the buy the unit, that it automatically loads to our dealer management system.
Yes.
And then it goes to accounting. Then
Right.
it relieves inventory from the website.
Yes.
Okay. And now I follow you.
But that's the piece that's missing. We can pull it from your inventory. We can display it on the website. We can sell it from the website, but I can't push it back to the DMS because the DMSs are not bi-directional in communication.
But so
One way only.
Inventory pushes from our DMS to our website, and then we activate it. And then it also pulls it down after it's sold. But you want to take that information back into the DMS, but now we're counting on that the customer's information is correct. So we still got to double check it. So there's
It's gonna create, once it gets into your DMS, it can create a new client. And even if they don't match, it can still tell it, go ahead and make a duplicate copy of Cassidy Johnson's profile. And at least it can charge the credit card to sell the product and make a ship ticket. You'll have to, at some point, if there's a problem with that and it can't match it up, then it's going to end up having to rectify it somewhere else. But typically what happens is if, let's say Cassidy goes in, calls herself Cassidy J. Johnson, creates an account, because we can create an account on our websites and pass all that information back. If she missed keystroke and it was not Cassidy Johnson, it was Cassidy John, the son was gone, and she bought the item, she charged her credit card, and it sent it back to the DMS, to Lightspeed, to be put in and sold, it's going to come up and say, okay, I have some profiles that are close to that. Which one would you want to use? So at some point, she would be making a decision on how to correct her own shopping cart. So I don't know that it's anything that Amazon doesn't already do, but Amazon doesn't control your DMS. Lightspeed does. So either Lightspeed, one of my missions at the AIM show is to sit down with Lightspeed and say, look, guys, I'm not into firing shots across the bow as much as somebody else might be, but I'm telling you, this is what we need. Can you please do it? Can we have a timeline on that? If we can't get that, then we may have to do something completely different. Because if this group's going to make it through the transition with AI and shopping and so forth, we have to be prepared to sell online. They're already doing it with Kia. Imagine the Kia dealers, what they're doing. They're freaking out. Wait a minute, you can go to Amazon, you can buy a Kia. Yeah, you can have it delivered right to your doorstep. Never go to a dealer. How long do you think that's going to be before somebody else gets that brainiac idea?
So I did explore that a little bit with one of our OEs, and so many of our dealer laws in every state have rules and regulations that are written about, like auto dealers, that the consumer still has to come to the auto dealer. It's protecting the franchise agreements. But it's just a matter of time before some lobby group gets in there and removes some of that restriction. And that's why I keep pushing everyone in the room to think about your digital process, because the customers are telling us that they want it to be easy. They want to have an easy transaction with you. We can still create a lot of excitement with them coming into our dealership, but what are the pain points? The pain points is the paperwork, the haggling, you can eliminate so much of that by making a digital process to get the customers purchase fulfillment. They want to have that immediate satisfaction of saying, clicked it, I bought it. but you can still follow your dealer agreement and your state rules by having the customer come to your location to take delivery. That's what the real underwritten statement is, that they have to come to your location to take delivery. But you can eliminate a lot of those pain points by doing your paperwork online and doing the trade appraisal subject to inspection and getting the financing, all that documentation done. And that's what the customers want. And that's why customers are saying, I just want to be able to click it and buy it on my phone and bring it to my doorstep. Really, the pain point is the whole having to come in and start the whole transaction in the dealership. They don't want to have 3 hours at your store. So I think you can do both on it. One thing I wanted to mention on their services, when you, like if you sign up for the email marketing, we used to be so inconsistent with our sales signage throughout the store. If we had a Black Friday sale, parts department may have some red signs over there that are left over from last year. The sales department's using big orange tags with written, Black Friday sale. David kicks out all the PDF documents for us in all different formats. So we can do the big poster size that's in the front entryway for customers coming in. He's got all of the tags for parts and for sales. We print those all off. Now you start to have a uniform feel when the customer comes in. You've got branding throughout your store that matches your email blast. That was another big advantage that he had. And the other one that he looked at, I had a fresh set of eyes that looked at our website and said, your site's getting a little stale with branding. I'm like, well, what do you mean? He goes, your logo is looking a little old. And I was like, I don't know about that. But then he presented a new logo for us, which, let's see, do we have the one? Do you have that one that's got our Wisconsin logo?
Yeah, it's on one of the other PDFs.
But anyway, so he helped us with some of our branding as well. And if you think about your store, when's the last time you updated your branding? I couldn't believe the energy from my staff, how excited they got about some of their new uniforms with the new branding logos on, and the hats we give out to customers had new logos on them. And we built one. Yeah, that one up there that's got the state of Wisconsin in it and motorsports.
I got to interrupt.
Yes.
That idea came from Adam.
With the state in it?
Yeah. I had just a kind of a bar back there, which I thought looked pretty attractive and so forth. But Adam said, no, throw the state back there. I'm like, okay. And it just works.
Yeah. So he'll also push your team to think about your branding as well. So it's kind of, there's a package involved in it, and he'll be able to tell you, what he can all do for you. But that was something that we also were really happy about, is that we got our branding and our messaging back on, and our signage in our stores more uniform now. And all of these are similar on our Facebook posts, and all of our signatures with our salespeople's emails all have the new branding and the new logos. And it was kind of a nice makeover for us.
Yeah. I will say this is the last thing I think you should really consider to do immediately. The QR code on your Google profile, on your Google My Business, there's a link there that takes you directly to your part of your Google profile for reviews. I can turn it into a QR code. You can probably do it for yourself. Just take that URL, copy it, paste it into, just type in Google generate QR code for me, paste it in there. It'll come up with that. So here's what you do with it. When a salesperson is engaging with somebody and they're happy about their sale, that is the time to say, scan this code, give me a review. Don't do it afterwards. Don't hire another group to do it. At the point that they're standing in front of you and they're all got smiles on their face, just say, scan this. And it opens up your Google profile. It gives you 5 stars, and all they have to do is go, boom, 5-star, and they're done. It takes literally 4 or 5 seconds. But embed it on a card, print it on something that's super big, put it right on the salesman's forehead. I don't care what you do, make a t-shirt with it, whatever. But that's how you gain attention from Google. Free to do. Reviews are one of the 5 metrics, which I will send you what those metrics are, that Google looks at that says those are indicators for me to pay attention to you.
One idea we had with the Google code is we send out a handwritten postcard after every sale. Yes, it's time intensive, but we've had more customers come back and say thank you for that note. I mean, they just dropped $30,000.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's nice to have a customer care program when you do that. Yeah.
Since we started that about this time last year, our reviews have shot.
Yeah. And that's all dealers are guilty of not enforcing that with their system or even have a program to follow up later. But it's much easier to do right at that point. You can even give them a spiff for getting it done. 50 of these a month, I'll give you $100. It's worth every dollar because of what it does to Google saying, your dealership is important.
There was a comment that I heard here just in this little side discussion was on the Google reviews, soliciting Google reviews is one thing because we want people to give us a review, but how does our response to the review create a better handshake with Google?
Well, it's all about response time. So one of the things it does look at is how long does it take you to review and offer any kind of connection with those people. So if somebody leaves you a review, if you let it go for 4 weeks and you don't even say thank you, I mean, it's an unspoken thing that's not good. And it's like Yelp. But I don't know that they have part of an algorithm that says, I'm waiting for a response, Robert. How come you didn't bother to do that? I just know that it's good practice.
One of my topics for our meetings, I was going to talk about Google reviews, everybody's fans. My current data, I'm at 773 Google reviews, and I'm at a 4.3 rating. Anybody have any idea how many 5-star reviews I need to go to 4.4? 144. I have to have 144 5-star reviews to move 1 point to someone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damn reviews.
That's a lot of reviews. But think about it. Can I say how many units you sold last month? 180.
180.
There was your 1 month to get 1 point up further. So does it look that daunting of a task? Not really. Does it mean you have to put your foot up somebody's rear to make it happen? Yeah. But it's there. At this point, no. At some point it will because it'll be integrated into, That's just part of the nature of what will happen to a lot of these social suites and things like that. It'll all be automated. At this point, it's just about being regimented and opening up. I know you've got a lot of reviews and a lot of things, a lot of hats people are wearing to get those things done, but it is definitely the squeeze is worth the juice is worth the squeeze, I guess. Anything else? I mean, this is the time to just throw anything out there.
Some of you guys were doing emails about marketplace listings and who's using what to get your inventory out on marketplace. And does anybody have a success story with that? A listing provider that can list all your inventory on marketplace and it's effortless and you're getting some feedback and leads from it. Who's got a story on that? Anybody have any success stories? Yeah.
You guys know that we have our own eBay department.
Yeah.
They also manage the Facebook Marketplace account.
Okay.
So we only put stuff on Facebook Marketplace that is too big to ship. Everything else is on our eBay account.
Okay.
So all of our, if we get to buy a helmet or if we get to buy a jersey or whatever, those go on the eBay store. But like track kits, short blocks, engines, stuff like that, when we're trying to move, we go on Facebook Marketplace to pick up all.
Okay, so that you're talking about PG&A, and those are manually listed to there. Okay, so a lot of you were asking about how do we get whole goods listed on Marketplace because they removed it from your business or from your business page. They made it so that you couldn't list from your business page. So everybody had to create another personal page account with these listing services in order to get the inventory feed going. But there's lots of algorithms that it kicks your feed out. Then about a couple of weeks later, you got to prove that you're actually a real person and upload a photo or make a comment, and then it'll start feeding again. So Jeff, what was the name of our company that we're with on marketplace listings? It's Zen Dealer. And we've been with them for a couple years. The things I don't like about it is I can't tell it that I only want UTVs to be listed. It does kind of a round robin of inventory postings, you know. So on average, we'll get 15 to 18 units out on Marketplace every day that it's posting for us. But it's randomly picking stuff, and some stuff doesn't even make sense to have it on there. And so I'd like to have better control of it, but I'm spending $199 a month, and it's getting us inventory, and we are getting some message, some chats on it, and you can see on the data that you're getting views and you're getting clicks on it. But David, you mentioned that it was going to go away, or they're changing something on that.
That's the part that they're working on, which is having the ability to push automatically to it as a business. So that's what we don't have. It has to be personal at this point. And it's not that it's not technically possible, because they could do it immediately. It's all about regulation. And there's so much happening in the back end of discussions on who owns what, as far as the rights to images, content that you post. And you'll start seeing a lot of things being blocked because they don't necessarily have pixel tracking to know where you got a photo or you got a photo. So it's all about liability. And the last thing Meta wants is to be responsible for, 500,000 posts that were images that were protected by Getty Images, and now they're being sued. So a lot of this really has to do with the legislative side of things that are going on in the background. It's not that they can't do it. It's just that they're protecting themselves at this point. I might make a suggestion, and I'm just floating this balloon out there, is that the MIC group that I participated in here in LA a while ago, they had one of their lobbyists that lobbies on behalf of the MIC with the federal government, had several areas that were relating to SPF and those kinds of regulations that are going to affect this industry. My suggestion for the BOC group is to invite him here to speak, or the MIC group to come in and speak. They have admitted that they've alienated dealers, and that they don't like the fact of where they are right now, that they've alienated the one group that's generating business for the rest of the industry. So I would think it would be time to reach across the aisle, bring in some of these people from the MIC to share what's happening on their end, specifically everything from aftermarket to legislation, and what they're doing almost on behalf of you that you're not even aware of unless you're following the MIC.
That's scary.
Great. What's the alert?
Power alert.
An endangered adult.
It's not a fire alert, is it?
No.
Amber alert.
Oh.
Wow, everybody's phone at once. That's marketing, right? How do we do that?
Red.
So I don't know. My point is that, as really forward thinking as this group is, it might not be a bad idea to embrace MIC in a way that they can share what they're doing, so that you can get a picture of what's happening legislative wise, so to speak. Because some of these things are conversations like that.
You were at was it a trade show or a meeting a couple
It was
months ago?
an MIC meeting for aftermarket, the aftermarket industry.
Okay.
So all the big players in aftermarket were there, and I spoke on behalf of dealers. And my emphasis was, what do dealers want? What can we do better for dealers? And how can we improve our relationship with dealers?
This is the aftermarket industry.
Yes.
This is what
And the MIC.
This is what Revzilla plays in, right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
We're talking about WPS. We're talking about
PU
all
and-
balls.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking about all the manufacturers and reps.
So what did you tell them?
I said, shame on you guys. The MIC should be so far up. Without dealers, you don't have aftermarket. Without dealers, you don't have the MIC. And that you should have and dealer groups to the point where
That message is so spot on. Who in the room actually I see quarterly or monthly on really doing for our power sports group? Like, he was just sharing that. Yeah. His
That's why the MPDA come up.
his principle that he was saying earlier about your relationship with Google is like mom. You need to be calling mom all the time. That's how
Wow.
that's what MIC should be doing with the dealer group, you know. And I voiced this before because Gart's had some relations with MIC, and they were at one of our meetings, and I just said, I feel so disconnected from what you're doing. And they had some webinars that they were doing, like a podcast, and they were charging dealers to go on it. And I said, why would you charge dealers when you're taking our time to hear your message? And then that's a perfect time for you to pitch your membership to us and say, this is why you should become a member. You're charging us to hear your sales pitch. So I'm glad you said that, because they're supposed to be working on our behalf, and I don't really even know what they're all about.
Yeah. This started from one of Chris's friends, Eric Anderson. He's been a part of the MIC and aftermarket for years. He introduced me to some of the people down there. Cinnamon, who's their new, I guess, general manager, so to speak, of the group. I've known Tim Calhoun for probably 30 years. He's a big advocate for reintroducing the MIC to dealers, and he's a big forward thinker. And he understands the reality of how none of this survives without dealers. So the point of my discussion with them was not necessarily just legislative, but what could they do to make your life easier and your life easier? And part of that is being able to share data so that you could easily put on your website, without having inventory in your store, everything that's on All Balls, everything that's on WPS, and have that ability to share that data so that you and your local market can sell it directly and not compete with any other website that's in your market. But you would have the ability to market it yourself, sell the product directly, and drop ship. Why are they doing it for Revzilla? Why aren't they doing that for you when you're the one who's creating the need for the product? Without these dealers here, there's no need for any of the aftermarket crap. So that the conversation line was opened, and they really want to come and understand what they can do better for you and repair the relationship. Otherwise, they should change their name. It shouldn't be MIC. If it's MIC, then why aren't you guys involved in the legislative side? Why aren't you involved in any of the decisions on how these aftermarket guys are servicing you? So anyways,
Last module in here was case studies. Did you have more that you wanted to share? Basically, you know, and so you've got us, you've got 395, Got Gear, Paulson's Big Hometown, or any of you from these stores. Do you want to share a testimonial about your experience with David and Canyon Marketing and your success?
well, as far as the case studies, I've parsed out some of the stuff I've been showing you as far as the lift that's happened immediately. We're so close in time, meaning we still need more time for Paulson's to really see the projection of where it's going. But we can see immediately that it's changing rapidly. The same thing with these guys over here at Big Hometown. But we will put this case studies together for the next meeting at BOC, and we'll come with months of data and what's really happening every single day. But the early stuff that we're showing you, it's just unexpected. Anyone that traditionally sees this stuff, that understands the marketplace, like the guys from Polaris going, what are you doing? What they're really saying is, holy crap. And what are you really doing? And how is this even possible? Because you could call up any SEO person or group that really understands it and show them what's happening, and they're going to go, wow, they really, they've either hit something and it's lightning in a bottle, or they just don't have an explanation for it because they haven't seen this level of work being done, the amount of work being done in such a short time. So that's what we know at this point. It's just moving that quick.
Being this is all things marketing. We've got digital in here as well, but let's spin it to event marketing for doing events at your dealership. This is something that comes up in every one of our 20 groups. Should we be doing events again? We all got away from doing events during COVID. And I can tell you our experience at our store, we'll put some effort. I would say 90% of our effort or shoulder into it. And when the results come back, it's like we had one of the worst it was one of the worst Black Friday sales we've had. We put some effort into it. And the results were bad. And it's now right now we're discussing spring and summer marketing, demo trucks, getting demo trucks, because we haven't done Indian demo truck at our store since 2017, 2018. CF Moto and CF Moto motorcycles new in our store, and we feel like we need to get butts on seats in that. Royal Enfield has some support for demo. So we're starting to plan some of that. And I wanted to get your take on your thoughts on events for the year. And if we want, let's just pass the mic around. Let's see if this one's charged now. And I want you just to share if your store is going to have an event this year and what you're going to do.
We've been doing, last year it worked pretty well. I mean, we do Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day weekends. Kind of when we know there's less stuff going on and people are out riding. Usually it kills the sales floor that day. But the following, like, so if we do that on a Saturday, then the next Tuesday and Wednesday seem to pick up a little better.
Tell us what you did for the event.
What do we throw $100 at it on Marketplace usually?
Yeah,
Or not Marketplace, on
to get it
Facebook.
out there. You mean just like what we did at the event or how we marketed it?
If I'm a customer, why do I want to come to your store for this event versus just coming to your store any other Saturday?
We've been running parts discounts and then free food and beer
Entertainment.
and sometimes music.
Okay, so you're throwing free food and free beer.
Mm.
You got some price discounts.
Yep.
Okay. Who else does free beer at their events at their dealership? No? Why not? Are you concerned about liability?
I think it can be covered in your policy. I don't know if it's a state by state thing.
I mean, worked for Harley dealers for many years. I mean, having a band in the backyard and free beer and
They still, I mean, I think they're still doing it. At least the Harley dealer in our town.
it scared the hell out of me. And have you done it?
We did it for our Black Friday event. Or not Black Friday, our snow event.
Yeah,
519 party.
smaller group.
It actually really loosened up the group and let their pocketbooks open up. We saw some really good sales.
I've been on a ton of Dawson Limited back and said, man, you get the booze part of the wallets come out.
Yeah.
When there's a.
All the OEMs do it. You go to dealing meetings.
Yeah.
They do this hammer. With DRP, they used to force them to spend it like 10. You got to get 10G on your account before the weekend's over. Or you're gonna.
Oh, we are ready to remember the blender.
So, jeez. Okay, we'll keep the mic moving, but that's interesting because alcohol.
We did beer for the first time on Labor Day, so it was our last event of the year. But it definitely got the parts department cranking a little bit more.
The only thing I would think of is if you're gonna do an event that has like a beer tent, one of our competitors.
But I was the one serving beer, and I wasn't letting anybody take more than like 3.
So
At a time?
No, like over the course of the day.
there's a solution for this. And the dealer up the street figured it out. He reaches out to the local, the VFW. They have the alcohol license. They set up the beer tent and they handle all of the checking IDs and the wristbands, and it works great. And he said some of the salespeople had drink coupons in their pocket, and they would give them out to some of their customers they interacted with. But if you set up, a tent, and all that money goes to that charity or to that organization, that could help relieve the liability. But I would just run it past your insurance agent and just say, hey, we're going to do this event. This is what our thoughts is. We're going to have this beer tent. Anything I need to be concerned with, because underwriting will give you some guidance on it. But I think that's a clean way to do it when you're not the one providing the beer.
because it's the BMW that's selling the beer. Now the liability hopefully transfers to them.
But if you want to give it away, you have to give it away. You can't sell it.
Correct.
Because then there's no liquor license or any of those laws.
Yeah. All right, who's got the mic next? Yeah.
All right. So at a lot of our locations, we are actually ramping up our events pretty substantially this year. A couple of reasons why is the first one is we have a bunch of new marine brands we're bringing on. So we want to make sure to get the word out. But I also am a big believer in driving traffic to the stores. So we're going to be doing at a couple of our big stores almost an event every month this spring up until June, starting this month. So we're pretty excited about doing that. Some boat shows. We'll do some bike demo events. We'll do some marine demo events. And then we're actually planning a not a motorcycle, a old boat clearance event this spring as well at a specific store. And things we're doing for our events, we're building a landing page, a homepage, website slide. We're creating local Facebook events. We boost that event, and then we're sending email invitations out. We also create hype videos for our events using our social channels that we pin to our location pages. So we're doing a lot of stuff. We're also going to have some free food at a really big one in March. We call a corporate event. I think it's called the Sportsman Show or something like that, where we bring everything up to our really big location up in Miller. We bring a bunch of brands, just make it like almost seem like we have a 160,000 square foot facility, and
yeah, we got 3 acres under one roof, but it's all the stores come in for that event.
And for that, we'll have obviously discounts, food. We're actually just talking about alcohol. We talk about really it's just to get people back in a store, trying to re-engage with the customers, and it's a very cost effective way. It's time, right? You're investing the time, but we feel like that's worth it, and people want a connection. So.
Does your staff get excited about this, or do they have any pushback about the work they got to do?
It's mixed, right? I mean, they're pushing them to have extended hours on these events. So I'm getting some push up, but I mean, when you're closing at 5 or 6 o'clock on a Friday night, you got to go a little bit later, 3 o'clock on a Saturday. I'm sorry, that's not long enough if you want to do a good event.
I like that. Scott's new to the team, and he's coming from the corporate world. And for us dealers who've been in this a long time, you start thinking about longer hours than you're already there. You just go, we're already there for the next number of hours. Our staff needs having after hours events, but it's fresh. I like the concept. It sounds like your marketing is dialed in. You've got a plan that's executed. You spot anything there? Any questions?
One thing I didn't hear is Google.
Well, we've already posted our Google events for February already on there.
Good.
I've been on with my marketing director a lot of the sessions, so a lot of those are already out there. So
I heard everything else but Google. So I'm thinking, gosh, I'm a failure. I didn't leave him with the idea that he needs to put Google up here. You can add an offer as part of things that you can find at the event, but it's an update. It says update. You put a photo up there or graphics of some sort, and then a bunch of text about what's going to happen, and then go over to events and create an event. You could do it all day long if you wanted to.
Yeah, so I know we have offers out there. We talk about might be a picture of our facility with people that were from an event last year. Hey, this event is coming. So we're pretty active on that. All right.
I'm glad you put it on Google.
Yeah, we're chatting.
We do for the last 7 years, we've done an annual bike show. It started out as a vintage bike show where it was primarily obviously the old bikes. Dad would take 15 or so of his vintage bikes collection and take it down on the river in Madison. And we would invite obviously customers to come in. The last 5 years, it's been just a bike show. We invite anybody who's got a cool bike to bring it, enter it in the contest. We have them pay an entry fee, and then we split the entry fees with CASA. So it's a fundraiser for CASA. We do T-shirts, and the proceeds of the T-shirt sales from that day, the event shirts, goes to CASA. So it helps the community out a little bit. And last year, I think we had about 75 register for the event. But then in addition to the 75 that registered, we probably had another at least 50 or so that would come and show their bike. They just didn't enter the contest. So we had the main drag of Madison down on the river, just covered in motorcycles. So it's kind of fun. Myron's done an ATV ride and a bike ride the last 3 or 4 years.
We did. Thank you. We did the ATV ride pre-COVID, and it grew a little bit. I think the last ride we did before COVID, we had about 100 units, and we turned them loose on the county roads. You can ride them on county roads in Indiana, and then we shut down through that nonsense. And when we came back in last year, it started an ATV ride again. We only had like 12 units show up. I had more of our ATVs and UTVs than customers. And so I told my crew this year, we had mixed emotions on whether to do it or not. I told them if we had 50 show up, we would continue it. If we didn't, we would cut it off. And we had 23, I think, show up this year. So probably just going to stop doing it. It was diminishing returns. Half the people that showed up, which is it's okay, but half the people, we're not a Polaris dealer. Half the people showed up would show up on Polaris units, so they weren't our actual day-to-day customers anyway. We also have had a couple times we've had a poker run on motorcycles, and that's not been a great return either.
Yeah.
But what's happening is, especially on the ATV side, every little fire department around has discovered that's a way to do fundraisers, and they do it, and they have beer and they have all that stuff. You know, it's kind of a free for all. And so last year, I know that when we only had 12 and we were so disappointed, we found out that the fire department in the neighboring town over had one the day before and had like 90 ATVs in that. So people aren't going to do it 2 days in a row. So we're probably going to just, Tammy runs the bike show. That's her thing, more almost to honor her dad. It's kind of what it's turned into, and it's a great day. So probably this year we'll just take whatever resources, put it into that and go.
So Tammy, when you do the bike show, what's your measurement of success for that event?
There isn't really. I mean, it's PR. It's like I
Yeah.
said, it's like Myron said, it's as much for dad as anything.
Okay.
That man smiles the entire day because everybody's oohing and on over his old bikes. And I mean, if it weren't for him, I'm not sure it would be worth the effort, just to be straight up honest. But it does give us very good PR in the community. And we do get a lot of bike riders out, people that come to the show that wouldn't have otherwise known much about Thornton. So I think it's worthwhile. But yeah, if it weren't for dad, I'm not sure that I would continue it just because I'm too old and too tired. But it's fun.
You know, the brand awareness is a big part of the off parts 1 day sale. And you really think about that. The purpose of that one is you are moving some obsolescence and you got some cash flow. But I think a lot of you, how you justified losing $10,000 that day was bringing people to the store to build brand awareness. People who haven't been in your store maybe in a year or never been there. They came with a friend. You drove traffic because of that event that you had. So when you're thinking about your event, and I have to swallow this on demo events, because to me, we should be able to sell 3 or 4 bikes if we do 100 demos. And we did that early on with Indian, but the last 3 years with Indian, it was just, we felt it was the circus, you know, it was the carnival. I want to get on the Ferris wheel and keep riding. And we didn't close anything. And I got frustrated with that, but we're bringing it back this year because we need to get some brand awareness back in the dealership, get some butts on seats, and it's time to do it again. So you got to have, when you make your plan for your event, what is your ultimate goal? What is it that you want to accomplish? Kind of like when we talked about our marketing plans. So Jason, Megan, you're up to bat.
We don't really have any events planned for this year. We really didn't stop. Last year we had, Yamaha demo days. We had Zero demo days. We had the Texas Cross Country Racing Association sign up, which they have like over 2,000 members plus their family. That one actually went pretty well, parts and accessory wise. But in the advertising, we even listed all side-by-sides, dealer invoiced, no freight, no setup. Not one person even asked for a write-up. It was just like, well, what do I got to do to sell these things?
So those results basically got you saying you're not going to do any events this year?
Not really.
Okay.
And then, the Yamaha truck, we really didn't get much out of that.
Yeah.
Zero, it rained. So that didn't help at all.
Right.
So I don't know. And, we used to do our monthly street bike ride every third Sunday. And that just got to be the same 7 people every time and
You know, and I'm not here to
got
tell you
old,
guys
know.
what's right or what's wrong. I think it's more important to get your worm in front of, on the hook in front of people with SEO than doing any of these events.
Exactly.
But I just think that layering in stuff, and when you have a 200,000 square foot facility like they do up at Power Lodge, to have a huge event in, I mean, that's kick ass. I mean, if you probably could bring in a band and whatever you want. So a lot of times it's your facility can dictate how many people you can get there as well. Megan?
So the TCCRA event, I will say, we had to give away a lot in order to have that there. You know, we had to say we would offer this X, Y, and Z. And it did bring a lot of people in. And I'll say it pumped up the staff. I think the staff really liked having that many people in, and especially that many people saying, oh my gosh, thank you guys for having this. And, you know, that kind of thing. So that was good. The Yamaha event this year, I probably planted a seed because afterwards I kind of was annoyed because we had done other advertising. So we'd already used up a lot of our co-op, and it was more than I had thought it was going to be. So then we ended up basically paying for it
Right.
out of pocket.
Because your co-op was burned up and you had
Yes.
it was 100%.
And so in the way that it works now, where it's, you know, sectioned off more, where you know, get this much for the first 6 months and this much for the second, you know, it's not for the whole year. It just, you know, it didn't work out.
Okay.
So I don't mind doing things that, especially if we can figure out how to start promoting things easier, that doesn't take a ton of commitment, you know, money wise, but, you know, have the trucks come in and everything. If, I don't know.
Bringing in the demo trucks, if you don't have a group, like we call them our pro staff, we have anywhere from 6 to 8 people that are good customers of ours that ride bikes or ride the product we sell. They'll come help with the event. They'll run lead and chase, and they ride the stuff we sell. They're Engelhard ambassadors. 2 of them are EMTs. So if we're having a situation, they can dig in, because these demo trucks show up usually with one person. It's the driver. You can't, if you're going to do the effort and spend $5,000 on a demo event, you better be able to manage it and actually be able to engage with the customers when they come back from the ride and talk to them. And the other thing I always ask for is, give me your demo stats from last year. How many average riders did you have at each stop? How many closes? Because they have this data. Indian just shared it at the meeting here yesterday. So you want to get that data from the company that's going to come. But a lot of times you can do a demo event yourself with 6 bikes and 2 pro staffers and probably save you a lot of money, and you can make it more intimate because you can have a sign up in advance and get people who want to ride. We try to do like a focus ride where you pick 4 bikes, and then you have 4 people sign up, and you do a 1 hour ride on a Saturday morning, and you try to get some testimonial out of it. So there's lots of ways you can do a demo event, but I think if you're going to do it, you want to try to plan and execute outside of just the driver doing the deal. So Justin?
Each year we go to the Knoxville Boat Show. So we don't sell at the show though. It's, you know, basically we'll take a deposit. Hey, let's get you back over at the dealership. Usually the people who buy during the boat show though, it's the people who waited all winter long, and then they say, oh, it's the boat show now. Now I can get the 4 years of extra warranty, which Yamaha gives away. So that way we don't have the opportunity to sell any warranty. So that's about $6-7 grand to go to that, but we end up selling 15-20 skis or so. So it's probably, you know, worth, and then we're just getting them off the floor plan, basically. So that's good. One thing that we did new last year is Charlie went to the March Moto Madness Adventure Bike Rally that's in Tellico Plains, about an hour away from Knoxville. And there's about 800-900 people that go to those. And we brought all of our climb gear, all of our BMW obsolete jackets, helmets, goggles, gear, stuff like that. We actually sold like 16 grand worth of stuff. So that was shocking. We made some good deals though, but you know, we got some stuff out of there that was just sitting around. So that ended up working out. And then the only other little thing that we do is we do a BDR film night once a year. That doesn't make any money, and I have to listen to the salespeople bitch and complain. But you know, that's just one thing that we do. But it's just a little thing to get people kind of excited for spring coming up.
Who else does offsite events and had any success stories? I can tell you that I think what really worked for Justin was that it was Charlie. It was Charlie that was there. Yeah. I mean, he's passionate about riding right in with that group. And the fact that it's his name on the trailer and he's selling it, that was make or break. I mean, when we would take product to a local motocross track, and if we just sent an employee that really didn't even race motocross, they're going to sell nothing, you know, because they can't even talk to the people that are there about the product. So if you're going to do an offsite event, have your person who's dialed in that has some skin in the game, that wants to sell it and not go get lost and say, well, we didn't sell anything. It's, you know, but they didn't put any effort into it.
Well, there's not really much more I can add on top of what Robert's already spoke of, but I can say through the years, we've had some really cool events at our store, and it's definitely dwindled over time. And we've tried dyno events, we've had live bands, we've had after-hour events that have done really, really well, but it seems like either the staff kind of is not behind it anymore, and that might hurt some of it, and the attendance is basically just, you know, customers showing up for the free gifts, the free handouts. We've tried seminars, we've tried a lot of different things. And so we've kind of taken a pause on a lot of the events that we've been doing. And like Robert's touching on, this is our first time kind of getting back into doing riding events, which I think is going to be good for the store. And I'm kind of looking forward to promoting CF Moto and getting more exposure there, since it is so new to us, in Royal Enfield, and having the Indian truck back at the store, I think. And those events for us have always been somewhat successful, but however, never really seen much as far as getting sales. But I think this year it'll be interesting to see what the turnout is, because we really haven't, again, put much time and energy into riding events.
Share about the bucket challenge that we do with the orange buckets.
So we've always picked from like our parts obsolescence, or we've reached out to reps and gotten handouts, freebies, and helmets, jackets, various odds and ends. And we've always started promoting that through social channels leading up to the event. And we always would do boosted posts probably 2 weeks before, the week before, leading up to the day of, and highlighting what we called our bucket challenge. And so we would place buckets throughout all the different stores, and everybody here pretty much has been to our dealership, so you get the layout. And each station would kind of highlight whatever that freebie was. We would have seminars and these various stations that they would have to attend. We would have staff hand out tickets to those coming through the door, engaging with other staff.
Raffle tickets.
Raffle tickets, yeah. We would hand out raffle tickets to anybody that attended these events or the seminars that we were hosting. And then we would draw after the event and announce the winners through social media. But again, in the beginning, it seemed like that drew quite a crowd. It was interesting to see the tickets that were placed in which bucket. But over time, again, it just seems like that has lost its sizzle as well.
Our goal on that was to get the customers to walk the campus, to get to every one of the areas. We wanted them to get to the drive-through and service and see our service drive-through. So we had a bucket down. So we had a bucket there. We wanted them to get over to pre-owned, into sales. We wanted them to stop in the parts department. So we kind of made that as a fun event and handed out raffle tickets, and they could go drop them in the buckets on the stuff they wanted to win. And at one time it had pretty good buzz, but then during COVID, we these events. And so this spring will be our first time doing spring kickstart event, which is our March of, it'll be April, first weekend in April or second week in April, first weekend in April. And that'll get, we'll be back. Bucket challenge will probably be one of those again. So, all right, where are we at next? Freedom?
Yeah, so we've gotten away like everyone else has. COVID, no events, no demo trucks. I feel that we've also lost a little bit of excitement at the store. So not just excitement from the customers, but excitement from the staff. So we've been thinking about a few things, and the one thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to do an event on one Saturday of the month, and it's going to be our parts manager is very good at buying product, so he gets these deals like $14 for a $180 helmet. I know he buys these crazy things, right? So on that Saturday, we've got a local guys with food trucks that come in for free. They obviously the food's not free, so they'll take all the profit on that, but they come in. We put food trucks in the front. We're going to have a tent out front with these things for sale, but it's going to be almost like a flash show. We're not going to tell everybody what's out there until like the day before. We're going to try to promote that heavily on social media. What we kind of want to do is generate a buzz like, oh, what's Freedom Cycle going to do next month? You know what I mean? And people are going to be looking for that on social media. They're going to be looking for that on Facebook, Instagram, Google, all that good stuff. So we're trying to generate that. Well, what are they going to do next month? What's going to be the deal of the month next month? And we're going to have that outside under a tent. It doesn't cost any extra money to do that. And we're going to do that on a Saturday. The Saturdays are always visit store. So we're hoping that that'll help generate some excitement at the store. And I think it's going to be exciting for the staff too, because we're not going to tell them what's going to be out there either.
Yeah.
So it's going to be kind of fun that way.
You know, one of the things you guys brought up is about getting your salespeople excited about these events. And something that Jeff did with our team about, I don't know, probably a year ago, and you can start to see some of the stuff on our video views, is that he was running a contest for the employee who could get the most shares and likes on a video. And so I think it was $100.
It was a point. Yeah, I mean, it would be a point system based off of shares and likes.
Yeah, so you added a points off of how many shares it was worth points and likes was worth points. And it ended up getting about probably 6 of our staff members really comfortable in front of video. And those are the ones who are still carrying the video, most of it on our reels, because they like it. But you could get them engaged into creating video content, and then you pay them a spiff, and then it turns into fun, and then you can share them in an all-store meeting, some of the videos you did in the last month before the event. But you have to think outside of the box, because we all feel it. Our staff is kind of down and out. They don't want to work extra for these events, so maybe get some little buzz going on that. Any other ideas? We'll keep rolling here then.
Yeah, I can speak on behalf of some of our other stores. So Foxborough, we used to do this thing called the Winter Bash. We did it for like probably 3 years. So we have a 80,000 square foot facility. We brought in food trucks. The first year we brought in other vendors like Reinhardt, a couple of other big vendors that we do great business with. We saw a lot of success with that. We at the time had 4 stores, and we would bring in staff from all the other stores to help sell. During those times when we had a really good sales department, really good sales manager, we took in 2 days, I think we sold 60 units. So it was a huge success. And we tried last year, we did a spring bash, and that was in March. I think we didn't get a lot of traction on that, number one, because of the lack of salespeople. And number two, actually, number one would be that we don't have as much used inventory. So the key behind this 60 units was most of it, probably 60 to 70% of it was used. So we were really doing that in the winter months to generate cash flow. We would also do layaway at an in-house layaway program. So if we sold 30 bikes, maybe, one day, maybe 10 or 12 of them might have been layaways. So that generates a little bit of cash flow too. This year, if we can make some changes and sell off some of our rental bikes, get those into the showroom floor in Foxborough, we probably will do another March spring bash. As far as other events, I don't know if any of you guys are a Triumph dealer. We have mixed opinions on the brand, but one thing I'll give them credit to is their demo truck is second to none. We had it last year in Foxborough, and we saw that, like you're saying, we didn't have to have the 6 or 10 staff members. Yeah. They took care of the whole thing. We just had to have salespeople talking to the crowd of people standing outside. We did serve free food, free drinks, that kind of thing. That was a success. And then 2 years ago, we did Kawasaki at our Enfield, Connecticut store. That was actually a really good success as far as driving traffic, but as far as closes, it's awful. didn't get anything out of it. So we built a lot of awareness with those two demo truck events, I think, with the brands. But other than that, I think some other stores have some fall, spring and fall open houses, but nothing really specific that I'm super impressed to share with the group. It's what you guys are already doing.
So
So
you feel strong about events this year? You're going to continue?
I think in certain stores.
Certain stores.
Certain stores that I think can benefit from, but not all stores because it doesn't make sense.
We tried it 1 year. We had 2 people.
No, we haven't. Funny enough, our owner actually does it every year, but not at our stores. He goes to someplace else to do it.
I called them New Orleans at the trout thing. I think they had 8 people show up last year. So it was kind of-
Does anybody think there's a correlation between a rural store having bigger success with events versus a metro store because you're not competing with as many other events going on? Yeah. So you feel like a store has a bigger pull in the community because there's less things to do? That's what I've always felt like, is that I'm competing with so many things downtown Madison that it's becoming.
The first thing we do at fall events, look at a football schedule.
Yeah, right.
And hunting schedule. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, as a rural store, I'm going to disagree politely.
Okay.
We were just talking about this yesterday. We met up with a old co-worker of Dusty's when they both were Honda reps. We met up with Mitch Morgan and his family here. And Mitch said, you guys still do events. Well, when we first opened up in the early 2000s, our open houses, adding beer might help. But in summertime, you talked about Memorial Day and 4th of July. Folks are camping. They're on the river. They're at the lake. They're camping. Bismarck, Mandan is a ghost town. And then in the fall, every parent has kids who are involved in every sport in the world. Right. So I think in the last 20 years, people's schedules have changed. Yeah. This year, Dusty, one thing we do continually do is we go to the Agra International, which is a big farm show. I call it Dusty's open house because all of his customers come to see him and talk to him. And we just have a 40 by 40 booth. We have 4 products that actually brings in shows. Similar to Power Lodge last year, the road in front of us will be down to dirt this year. So we are not scheduling any events because we're not even quite sure how you're going to get into the building. Yeah. It's going to be a dirty year. But we've already pre-planned our marketing and how we're going to be positive and fun, and shout out to the construction crews and just keep it real light, not like, woe is us, nobody's coming in to see us. Instead, it's going to be like, hey, day 89 at the construction and dirt on our faces. And
yeah.
So
use it.
We're on Google, all over Google.
Got it. Love it. Great.
Yeah, we had a lot of success with our 50% off sale last year in August, stealing an idea from Andy and those guys. And somebody said, was it worth it? And we'll dive into Voyager numbers. I will say yes, because look at my accessory and parts resale counter sales increased last year. I think that's bucking the trend. So that was something. We tried it again for Black Friday on motocross gear. I don't know if it was bad time or what, but we didn't have near the results we hoped for. Since we do twice a year with our of the bikes, they cook, show up and all that. We usually have 100, 150 bikes in there, and they'll, bless the bikes and all that. We don't get a lot of business out of it, but people there that I think has some residual. Then in the fall, they'll do, if you're not familiar in the South, we have love bugs. And so people come in and ride, they put a dot on their windshield, and whoever has the biggest splat wins the prize. It's become a pretty good thing. So we sponsor a Pigs in the Forest ride, which is kind of a dual sport ride in Homachita National Forest up in North Mississippi. 500-600 bikes up there. We probably pick up 2 or 3 dual sport. We sell a lot of Tenere 700s out of that event. So that's been a good one. Ideas I've got for this year, I want to get back to making it fun. I think we're going to have a burnout event. We're going to build a burnout pit and do a sport bike burnout and a bagger burnout. Whoever wins it will, free tire. We'll mount it for you. Come on in. I want a DJ there with some food booths. We did a Sling Fest event last year offsite with mixed events, with mixed results. I don't know if I'm going to do that again this year. And the other thought I'm thinking about doing, I was in a car business for a while. We used to do these offsite events, 3 or 4 day weekend sale, big tent sales. I'm thinking about partnering in with one of the big auto dealers when they do that, have a big tent sale, take some of our distressed inventory down there and see if we can't blow that out. So just kind of demo trucks. My Indian guys owe me about doing that, but it's become the same 8 or 12 guys coming in riding the new stuff just to ride it, say they ride it. And I'm like, yeah, I think I can do that. I think I find a couple of my Indian ambassadors do that once a month. A couple of my Triumph guys do that, once a quarter or something like that, versus spending what's the small truck this year is $4,500 for a weekday event. I mean, I think I can do better than that. The past couple of times we've had the big 18-wheeler in, we sell like 3 bikes maybe. And I mean, it's a break even kind of prospect at best. So
he brought up the point that he's going to do something, like the burnout event and stuff. You think about it, we've gotten to the point where all we're doing, at least we focus a lot on, is sale price, come save some money. But I think people are getting numb to that because everything has been on sale for the last year. So you almost got to create something exciting. We got a local stunt bike guy that does stunt shows. And when we've done some of that in the past, we've pulled people. You're talking about having the burnout pit. That still seems to be really popular at Sturgis. Wasn't there a group that used to do the Honda roast where they'd hang a Honda, was it a Harley dealers used to hang a Honda motorcycle and then they would hold the throttle wide open until it snapped, until it would blow up? And
we took a 1982 Goldwing in, and I think it's getting kind of glim in back in the shop. I think we're going to charge you guys $5 a piece for hammer wax.
Oh, hammer wax.
Yeah, just beat the hell out of it.
Yeah. Don't they have stress rooms where you can take hammers and go in and smash things? Yeah. Maybe that's a good idea. Take out 2024 frustrations and come beat this thing up.
We showed the guy $1,000. My cost value is $1. So I mean, I got a bucket.
So think outside of the box when you do events. That's something that people will come for other than balloons and candy. All right, who's next?
Me.
Okay.
So last year we had, I would say, probably 3 pivotal events. We had a lot more events that we did, but just to highlight, the first really well-rounded one we had was an adventure ride with my dad, Rick Johnson. We had about 40 adventure bikes show up in the parking lot, and it was a lead ride through the area. We had a food truck there. We had guys come in for 5-hour rides just to be there to go on a ride. So, when you're thinking about influencer marketing, it's not just online as well. Getting someone in your store who's on one of your brands that you sell can be really pivotal for your sales. We sold a good amount of adventure bikes this past year. And I think that attributed a lot to it. We did a couple other just demos with, unfortunately, with our brands. CF Moto is really the only one with a demo truck. KTM, Husky Gas, we have to pull out of our own inventory. So it can be tough doing demos, but we ended up making light of that. And we did a demo shootout between the Ibex and the 890 and the 1290 adventure bikes. And while we did that demo event, it wasn't super populated, but we had really quality people show up to that. And you're vetting those people to get on those bikes. It wasn't like when the demo truck's there, anyone can get on it. We were really vetting the people to be able to go on those ride with those experiences, and going on small loops to be able to compare the bikes. So that was a really unique event. The next one we did, which we'll probably do something similar this year, I'm not sure, but we raffled off, it was either an e-bike or our oldest CF Moto street bike unit. And we called it the Hot Summer Savings Sales Event. So it was all month long of really deep discounted units. But as all you guys are talking about, when you're having an event, major unit sales, they're pretty much non-existent. Parts sales are the biggest sales you're going to get for that day. But what you are getting is your face in the community, and you're a fun place to go to. And that was the feedback we got from those events. And we did have people come back and purchase later on their major unit that they were looking at. They just really loved that they felt that they could be friends with our staff. And that's the biggest thing. Our sales department, they kind of poo-pooed on it. They're like, we didn't sell anything from this event. Yeah, we had all these people here. I said, well, you're not going to, you're making the relationships so you can sell later. And that's what you're training your sales staff that are grumpy about having these events. It's not about selling now, you're selling for the future and building those relationships. And that's where, when you're not having these key events it doesn't have to be a sales event. We have a show and shine. The max I spend is maybe $1,000 and giving away gift cards to each category winner. I had 6 people who signed up for the event. We ended up having 40 plus people show up. We had to expand our parking lot. We opened up 2 categories for the show and shine of people who just showed up from all over. So don't get discouraged when you're setting up these events online on Facebook and you're not getting the RSVPs. That's the gamble of events. That's the industry. And it's just how it is. But a lot of the times, the events I don't have a lot of response back online are more populated than my events that I do have the response. So that's kind of my 2 cents. But honestly, the show and shine, everyone loves to do that. Because if you go, we were talking about it the other day. I was talking about it with Frank and Chris. You have a customer walk in, they're like, I'm looking. I don't want to talk, whatever. You ask them what they ride, you can't get them to shut up. The moment you ask them what they ride, they want to talk about their entire garage. So not only do they want to talk about it, they want to show it, whether you sell it or not. And so they're going to bring it out. They're going to hang out with you all day long and show what they have to offer. And then eventually when they're ready to buy, you're building those relationships to come back to you rather than the guy down the street who all they want to do is sell and not talk to them and have that interaction.
I'll vouch for that. I'm with that marketing Friday afternoon, but also I thought this is going to be a dud. Nobody, we blown it up. We boosted it. We got all over the place to talk about it. I'm expecting we get there the next morning at 8 o'clock. There's 30 people in the parking lot. We had 75 people waiting for the so. Wow. Build a plan and have faith in it.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, we don't want to skip Frank.
Well, I've only been there 3 weeks, so I don't have a whole lot to add, and I wasn't there last year. So thank you, Cassidy, for taking all the pressure off my shoulders.
Frank, with your years of experience in automotive, now Frank comes to 395, 30 plus years of automotive? Automotive is so different than power sports. I mean, when's the last time you were invited to an event at your local car dealership other than a balloon sale? I mean, I love diesel trucks. And if they would have had an event where they were going to introduce the new Super Duty and it was going to be an after hours and we're going to do walkarounds, I would be like so on it to go there and actually, but auto dealers don't do a lot of that. So when you think about your background in auto and we're talking about these events, is your wheels spinning like, wow, this seems like something so foreign?
No, it's not actually. And we do a lot of events where we lose contact with our customers is customers don't trust us. The car business is a grind. It's not a toy store. It's not a fun store, and they know when they're coming in, all this bullshit, giving them free this, free that, midnight madness sale, you got balloons going. And I've had Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders up there, jumping up and down, and people still don't trust you. It's because they know that, if they walk into that, you're gonna ground them into dust. I mean, they're gonna talk to 3, 4, 5 different people. They can't leave. So everything the automotive has done is all self-inflicted. I mean, we have earned everything that is said actually said bad about us. That's why when I got out of the car business after 34 years, I went into the marine business for 4 years, and that was so much fun. And obviously, you guys were talking about marine. It was great. And after that, I'm like, I'm never going back to the car business. Hence, here we are.
I liked what he said. He said, everything that you've heard about the stereotypes of the car business is true, and it's been self-inflicted because we caused it. Okay.
So last year, probably the biggest event we had, we gave away a CF Moto 4-seat side by side. And the way we did it, it was a free event. Come in, you had to come into the store and physically sign up. So it wasn't online. And you had to be there when it was drawn. And we had 275 people. And for our store, that's enormous. Because if you bring 2 bikes and a van in, our parking lot's full.
Yeah,
And,
we saw
and
the aerial photos on the last meeting about how it's packed.
it is packed. But it was a good event. I don't think it didn't pencil out really. I mean, parts did good. That was the busiest day over the parts counter. We ended up giving away the unit. We sold 3 units that day. It wasn't great. The other stuff that we usually do for an event, we'll have the Kawasaki truck every year. And like everybody's saying, you don't usually sell a lot of units at the day of. And Kawasaki was given some vouchers last year, and we ended up. It's a street bike event. We sold 3 street bikes, but we sold a dirt bike, 2 dirt bikes, a quad, and then 2 watercraft because of it. And they don't tell you, but you can use those coupons for anything, Kawasaki. We used them on watercraft. So you got to keep that in mind if you're going to have an event with the manufacturer. Use it to the best of your ability and take every bit of money that they're willing to give you.
We also co-op the unit.
Oh yeah. CF Moto let us co-op the unit that we gave away. So that was about $8,000 of it. No, half of it. Yeah, we co-opted the one we gave away.
Yeah, most dealers.
Oh, our rep said, "Oh yeah, you can do that. No worries." But it was Bruce Galvin, and he died halfway through it. So that's a true story. It was brutal.
If you're gonna do the demo, and you pay out of pocket to get the demo corporate truck there, one of the things you want to ask then is, do you have closing coupons that we can use to get the customer to buy within X number of days? And if they say no, then say, if I come up with an Engelhardt coupon that's $500, can I use co-op to submit against that? And sometimes they'll agree with that because that is marketing. So if you've got a lot of co-op dollars you're not burning in one of your accounts, try to submit it that way. I know CF Moto, that's one of our largest funds right now that we have because all these bikes got invoiced, and they're tight on 50-50, but I'm trying to present different options to them, and now they're considering, because I'm always thinking outside of the box on how I'm going to use those dollars. But the demo, you should be able to get some dollars towards closing coupons. Okay, Brooke, Mark.
So with the Kawasaki demo truck, we also matched up to a certain amount, depending on what they bought for the vouchers. And with Kawasaki, I don't know if other OEMs do this or not, but I got a call. So when somebody signs up for the demo, they fill out their information on Kawai's tablet. They do a really good job with it too. They had like 6 people there, super well organized. They have them fill out a rider form. When they get off the ride, it shows them completed. And then because Kawasaki is so nice, they then send that lead to every single dealer in your market.
That sucks.
Yep. So I got a call from a guy. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm over at Auburn or whatever, and then they can use your voucher off site. They don't have to use it with you. So they send your lead to every single day. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. So I don't know if other OEMs do that or not, but be aware of that. Yeah, right. It was gnarly.
Did you guys catch that? So he signs up for the Kawasaki corporate truck, does the work, puts up the money, and then they send his lead list to all the other dealers in the area that came to his event. That's just wrong.
We got their leads too, though. So
you got their
yeah, they can. They
well, that doesn't make it right either.
No, but I mean, it's
another reason to host your own event so you control the data.
I think we sold 3 bikes that day, and then maybe a couple more. As far as other events goes this year, I actually had an open to kind of see what events people were doing this year. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I feel like we've kind of lost, and I've only been around for a year, but I feel like we've lost a bit of our standing in the community with the history we have being such an old dealership. We've been in our location for 50 years. Like, we should have more standing in our specific community. And I think part of that is getting people into our dealership and excited about what we're doing. So I was really interested to see kind of what people were doing. And Cassidy and I talked a few months ago about the show and shine thing, which I think would be a cool idea. like Chris was saying, we wouldn't need a whole lot of people to make the parking lot look crazy full. So, I mean, I think it'd be good to do that. And then I have been kicking around the idea of a spring kickoff thing, because seasonality for us is so big. I mean, it's like a switch when it gets light out after 6 or 7 o'clock and it gets a little bit warmer. So really taking advantage of that and getting people in, not only just for major units, but driving service business, which is going to be one of my big focuses this year because we're hurting pretty bad in that area. So yeah, whatever you guys have in terms of ideas, I'm
Spring
super excited.
Kickstart event historically, it was always our biggest event, because in
Yeah.
Wisconsin you got cabin fever by the time you get to March, and
It's the same way.
the bike customers are coming in on Saturdays, and you can already feel the energy starting to build. So we always had the best success with that Spring Kickstart event, either late March or first part of April. But it always guarantees a snowstorm for us when we do, right when we plan that.
You know, but it always seems like that first good weekend in April, everybody's having an event somewhere.
Yeah.
You know,
If you do a little bit early, just to like get ahead of it, or is that,
You know, if you could, get a couple old refrigerators, put them out in the parking lot, get some buckshot and a couple of shotguns, and let them come in and start shooting holes in the refrigerator.
we are in a metropolitan area, so that would be a bad idea.
That might work in the Dakotas. Dave?
Ours is quick. We don't do events and not planning on doing them. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. But one thing I was going to mention for CF Moto is, you guys know, they'll co-op 70% of your texting platform through Connect, just as a reminder. So if you do have co-op, it's a good way to use it.
Have you repoed any vehicles in the middle of the night lately?
No, luckily.
That
No,
was
I
an
just
event.
I was telling Clayton about that story. He hadn't heard about that. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Over the years, we've done an awful lot of different events. I think historically, the one that actually drove people to actively seek the dealership, and we did this during a Christmas event. It could happen anytime. We printed cards that had a mag stripe on the back end, and then we would randomly encode dollars on it. So we might have 5,000, 10,000 cards that are branded with Roseville Cycle Center. And there might be one or two that have $500 on it, $50, $100, $20, $55, whatever. You didn't know what was on the card. So what we did was we packaged all those into just a simple envelope saying, here's a gift for you. Come in and scan the card to find out what's on it. So we ran all sorts of TV, radio things at the time to reach people, let them know this is coming in the mailbox. We had as near 80 to 90% return on those cards, where people would come in, and the only way they could find out what was on it, they had to take it through and scan it through one of the POS systems to find out what value there was on the card. And people spent money at that particular time. There was so much traffic in the parts and accessories, because that's where they spent if they might have $5, so they spent another $20 or $30 to buy something. But that particular promotion guaranteed people actively getting the card, seeing the actual printed piece, saying, "Oh, I gotta go in. Hey, I'll go in this Saturday and find out what's on the card. There's $100 on it. Awesome. If there's $1,000 on it, great. $5. Okay, cool. I'll go buy some oil." But that particular one absolutely worked 100% as it was designed to do. We had so much traffic during that month because people were coming in with that card saying, "I got to find out what's on it. I'm going to spend it."
Yeah, you were working with Roseville Cycle in what years?
From their inception all the way to 2008.
How many units a year did they sell?
Their average month was 350 to 400. Their top sales was December 2007 at 900 plus units.
And
In
how
1
many?
month.
What was their ad budget per month?
That was anywhere from 50 to 80,000.
50 to 80,000 a month was the ad budget, and you were in control of that. Right, but I'm trying to get the context here, because David's got some experience that goes back to the days before digital.
Yeah, it was more than it was close to almost a $60 million business. They did their own PDI. They paid for every unit in cash. There was never flooring in that store.
Wow. So what do you think it would cost today to get a marketing company to create those cards and then the direct mail piece? Is it $2, $3 an address? No.
Now you could do more where you run the campaign social and you say download your card.
So it's a digital campaign with
It could
like a
be a
code?
combination of digital where they download that, they come in and pick up their card at the counter, and then they swipe it and figure out what it is. You could run it across social. If you wanted to mail it, it'd be somewhere between $1.75 and $2.
Can your team create it for?
Yeah, there's plenty of people to do it. I mean, it's really all you do internally in your own dealership,
Right.
because the cards can be ordered online. They come pre-encoded at random, and then they're not serialized anything. So all they do is go into your POS, scan, and it says $50 or $5 or whatever. The key thing is once that card is done, punch a hole in it so somebody isn't giving it to somebody else to come in and get that value back again. So you could rebrand it as whatever you wanted, but it was an absolute, hands down, the best return on any campaign that we did anywhere for any dealership.
Awesome. Okay, it's 3:45. We're scheduled until 4. Let's open it up for discussion, questions, any other topics that we didn't catch in marketing. Because if we get into tomorrow's meeting and a hot topic is related to marketing, I'll choke you. Any other questions? Yes. It goes to our BDC. So all incoming leads, all connect text messages, and that's all through the marketplace chat. It lands. So this person is in front of a couple of computer screens, and that chat comes because he's logged into that Facebook page. So he sees the messenger chats come through. So he's responding to them. And when it starts to develop into something real, because a lot of them, is this still available? Will you take my, and he actually will convert it into a real lead, put it in DP360, and it gets turned over to the sales team, and then they start working it.
It rarely turns into a sale, but I think one thing Robert was always talking about is that it's the exposure of our brand, because it's our vehicle with our logo behind it, so people are seeing us in the marketplace. I'm the one that lives on my personal Facebook.
Yeah. Yep. Mark.
We use a company called Local Shifts. I heard about it from Clinton County, actually.
Okay.
So they use it too. It does basically the same thing. I think the cost is roughly the same thing. The nice thing about them though is they let you sort by whatever category they pull out of Lightspeed. So we do it by age. So all the oldest stuff gets listed first, so that way you don't have like a random assortment. The first thing you look is just like a bunch of trailers or something. But it's the same deal. Then if we do the same thing, our BDC manages the amount. And they don't usually turn it.
What's the pros and cons of using a third-party company versus having your salespeople do it?
We have 750 units in stock, so it's just.
And 2 salespeople.
Our
sales guys do about 5 keys on marketplace.
Yeah, it comes down to your salespeople and how hungry they are. We had a situation where when we first started doing it, we had salespeople doing it on their personal accounts because that's when it flipped to personal. Well, we had somebody looked at our salesperson's profile on their Facebook and then started giving them political jabs, and it got ugly. So then our salespeople were like, well, I don't want to use my personal page. It's putting themselves out there. So that's when we had to. Plus, we weren't getting enough listings. We, had the same issue as 700 plus units. You need to get a consistent feed every day of this inventory going out there. But even though, like Jeff said, it's about the branding, and if your images that you're putting up there have your big logo in the background, it's all over marketplace. Everybody's seeing your brand out there on all those listings. You may not get clicks or leads, but people know your brand, and then that might be driving all of our searches that we see, a lot of our searches are our brand. It's englehart.com, and those are some of our top searches.
I will add to that though, that if we have a specific unit, typically it's going to be used, rarely new, that a salesperson is passionate about selling. Maybe they took it on trade, they're really, really high on it. They'll take that and make their own posting on Marketplace, and they'll try to sell this themselves. But that's,
Yeah. Tom?
Guys that do it, you guys Rob personally, our guys, out of all our guys, the ones that religiously post and answer after hours, a couple of guys that will answer. Won't work, so it's hard to try and figure out how to get the guys that don't want to do it. We can get it.
Yeah.
Personal life and time. We were wondering, do we even, let them come up with, somehow have another, personal quote, date. So,
I've told a lot of my guys about sales on the sales floor. Whoever's got the cheapest burner phone of the month, I would have that number would stay with me forever, and that would be, that was all.
That's kind of where we just get them to, and most of our guys said no. They're fine. We haven't had a negative comment like you did.
Okay. Dave?
So I personally post all our units that are on there. We have probably 75 units posted, and I work them. Even during the meeting, I've been texting people messages I've been getting, and we'll sell a couple units a month, but more, my sales guys are so excited when I have a good appointment for them set up on Tuesday morning when they come in after it, that it motivates them to work harder. And it's kind of exciting for me because I'm not a sales guy, but if I can, through not even seeing a guy get an appointment set up, I feel, it's a little rush for me.
Do you get accused of spooning too many deals to Johnny and Susie doesn't get any, or?
Our sales guys?
Yeah, like when you're given these leads.
Well, we have two guys, and it started during COVID. They're both been with me 10 plus years.
Okay, so you split them
10
equally.
days off, we split 100%, 50-50. They take the same time off. They deliver units for each other.
Okay.
I mean, we're fortunate that, they just 50 every single unit. So
Awesome.
they don't
Good.
care who gets it. Some guys have better personality. Working with one guy's working with the Indian customers. You can't stand them. So
Yeah.
Bob works with those guys.
Okay. Justin?
So kind of about marketing, but maybe a little bit off the subject, but it's a recent subject that I've been thinking about to try to get absorption rate up during December, January, February, because service is super slow and I've got texts on guarantees. Is anybody marketing on-site services for ATV or side-by-sides, as long as that unit is clean at someone's house?
So you're talking about mobile service.
Yeah, mobile service. We do this with PwC and CU Switch. It works great because you just go to their dock. We've been doing it for years. And people like that because they don't have to buy a trailer. We've got retirement communities, nowhere to put a trailer, so on and so forth. We've got these very high income neighborhoods where everybody buys a side-by-side to drive it down to the tennis court or go down to the lake, and they're not using it for, off-roading at all. But those are the people who don't service for 4 or 5 years until, hey, this won't start.
Right.
Can you come get it? But by the time you come get it, bring it back to the shop, fix it, bring it back. And even if you charge the customer, 2 hours of labor, you're going to tell them, hey, it's, $250, $300 just for pickup and delivery. It's like, no, why don't you charge them $150? We'll come to your house and we can knock 3 or 4 hours a day. I don't know if anybody's doing that or not.
Has anybody got a mobile service truck that actually can create efficient and actually the truck makes money being on the road versus losing time driving between jobs? Because usually you have more work than you can handle in your service department, and you can go from job to job. You have no drive time, no truck to maintain. You don't have to worry about having the right parts with you. I mean, I thought this all through when Polaris was doing a pilot for this mobile service. Man, I shot holes through that right away because I'm like, it's hard enough to be efficient in your shop. If you could charge maybe 2.5 or 3 over flat rate on Service Manager Pro, maybe you could pick up enough efficiency. But I get where your point is. That's a targeted customer who's willing to pay for the convenience. Right. Yeah.
Success story I know. One of my dealers, one of my professionals, over on the Mississippi River. He's got 7 different deer camps he goes to and services pre-season, post-season. So these are upper end deer camps where these guys are buying the North Stars and all that. So he sold them, or I sold them. He knows them. He'll send his truck up there, and I mean, he can go do 7 or 8 side by sides in one day. Yeah. And these guys don't mind dropping $500 to make sure when they show up, Dr. So-and-so shows up, it's North Star ready to go. It's clean, ready, you know. Your guys that use them to ride back and forth up and down the neighborhood, yeah, do those. The guy that's going on the mud rides, leave them alone.
Yeah.
You know, if I were to do it, I'd be selective. I did it too, but I think it's worth a shot.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors, was a coach that we used to run Ford's mobile service program. So he was a coach that went to dealers and did the installs, like trained the staff. He was also a service coach for power sports dealers. If at the next meeting you want them to do like, hey, what's the 30-minute economics of mobile service? He'd probably be more than happy to put that together so that the group could be like,
Oh, it's so nice to get an oil change. My wife's Ford. They
Yeah.
come and get it for you, and then they bring it back. I don't have to deal with it. Or
so he works with dealers to like put the business case together. Like, does this make sense for you or not?
Okay. We can
Yeah,
probably.
I think those customers, it's all about, you go service manager pro out the way, find out what their tolerance is.
Yeah.
They may pay $500. It would cost them $280 in the store. They may pay $500. They don't have to fool with it. Right.
Dusty, this guy puts miles on in December and January. We do pickup and delivery.
Yeah.
And he'll pull up to a farm to pick up the Honda, and then he'll go, well, what about that Polaris? We can fix that too. Well, he'll end up having to go back
Yeah.
to pick up, and then what we do is we make sure that the trips are always, he's got a full load going out west, he's got a full load coming back. So the customers don't always get the unit back when they want it, but in order to keep the price. And then we say, well, tell your neighbors, because then we can split delivery costs. And now we have people calling us asking, we've trained them.
Okay.
When's Dusty coming this way?
Great.
I'll meet him in Dickinson at the Walmart parking lot to say, So we've offered that service for a long time. And it keeps we're not as busy as we'd like to be, but it keeps us somewhat busy.
Yeah, for sure. So.
We tried to have mobile service, but we have a bunch of retired guys who just got trucks and we're running trucks all the time. You don't have to pay those guys a lot. They're looking to keep busy. They're usually super reliable. And then we can keep our techs there working, turning out, not wasting time in it because, who has too many techs, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Said no one. Along those lines, I'm interested, how many people do complimentary pickup for service? Does anybody do that?
depending on the job and what it is.
Where it is.
And where it is, yeah, I mean, if it's a couple thousand.
We might
dollars
waive the fee, for the huge ticket, but
Do you charge the same for service deliveries as you do sales deliveries?
that's not directly. I'll do a delivery if we'll move the units.
Yes.
I don't with that stuff.
Yeah.
We deliver within a certain radius, free. It's like, it's within our metro area. It's free. Outside of that, we're $285 a month.
Create a fee, whatever it is, waive it when you want to.
We have a delivery fee,
Great.
but I think we could probably get more service business by saying we'll come pick up your unit.
Yeah, if you have it tied into the dollar amount, if you spend more than say $750, you're going to get free pickup and delivery. It's same as winter storage in the North Woods is always a big part of Harley Davidson. Is if you get free winter storage if you spend $1,500 in chrome additives and service. So, all right, anything else marketing related? Okay, round of applause for Drew and David. If you've got the time, could you just please fill out the survey so we get some feedback on our seminar today? Tomorrow's meeting kicks off at 8 a.m., same room, same place. And I think tonight is open schedule. So if you want to reach out to the BOC email chain, to try to hook up for dinner with anybody, just send that out. Otherwise, that's a wrap for the day.